Arapat, hi morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
So basically from 10, acha, Vishal, एक second. Vishal, you all will go to Zoom 2 or Zoom 3 first. Studio Lab. MB मतलब Zoom 3. तो पहला सेशन में इतना हड़बड़ मत कर. पहला सेशन में Zoom 2 मॉडरेटर के साथ हम हैंडल करेंगे. हाँ बोलो. পাঠাচ্ছি হোয়াটসঅ্যাপে পাঠিয়েছি না তোমাকে পাঠাচ্ছি
दोनों लाइव स्टार्ट हो गया.
अच्छा.
I'll go to studio once.
9-1 this is fine right.
This is one.
अच्छा सुनो अपूर्व को थोड़ा मॉडरेटर के वो दिखा दो. मॉडरेटर ऐसे ही है. इधर मॉडरेटर नहीं अरे यू कमेंट हाँ. सो আরাফাত
বলো.
আচ্ছা তুমি যেটা বলবে সেটা হচ্ছে প্রথমে স্টুডিও ল্যাব আমাদের এখানে আসছে না, শুরু করছি. তো আই উইল এন্ড দিস. এখন যে স্ক্রিন শেয়ারটা দেখতে পাচ্ছ এটা আমি ঠিক আর 5 মিনিট পর, সরি এখন 54 বাজে, আর 2-3 মিনিট পরে বন্ধ করে দিচ্ছি. ঠিক আছে. ওয়েটিং রুম এখনো অ্যাক্টিভ আছে, আমি ওয়েটিং রুমটাকে তুলে দেবো. তুমি ঠিক 10:30 ঠিক আছে, যখন 10টা বাজবে 10:30 শুরু করবে. ওয়েলকাম, গুড মর্নিং শুরু করলে তারপরে স্পিকারের ব্যাপারে বলবে. ঠিক আছে, স্পিকারের ব্যাপারে যা যা বলার বললে, তারপর আমার ক্লু হচ্ছে আমি ভিডিওটা প্লে করব. তার ক্লু হচ্ছে নাও লেটস জয়েন দ্য স্পিকার টু আওয়ার IHM গ্লোবাল স্টুডিও.
ঠিক আছে. ওকে.
Let's join the speaker to our IHM Global Studio.
Let's join the speaker to our IHM Global Studio.
হ্যাঁ. আচ্ছা, এবার তোমাকে অ্যাড করেছে গ্রুপে?
হ্যাঁ
করে দিয়েছে. এইবারে আমি ভিডিওটা চালিয়ে গ্রুপে আপডেট, তুমি গ্রুপটা খুলে রাখবে, গ্রুপে আপডেট দিতে থাকবো যে কত মিনিটের ভিডিও, কতক্ষণ বাকি. হ্যাঁ, তাহলে তুমি আপডেট পেতে থাকবে. যখনই ভিডিওটা শেষ হবে তার 1 মিনিট আগে আমি বলার চেষ্টা করবো. আর তুমি ইন দ্য মিন টাইম যখন ভিডিওটা চলবে, भाई लोग ये लोग आ रहे हैं कोई स्पेसिफिक कौन यहाँ पर मेरा जूम टू वाला.
Hey MB, speak to Mrs. Mary and find out if Mr. Moti Jacob is coming live or not.
ये मोती প্রথম সেশনটা তো
Moti Jacob आ रहा है.
তুমি ওই পার্টিসিপেন্টসে ওকে সার্চ করতে থাকবে. ঠিক আছে, পার্টিসিপেন্টসে সার্চ করতে থাকবে. বা সার্চ করে যদি ও চলে আসে তাহলে বুঝবে কিউএ সেশনটা লাইভ করা পসিবল. ঠিক আছে. আর যদি কিউএ সেশনটা লাইভ পসিবল না হয়, যদি ও না আসে, তাহলে বলবে যে আনফরচুনেটলি আওয়ার স্পিকার কুড জয়েন ওকে টু দিস সেশন. এনিওয়ে, তোমাদের যদি কোনো কোশ্চেন থাকে তাহলে আমার ইমেল আইডি হচ্ছে এইটা, ইমেল আইডিতে আমাকে মেল করে দিতে পারো. আমরা স্পিকারের কাছে আনসার এই কোশ্চেনগুলো পাঠিয়ে দেবো.
ওকে.
ক্লিয়ার? এনি ডাউট থাকলে বলো. যদি ও চলে আসে তাহলে বুঝবে কিউএ সেশনটা লাইভ করা পসিবল. ঠিক আছে. আর যদি কিউএ সেশনটা লাইভ পসিবল না হয়,
নো ডাউটস আমি বাই দ্য ওয়ে আমি প্রথম 3টে ভিডিও আমি দেখে নিয়েছি কালকে. তো মোটামুটি কোশ্চেনস নাও আসলে আমার কাছে মোটামুটি রেডি আছে. আর ওরা যদি জয়েন Good morning to all the lovely viewers joining me this morning. I, Arafat Ali, will be your host this morning, and I cordially welcome you to the day 5 of the Young Chef Olympia 2021. It's the final day of the competition before we get the winner tomorrow, and I am super excited and can't wait to know what the results will be. But before that, we have a host of amazing sessions lined up for you. And so stay tuned to unlearn and relearn the ABC of hospitality. Good morning. As we all the lovely viewers joining me this morning, personalities. I, Arafat Ali, will be your host starting off our first session today. We have with us Brigadier MG Jacob, who is the principal of the final day of the competition academy at the Gangtok, and we are going to know I am super excited and can't wait to know what today's time will be. So let us now head before that, we have a studio where amazing sessions, Mr. Vishal Kumar live with Brigadier Jacob to flag off this unlearn and relearn the. So let's join the speakers to our global. Good morning, as all the lovely viewers joining me this morning. Personalities. I, Arafat Ali, will be your. So starting off our first session today, we have with us Brigadier MG Jacob, who is the principal of the final day of the competition academy at the Gangtok, and we are going to know I am super excited and can't wait to know what today's time will be. So let us now head before that, we have a studio where amazing sessions, Mr. Vishal Kumar live with Brigadier Jacob to flag off this unlearn and relearn the. So let's join the speakers to our global. Good morning, as all the lovely viewers joining me this morning. Personalities. I, Arafat Ali, will be your. So starting off our first session today, we have with us Brigadier MG Jacob, who is the principal of the final.
Big hello to all the mentors, all the participants, all the school students, all the principals, teachers who have joined us today for this very interesting talk show. This is none other Mr. Moti George Jacob, the principal of Tashi Namgyal Academy, Gangtok. Ladies and gentlemen, he has a long association with Indian Army, so he's a very disciplined man, a man of his values, and he is now a mentor in the field of education. All the school students, all the principal teachers who have joined us today can learn from interesting such a veteran. This is none other Mr. Moti George Jacob, the principal of Tashi Namgyal Academy, Gangtok. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to Mr. Jacob. Jacob has a long association with Indian Army, so he's a very disciplined man, indeed a pleasure to have you. And this talk is now a mentor in the field of education. All the school students, all the principal teachers who have joined us today can learn from interesting such a veteran. This is none other Mr. Moti George Jacob, the principal of Tashi Namgyal Academy, Gangtok. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to Mr. Jacob. Jacob has a long association with Indian Army, so he's a very disciplined man, indeed a pleasure to have you. And this talk is now this is the young chef Olympiad school students, all the happy teachers who have joined us today in interesting competition right just now. This is the battle of young chef Olympiad Moti George Jacob, who has been associated with the Academy. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to Mr. Jacob. Today has a lot of knowledge that is here for you, and indeed a pleasure to have you. Maximum is now. This is the young chef Olympiad school students, all the happy teachers who have joined us today. We have mentors in interesting competition right just now. And this is the battle of young chef Olympiad. So today, Moti George Jacob, who has been associated with the Academy. Ladies and gentlemen, a lot of warm welcome to Mr. Jacob. Today has a lot of knowledge that is here for you, and indeed a pleasure to have you. Maximum is now. What do you think about Jacob? Second topic is soft skills. There is more valuable than today. Have mentors in interesting competition right just now. And this is the battle of young chef Olympiad. So today,
my take is not on the issue of education. How are we preparing our children in a way for the future? Right? So I often, when I or somebody comes to me, I often ask them, how much is academic content in your education contribute to what you are doing? And then even in scratching his head, and he's okay, maybe 5%. Let me tell you, 5 to 10%, that's the max of academic content that I'm doing in education. When you ultimately doing to know the role that you're playing for the future. And I often when you look back over or something, oh my God, Life is all about academics, percentage, marks, constant continuous problem, accountability, and this marks one year has made me realize, and a lot of people actually have realized. Let me tell you, what the children first learn in school is not academics, on how to live as a social being, how to interact with friends, how to, read, how to express what you know, and how to, put things on paper. I mean, it's not about academics, how to know what is in your mind, academics, how to convey to others, handle bullying. In class, there are always one person is bullying another. How to handle that in a good way without actually getting into a fist fight. Let me tell you, how interacting with elders in school is not academics, making much social being, how to speak to friends, how to read, how to what you know, and something simple on paper. I mean, it's not about academics, it's all in your imagination. It has got a larger artistic temperament in the person. I mean, class there are always one person is bullying another. How to handle in a good way without actually getting into a fist fight. Person is made end of something in school. Academics form just a small little corner in the end. The rest all is in that big subset which is beyond that. So I think soft skill, as you asked, is it's not definable. Soft skill is not something which you can define as A plus B. It is a huge canvas of a personality of a human being, and that's what he's going to use to make himself a successful career as time goes by. Yeah, it's most important.
No, I completely agree with what you said, and you very rightly said today that the example which you gave about your ex-student coming to you and meeting and you asking the question about the importance of academics and how it is contributing to current scenario. In fact, I personally know many of the students, who are, with all due respect, we are not taking any credit away from them for being such a big scholar and amazing, academically sound student. But at the same time, there are so many students who are brilliant in academics, but unfortunately, they fail to express themselves on the right platform. And that's where the challenges comes into the limelight, So the personalities, either they are a little introvert or probably they are not open to it. So how can we change this problem, or rather we can address this issue, especially on the school level?
Okay, there are, the right place where to start this particular ability to express himself, ability to convey what is in his mind to the others, starts, I would say, actually from a kindergarten. I see a lot of children when you come to class 9, 10, you ask them, okay, you take a class and then you go back home, prepare and come back of what you were taught yesterday, and give us 2 minutes talk on what you learned yesterday. 99% of the children not able to do that. It shocks me. So then you go back, then you realize, look, the problem lies in the examination system. Okay, there are X number of questions in the back of the textbook, and they solve the questions and do well. And there is something which is ready-made given to them. They are not, challenged to write something on their own, create something on their own, express something on their own. So, and this quality, this ability is not created overnight. It starts at the kindergarten level, where I think the Montessori way of learning, I realize that's one of the fabulous way of learning, because a child sees something, expresses what it means to him or her. And this ability has to be nurtured, and then a stage comes when the person is able to express himself very, very fluently. And it is not, but what happens in our nation particularly, like you made a mention of the competition. Population is a huge factor which plays. There is always somebody, breathing down your neck on the position that you have taken. And for example, in my school, we have 3 entry points. You have in the nursery, you have class 1 and class 6. Every stage has got an additional section. So, but for a vacancy of 30, there are about 3,000 who apply. And what do I do as a smart principal or a smart fellow? Okay, you start, okay, I want the brightest person. And how do you assess the brightness? I have a test, right? So that is the first screening point. So you are possibly taken away 10% of people who otherwise would have made it, but not able to put it on paper. So the whole issue is about competition, and competition because of the population thing that you face. But once you are in the school, it's our responsibility as school, the academic staff, to groom them to express themselves, and that can only happen right from the day one. Make them, just give them one day. You just tell them, okay, look out of the window. What do you see? Oh, somebody will write, I see two branches. Somebody will say, I see a tree. Somebody will say, I can see sunlight. Somebody will say, I see four birds sitting there. So, the perspective of the child is different, but a child will write something. And this has to be encouraged all the way when they reach the board examination, when they write things on their own. I think it's a long process. It's not an overnight process.
No,
That's what I want.
I completely agree with you, and you rightly explained the entire thing. There's no doubt, Brigadier, that once upon a time, I'm talking about a couple of decades back, where we had handful number of professions, be it medical, engineering, even army, lawyer, where people had to be very studious. There were a lot of study involved in the early stage to become successful in that particular field. But today, I believe there are plenty other career opportunity which revolves more around your personality. Like, for example, if I'll give you a mass communication, I give you an example of radio jockey. I give you an example of, say, hospitality industry, where you need to know how to present yourself. So again, these are the important factors. And as today, there are a lot of students who are listening to you live. What will be your message, or what will be your guidelines to them, that along with academics, what are the other important factors they should start preparing from the early stage in life?
Okay, I have a few suggestions. One is, be alive to the world around you. As a young child, I recollect, we would take a journey on the bus with my dad. My dad had a habit of asking me, which is this place, which is that place, and then, at the end of the journey, he would ask me, okay, where all did he go? Which are the places you touched? Now, journeys have become a little different now. People have their own vehicles, cars. Public transport is not a very popular way of system. But still, from the window, you can see a lot. So I would say, you start from your home, you walk down, you take a bus, you must be able to observe what is around you. If you are able to observe, your sensory organs are activated. Your eyes, eyes consume the maximum amount of energy from your brain. It's able to see things. You are able to perceive things. You might see a person who's walking with a little group. I got a problem. Some children are playing around. Somebody's playing with a balloon. Some birds are, flying around. So once you are able to see things with open eyes, instead of being stuck to a book in your hand or a mobile in your hand, look around. It will create creativity into you. That's the first step. Second is, accept what others say. It's not an easy thing. When a person listens to something which you're not used to hearing, or what you think is wrong, chances are that you like to object. But I think there's a lot in listening from the others. And as you grow by, ability to listen will solve 95% of problems in your life. Listening, when you get a job later on, listening to your boss, listening to your customer, listening to your colleague, listening to a friend of yours, your spouse, and then as you grow up, your children. All these are all part of, personality building and personality development and soft skills. And if you are able to do these, to observe and listen, two things, if you can daily practice for about 1 hour a day, I think, it'll go a long way in development of your personality in the right perspective, right manner.
Wow, so nicely explained, and I'll repeat this for all these young students, that as Brigadier Jacob said, that two things, just to make your personality a little more attractive or a little more noticeable. I think you should be a little more creative. Definitely studying is important, and having knowledge is very important. But along with study, you need to be creative. And the magical thing which he told us, and it is not for any particular age group, it is for everyone, is work on your listening skills, which will help you to solve 90% of your problems. Amazing. Thank you so much, Brigadier Jacob, for highlighting these two valuable points. Now, moving on to the school side now. Is there anything which needs to be addressed in the current scenario where we can enhance, or we can make these soft skills a little more, should we give some more priority to these soft skills along with the regular education which we give? So any suggestion for schools or principals from your end?
Okay, I'll tell you, most of the time, we are not able to focus on soft skills because we are busy filling up that academic content for a child. For example, I tell you, if you look up the syllabus or the terminal objectives of a particular class as laid on by a board, like we are an ICSE school, when you open it up, it is very brief. There are about 10 things to be covered in, let's say, history for class 8. And then there is a textbook which comes along. We always select a textbook. Now, textbook multiplies or magnifies these 8 points into something like 8,000 points. And then you have, around 800 questions to support it. We get stuck in that cubby hole of, it's like a golf, you're on the freeway, you're going just about this. This is a freeway. You take off from the chapter 1 and then you go to the end of the chapter, you got 10 questions, 20 questions. What I feel is we need to identify what is to be covered academically, and automatically your academic content will shrink to a level where it is acceptable, where it is possible to manage. And then it will free away a certain amount of time for a teacher to spend on, okay, if I am teaching about, let's say I'm teaching about a lagoon. Lagoon is a geographical term, right? You pick it up and you say, okay, my God, lagoon. So what does a lagoon mean? What does a person should be encouraged to speak about a lagoon? What does grow? You can ask another person, what is grow? What is the most suitable thing which is in a lagoon? What all facilities can come around lagoon? And if children do not know, ask them to explore, give them a kind of platform, possibly an internet is available, library is available. You allow them to explore and find more about that lagoon rather than making the definitions, again and again repetitive and put in his mind. But I also have a very, very, I would say, extreme solution to this. Do away with textbooks. If a school can do away with textbooks and just list down 10 topics and say, okay, this is what I'll cover, and textbooks can remain at home, the child can read it whenever. But in the school campus, if you discourage textbooks, chances are very high that you will be able to have time to focus on the soft skills. See, it can be linked to the academic part of it. I said, if you're teaching 10 things, each of those 10 things can actually be converted into a soft skill project. Speak about it, write about it, draw a diagram and tell come on the board. All these are contributing to the soft skill. So, reduce the pressure of academics, the what should I say, defined component of your academics, and give it over to the what should I say, the soft skill part of it. Allow them to speak about it, research about it, talk about it, play act about it, and you will realize that you will have enough opportunities within the same 40 minutes class period to cover both that topic and also the soft skill related issues. Yeah.
I think it's a very independent as well as an innovative approach to learning, which you just mentioned, which is indeed a brilliant one. Thank you so much, Brigadier Jacob, for highlighting these important points so well for all these young students. And I'm sure they will be very happy if they can take these messages which you just shared with them and start implementing them in their life. I think they will improve as a better person, as a better student, and probably tomorrow a better professional. So thank you so much. I really appreciate your time, and I really appreciate that you took out your time from your busy schedule and you thought of addressing these young students. But before I let you go, as I said in the beginning, this is the Young Chef Olympiad week where you have 50 countries in action. In this biggest culinary competition on this planet Earth, organized by International Institute of Hotel Management. What will be your one message as a host country, because India is indeed the host country? So what will be your one message to all these participants who are in action now, backing down in their kitchen to take away that glorious, beautiful trophy? Over to you, Brigadier Jacob, for your message. Thank you.
Okay, my message is very simple. The culinary field is one fantastic field. Okay, that's to start with. You should feel proud of the fact that you're focusing on something, a field which is so important in human life that I don't think any human being actually can survive, or any society can survive without a kind of culinary speciality related to the society. And lot of our history. You take your mind back to recently the Indonesian. There's a caves in Indonesia where they found the oldest wall painting. The fresco paintings, 75,000 years old. I mean, it talks about a pig or a wild buffalo being hunted. Why is it being hunted? It's for food. And how is it being prepared, transformed from that live element to food? It is by a culinary method. The human beings, you actually evolved with the ability to actually, deliver a culinary line or create food. Our civilizations along been along rivers, and water is the biggest support to our culinary evolution. No, every society, just like the social customs, has got a very significant, indelible stamp of a kind of food item, a kind of menu, or kind of not menu, the wrong word, the kind of food which comes along with it. So I think it's an identity. It's the whatever food of a particular place of a culture is the identity of the culture, just as the language, just as the customs are. And you should feel proud that you are the person who's going to take it to the next level, take it across to the world, bring it to India. And India, well, we are the one of the most widest tapestry of culinary specialities. If you walk 100 kilometers, you'll find a different taste, a different spice being utilized. So we are the place to kind of amalgamate the whole issue of the culinary line. And I wish all of you all the best, wonderful time, and let make your own society, make your own nation, make your own little small place proud by showing what you're capable of delivering.
Thank you so much, Brigadier Jacob. Ladies and gentlemen, so this was Mr. Moti George Jacob from TNA Gangtok, and it was indeed a pleasure to have you. Thank you for taking your time out once again, and we wish you all the very best and hope to meet you in person very soon. Thank you so much, sir. Till the time we meet again, stay safe and do take care of yourself. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. You're welcome, Vishal, and thanks to IIHM for bringing me on this platform. I wish I could contribute more, but I'm sure there's a lot of good people lined up to give them better gyan and as important as what they should know. Thanks a lot.
It was a pleasure to have you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Take care. Stay safe.
All right.
Bye-bye. Well, that was truly one of the most insightful sessions on soft skills that I have ever seen. Truly amazing. On that note, we'll actually now open the forum for questions from the viewers. So you can put down your questions in the chat box as well as in the comment section if you're watching this on YouTube Live. So if you can please have the questions from everyone. I think we've got a lot of interesting questions which the viewers may want to ask. And I've already got the first question in the chat box right now. And it says that, since you mentioned about removing and doing away with textbooks, how relevant do you feel this is in today's post-pandemic Zoom connected world? Wow, I think that's an interesting question. When we're talking about of doing away with textbooks, I think it has to be a total of a mixture of both. You cannot, I feel you totally cannot do away with textbooks like what Brigadier Jacob said, that keep those textbooks, but keep them at home, so that the students can go back and refer back to them. But like sessions in the academic institution itself should be more focused on the soft skills aspect of it. Which will actually, help the person develop how to, use those particular skills in, as well as keeping the academics in mind. And obviously, the textbooks have to be there for any reference that needs to be provided, right? So we cannot obviously totally do away with the textbook aspect of it. They have to, both be there in this, modified system of learning, right? I have another question which says that when you speak about incorporating soft skills as a basic addition to the curriculum, can you tell us some innovative and interesting methods to accomplish the same? I think Brigadier Jacob answered this as well, in the particular session that we had just now, wherein he did mention that you make it as part of a particular project. You make it as a part of an assignment or an assessment, wherein you are giving them the same particular topics which you would teach from a textbook, but instead of that you're giving them as a part of a soft skill project, wherein they're trying to find it out themselves and trying to present it in front of the class, where they're not only gaining people skills, right, but they're also gaining a lot of people skills as well as global skills, wherein they're trying to understand how to use the knowledge which you're having already with you, right? How do you use that in a real life concept, right? Bring something really humorous to my mind, wherein we learn a lot of different mathematical theorems when we are back in school, but honestly, how much of it do we really use in real life, right? And that questions the very aspect of teaching from textbooks, and how much of an application that has in the the modern day world, right? So that is really, really important, that you incorporate these soft skills as a, like a mixed and a modified blended learning concept, something that we here at IIHM do a lot, which I'm really, really proud of. So that is something that definitely needs to be done. Yeah. Chat box is kind of flooded with the questions right now, and it's hard to scroll down, so let me just find the next question. Which says that India as a country has always focused on academics and marks a lot, replacing those aspects with a more soft-skilled approach. How much of a difference do you feel it would make to a person's upbringing? Wow. That's that's a pretty observatory question. I think the observation was pretty deep on that question. So great to the speaker, great job to the the person who put down that question. So I feel, yes, India has always been a country which is focused on academics and marks a lot, which is not necessarily a bad thing. I think that speaks volumes of the number of people who we have from our country working in various multinational corporations and different agencies abroad. I think the world is flooded with super genius Indian individuals who are proving a mark in today's world, right? Not needing to take any names, I think we already know the kind of people that we are talking about when we're talking about the super genius Indian individuals in the global economy right now. But yes, when we are talking about what is the importance, or how much of a what do you say, effect, or does marks and academics have on a person's upbringing? Honestly, personally speaking, I don't think so a lot. I would rather say that if we follow Brigadier Jacobs point of taking a more soft skilled approach, I think that will really, really make a lot of difference. Because I'll just give my own example. I was always someone who used to be a lot of an introvert, not wanting to speak too much, and that was how it was in school. But then post that, when I joined hotel management college back in 2012, and that made so much of a difference in my life, because the teaching there was a lot of a soft skilled approach that made my people skills more. And here I am speaking to you on one of the biggest platforms present right now. This is the YCO global studio. We have this is truly a remarkable experience, and being able to speak on a platform like this live to all of you lovely viewers, over 1,000 viewers and counting right now, this is an achievement in itself. I think that's what soft skills does to you. Yeah. With that, I think we'll go back to the YCO Global Studio, where we have Mr. Ritu Jolly and Mr. Vishal Kumar right there. So, hello, good morning. How are you?
Hi, good morning, Arafat. And I believe the session was absolutely mind-blowing.
It was a very, very good session, a very interesting session, and we love the views shared in this session. And as we move ahead, Vishal, we have some more wonderful sessions coming up. And as we move ahead, before we move on to the next session, we'll take a short break. So stay tuned in, and we'll be back in just a minute.
We are hospitality.
We will rise.
We will not fall. We are hospitality.
We will rise.
We will not fall.
We will stand tall. We will answer the call.
We will bounce back.
There'll be days when things seem bad.
Life may seem unfair.
Keep your cool, do not get mad. Breathe and don't despair.
Just say, I'll bounce back.
Bounce, 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 bouncing back. Whoa.
We are hospitality.
We unite the world
through love,
and hope
and service.
Things won't always go to plan.
Life won't always be perfect.
Just keep on going, do the best that you can. Keep things in perspective.
I say I'll bounce back.
Bounce, 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 bouncing back. Ooh, yeah. Pick yourself up, dust yourself off and bounce back.
Bounce, 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 bouncing back. Whoa.
Just say bounce back.
We are hospitality.
we will rise.
We will not fall.
We will stand tall. We will answer the call.
We will bounce back.
Hello and welcome back. So after that amazing session by Brigadier Jacob, I think we are all energized and ready to move on with our next session for the day. Meanwhile, don't hesitate to grab a cup of tea or coffee and stay tuned in while we move forward with our next session. But before that, I want to take a moment out and speak about YCO, because this is YCO week, and I think it's really important to speak about, the biggest culinary Olympiad that ever is in this entire planet Earth. I'm super excited to be a part of it, and I'm sure all of our viewers are excited to be a part of it. And it is the 7th edition of the Young Chef Olympiad, totally virtually connected, the biggest and the most complex system of web-connected networks across the globe. Over 50 countries participating, and yes, this is YCO, guys. Okay, and I also want to mention that every year over 50 countries participate, and this year too, we are going to choose the best student chef out of these 50 countries, and it's gonna with the grand prize of $10,000 US. That's right, guys, $10,000 US is the grand prize for this, and all of the countries are putting their best foot forward. This year, due to the global pandemic, the International Hospitality Council has decided to host and organize the entire IIHM Young Chef Olympiad virtually. And for YCO 2021, the panel of judges comprises some of the best known chefs and hospitality stalwarts from all over the globe. The chairman of the jury is none other than the legendary Professor David Foskett, MBE, the principal judge and mentor, iconic Padma Shri Chef Sanjeev Kapoor, Chef Brian Turner, Chef Anton Edelman, Chef John Wood, Chef Andrew Bennett, and so many more. Okay. On that note, I would like to invite our next guest this morning. And our next guest this morning is Chef Ashish Bhasin. Chef Ashish Bhasin is executive chef for the Leela Ambience Gurugram. And Chef is going to tell us something which is indispensable in our lives today, technology, and how to embrace it in the kitchen. So without further ado, let's move to the YCO Global Studio, where we have the dynamic Mr. Abdullah Ahmed live with Chef Ashish Bhasin, waiting to start this much awaited session. Let's join the speaker to our global IIHM studio.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to this session of In Conversation with a legendary person today in our studios. And we will be chatting and talking on the subject of how best to embrace new technology in the kitchen. Well, today, technology rules us. Right from the time we get up in the morning till the time we doze off again, technology is actually controlling our movements right from the beginning till the end. And yes, it has infused in our lives in every nook and corner, and how kitchens can be left aside. Technology is very much a part of use in today's kitchens, in today's restaurants across the world. And in conversation, we've got Chef Ashish Bhasin, who is the executive chef for the Leela Gurugram, and talented celebrity chefs in India, have been awarded the country's top 5 chefs award in 2018. As executive chef with the Leela Gurugram, he's based with the Leela here in New Delhi in Gurugram. The Ambience, Chef Bhasin has conceived and created many culinary trends during his 20-year career. At the Oberoi's Delhi, he opened one of the most iconic restaurants called the 360 Degrees. Well, all of us who go to Oberoi's make sure that we do dine in this restaurant as well. He was awarded the Silver Hat Indian Chefs at the Culinary Forum, a recognition of being the best chef in India who has less than 22 years of experience. Well, today with us, we are honored to have Chef Bhasin with us, who will be chatting and talking to us and sharing with all you students and young minds about to embrace new technology. Chef Bhasin, welcome to our show. Our students are looking forward to listen to you on the use of new technology.
Thanks, Abdullah, for having me over. It's my pleasure and it's an honor to be with you guys.
Wonderful. So, Chef, as we go ahead and take our discussion, today we see, Chef, that, new technology right from our own kitchens to the restaurants is completely taking over and changing the way we are using our kitchens with smart kitchens. You talk about the household appliances, the next generation of appliances at home, in the hotels, the smart grids technology, the motion sensitive kitchen faucets, automated coffee makers, slow cooker controlled remotely, interactive smart stoves and smart ovens, the calorie count, the menu planning, the menu engineering. You talk about it, and everywhere technology has a role to play. Your take and your views on this, Chef.
So, see, as we grow, as we are, every day we are doing something new. The world is becoming competitive. We are trying to do more and more things. So we need help. We need support. We need someone or something to do our jobs faster so that we can focus on other things and take it forward. For example, menu engineering. Menu engineering is a base concept of how we design a menu. What should be in the menu, what should not be in the menu, what should move out of the menu, what should come in the menu, or how we tweak in the prices. So that's the concept of menu engineering. Now, earlier in my initial days, everything was done manually. We used to take out the entire sales report. We need to take out everything, costing of each and every dish, manually plug everything. Then on Excel sheet, we'll do that. Okay, how much I have sold, what is my profitability, what is the number of portions sold, what is the popularity of the dish, what is the contribution margin. And then we'll come to know that what category is coming in. Is it a plow horse, it's a star, it's a puzzle, it's a dog, and then we take a call. But now everything is pre-fed. Once done, menu done, everything goes in. The moment there is a sale, automatically system picks it up. And at a click of a button, it gives me the entire report. So my job has been simplified a lot. And also, because there is a very limited manual interference, the chances of human error is negligible. So it's a great thing. Stores. Earlier, we used to take store balance, everything. Is there or not there? Is it finishing? And there were thousands and thousands of stuff in our store. So there used to be time when, oh shit, I forgot to order. It becomes not available. Now you just put a part stock that I want minimum of this. The lead time of procuring is this much, and it just comes in. Then coming to ovens, there are so many new ovens which have come out, which is pre-fed data. You don't need to use your brain that, okay, chicken will take 25 minutes to roast and the lamb will take 2 hours to roast and I have to braise for these many hours. Everything is pre-fed. You put the stuff, you press the button and forget it. Automatically, it will give you a siren. In fact, I remember working in one of a restaurant long back. That was a class apart. So you just marinate the chicken, you put it for frying. At 11 minutes, it will give you a buzz. So you know my chicken is about to get ready. And on 14th minute, the basket will automatically come up. So the frying will stop. So there is no way, first, if you miss out the buzzer also, the chicken will never get overcooked because the basket is above the oil. So things are becoming simplified. Things are becoming simpler, easier. Everything is getting simplified. And second, it's also leading to consistent product because there is no chances of human error, as I mentioned earlier. So it's important. I think we are in the right direction. And this gives us time to focus on new innovations, creative stuff, thinking something new, what more can be done. So it's fun. It's required and it's fun.
Oh, wonderful. So you were talking about, I think, consistency and how technology is helping you to get into consistency. So what are the latest things that you feel, or what are the new technologies that you feel in the kitchen should be infused, or that may be infused to help operations and increase the productivity of the chefs?
See, so basics like your blenders and everything was there for a long back. But now the food processors has come to the next level. And not only at the commercial level, even at the domestic level, where you exactly feed in what you want. You have a blender which says you want to do coarse, fine, thick, what kind of a raw material are you using? It is solid, it's liquid, it's soft, it's hard. Everything is pre-fed. You put it. Or even to the certain that if I'm grinding an idli batter, I just need to run idli batter. And everything is pre-fed. So at what power for how many minutes it needs to churn, it does automatically. I don't need to calculate. In between, I don't need to check what is the consistency. Is it done or not done? So you just press the button and forget it. Once it's done, just come and do it. So those kind of things. As I was mentioning about the ovens, everything is pre-fed. You can do things like even a biryani from scratch in the oven. Everything, just put it together and forget it. Robotrick has come into it, although I have not used it, but I'm reading about it, and maybe soon that will come. You just pre-fed the recipe. Everything is done on its own. So it's simplifying things, but it has own restrictions also. So we can't completely depend on that, because robots cannot customize the thing. So saying replacing is, I don't think is the right word. But yes, we can substitute at some places. So we can have like half and half.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. I think this is a very interesting point and topic. And I'm sure this is, chefs from different genre and different areas will have their own views onto this. But when you talk about pre-fed blenders to make batter for idli and pre-fed blenders to make some other batter, all you got to do is press a button and you don't need to check the consistency. Technology in the kitchen is improving the standards and standardization and consistency. But don't you feel that this use of this much dependency on it will actually reduce the expertise of the chefs in the coming 10 years or 20 years? Because they will heavily depend on this. Then they don't need to know the time, etc., of the consistency, because they just blindly follow a pre-fed blender.
100%. 100%. And there, Abdullah, I think role of people like you will come handy. You guys will become more important, because I think colleges needs to focus on basics. Once you get into it, person needs to be very strong with the basic. Because, for example, I have a blender, but these are expensive tools, the expensive piece of equipments. So companies won't have many of them. And one fine day when it breaks down, it will create an havoc. But a person who knows his basics strong will be the one who will survive. So yes, colleges needs to focus on basic. Students needs to push themselves that they don't run away from them. They need to understand that these are the tools which have been given to them to make their job easy, simpler, faster. But it cannot substitute their skills. Also, one thing is very important, that these equipments work in idle conditions. There are times where situations are not idle. For example, for an idli batter, like we were discussing, the rice needs to be soaked for 6 hours. Now, suddenly I forgot to soak for 6 hours. Now what to do? I've only soaked for 3 hours. So I need to grind it further. I need to grind it even more. Maybe I need to add a little water to it. Now, these things, these machines will not be able to do, because they are robots. They do what we have told them. They don't have their brain. They cannot customize things. They cannot innovate on their own. So for that, human intervention will come. And for that, people need to know what is right and how to do it.
Well, I think there's a very important point you mentioned here that as more and more kitchens embrace new technology, the more responsibility come on colleges like us to train the basics. Because absolutely, as you said, when we're talking about the batter and the soaking of the seeds for 6 hours, if it is not done, then you need to be an expert to know as to what is the grinding you need to do in order to make sure that the machine works as per the preferred conditions. Otherwise, consistency will not be a part of it.
Yeah.
Interesting. So, with this, we move over to latest technologies of controlling kitchen from your mobile phone. I think that's the latest thing that's in. A lot of chefs are monitoring their kitchens through their mobile phones. Like for instance, there are ovens now, baking ovens that you can control. In fact, we've got ovens in kitchen in our campuses at the college level, where our third years practice on these very high very high technology equipments which are controlled by the mobile phone, and you can actually track and operate the mobile the kitchen oven from your mobile phone. So what do you have to say at the use of such technology in the kitchen?
Maybe I belong to an older generation. I think these are beautiful piece of equipments, but to be used at domestic market for domestic use, or at a smaller operation where you don't have people. I think when you're working in kitchen, we always have someone on the shop floor. If I have to go, I would go with the manual one, because I don't want people focusing on mobile, because it's a distraction also. I need to believe in all my 5 senses. I need to feel the food. I need to see the food. I need to taste the food. And that's only possible when I am there on top of it. So I don't think I'll be sitting at home and controlling my devices, my ovens from my mobile and cooking food. It won't be the same. Also, as I mentioned, these equipments work in idle conditions. We don't right now, our raw material cycle is not consistent. We don't get the same product 100% same product every time. So if the product is not consistent, the process cannot be consistent. And if the product and process is not consistent, then there is no way the end product is consistent. So to get the end product consistent, I need to be there to see. So these tools, let them help me, but I will not be dependent on them completely. And hence I will personally, I'm not in favor of using these equipments remotely.
Wonderful. So of course, you have a very, very important point here, that you need to be well trained in the basic operations, because if at all these equipments fail for some reason, havoc will be the word that you will use in case there is a function that is happening. It has its own pros and cons. But yes, coming over to the monitoring of your work, how have you used the new technology to monitor your operations of kitchen in the Leela Group?
So see, in general, the cameras helps us a lot. See, with the experience, a movement of a person tells you how comfortable he is the operation in his grip or not, or he is hassled. So sitting at one place, looking at cameras, you can observe the movement. You can keep an eye on the pass. How are the orders going? What are the pace of orders coming in? Who is doing what? Then the feedback system is very important for us. We have a strong feedback system. Guests put the feedback, those feedback transfers to us. So we know what is the feedback, how is it happening, how is my team performing. Also the timing, what time the food was prepared, what time the food was asked by the guest, what time we deliver the food. Then a temperature control system. Like earlier, we used to have these burners only on the counters. Now we have inductions. You can control the temperature from the inductions. I want, if it's a liquid, it can be sizzling hot. If it's a dry, then I need to keep a little dry. I can reduce the temperature. Is it on a water bath or it's on a direct thing? So there are various ways this has And plus, you can monitor that. You can monitor at a click of a button, everything. Everything is fed into your system. You can just look at your computer and you know what's happening, where is happening, how is it happening.
Oh, wonderful. So I think technology has been actually helping all the kitchens across and helping your operations. In the beginning, when we were talking, you were talking about menu engineering and menu planning. There are a lot of our students who are wanting to open their own restaurants or wanting to get into entrepreneurship. Is there any advice you'd like to give them, or any website which will help them in the menu planning or menu engineering, or some place which they can look into? As per you.
So anyone who's getting into a business, he needs to very important he needs to do menu engineering on a regular basis.
Mm-hmm.
So menu engineering is a concept. First, I'll brief what is the concept of menu engineering.
Mm-hmm.
Menu engineering is a concept of analyzing how popular and how profitable your dishes are. When they are high profitable as well as high popular, which means it's selling more, and with the sale of per dish, the amount of money which I get is better than others, that means it's popular and profitable. That means it's a star. And when it's a star, I need to retain that in my menu. The dishes which are neither popular nor selling well, and neither they are giving me good profit margins, then those are dogs in my menu. So I need to substitute those dogs. I need to change the menu. I need to get those dishes out. I need to get better dishes, or sometimes it's like the guest is not able to understand the dish because of the menu, because the way we have written the dish. So we change the verbiage of the dish and see. Then there are dishes which are giving me decent profit margin, but they are not popular. So those are your puzzles. So when you see a puzzle, they're not popular. So what is the reason why it's not popular? One, dish is not good. You change the recipe. Second, the way you have named is not right. You need rename the dish. Third, the dish is expensive. So you work on the pricing of it, and you change the price of the dish. So that's how you work on the puzzles. Then comes your plow horse, where the dish is quite popular, but it's not giving you enough profit margins. Then you understand that why it's not giving you profit margin. Either your recipes are wrong, or you are using, you're wasting a lot, or there are a lot of expensive ingredients which are being added in that dish, or your selling price is not right. You have priced it very cheaply. So you look into these aspects. Now, online, there are a lot of, so what we have done, we have got a software which was designed only for us, and which is pre-fed and integrated with our sales points, purchase, and everything. But for individual, either they can get it designed. Designing software is not expensive today, or they can find, they just need to Google and they will find this on net also. The only thing on net is when you put on net, you should be ready to lose your privacy. Your data is visible to the world. So if there's nothing private, nothing which you want to hide from one, take a free tool.
Wonderful. I think it's been a very, very interesting conversation, Chef, on the use of new technology. We've just about time in our studio to, end the conversation here. But before we go, there are a lot of questions coming up in the chat box, and we will take you to, we'll be asking you now a few questions which the students have started writing, and we will do that in a due course of time. But in the end, will there be any point of advice that you'd like to give to other executive chefs and other restaurateurs who are currently watching this about the use of new technology in the kitchen, and what are the basic things that you feel should be a part of their lives or the kitchen operations?
See, first thing is be open. There are new things coming up. Keep trying. You don't know what works for you, what doesn't work for you. So be open, keep trying. Second, very, very important, don't become a slave to it. Those are equipments which are there to help us, not to rule us. And for that, never ever lose your basics. Basics will never change, rest everything will change. That's all I have to say.
Wonderful. I think don't lose your basics, be very strong in it. And that goes even for our students, that your first year and second year basics are very important. So make sure that you take our basic classes very, very carefully and very seriously. Don't be a slave to technology, be open to it. And of course, use your mind and make the best use of the available technology. I think it was a superb conversation with Executive Chef Bhasin, who is now at the Leela Gurugram and talking to us in conversation on how best to embrace new technology in the kitchen. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for logging in. Thank you for watching. Please don't go as we open the forum for Q&A. Thank you, Chef Bhasin, for joining us today to address our students. Thank you. Thank you so, so very much.
Thank you, Abdullah. Thank you. Thank you all.
Truly a very innovative look into the world of technology in the kitchens of today. I'm sure our viewers are glued on both here in this Zoom platform and on our YouTube live, and have a lot of questions they have which they want to ask. With that, I would want to introduce the legendary Chef Kak, who is here with us right now, who's going to answer our questions on the same. Chef Kak, good morning and welcome to the show.
Good morning, Arafat. I'm seeing that you've been doing a wonderful job this morning, and amazing comparing, and so much of organization that's going behind. Thank you very much, and congratulations to the studio team also.
Thank you so much. So Chef Kak, I think our chat box is actually getting flooded right now as we speak. So I think we'll go directly to the questions because we want the answers for that. So the first question we have here is that with the advent of technology in today's kitchens comes the age-old question, how relevant is manpower in the days to come?
All right. Number one, my answer is very straightforward. Technology is created by humans. Technology is created for the humans. Okay. So there is never ever going to be a situation, a doomsday, where probably the machines are going to take over humans, as long as we do not misuse technology, right? So as far as the technology in the kitchens are concerned, there has been a very important rise in the amount of technology that is being used in the kitchens. But as Bhasin was just now saying, the humans have always kept pace with their techniques, with their learning, with their basic understanding of the cuisines, basic understanding of the technology. They have always kept pace. I always remember, and whenever I pick up a knife and I start doing some butchery, I always remember one very important chef in my life who was the chef of the commissary at Taj in Delhi. We had at that time also, I'm talking about 30 years back, we had a good amount of machines in the butchery because we were doing a lot of butchery and confectionery there in that commissary. So we had a lot of machines. But he would never get flustered if there was a buffalo chopper which was not working, if there was let's say a bone saw which was not working, because he knew his technique so well, and he had his plans in such a way. Imagine we used to process around 3,000 chicken every day. I'm talking about 25 years back. We used to process a good amount of lamb and a lot of other things in that commissary. But he never got flustered. So I think it was a great learning for me also. Yes, technology is important. It improves, it enhances your productivity. But at the same time, that does not mean that you depend so much on technology that you cannot do anything once the light is gone, once the electricity is not there, the machine is got conked off some way. You can't, forget about, okay, I'm sorry, the machine is not working, now I cannot do. You may You may do it slowly. It may take you some more time. But I think the human touch and the technology both are here to stay in the kitchens of the future.
Thank you, Chef. It was lovely, lovely, lovely listening to your input. A very good morning to you and big thank you for joining in. That's me, Vishal, and my colleague Ritu going live from the YCO Global Studio here. So we would like to welcome you first of all.
Thank you very much, Vishal. Thank you very much, Ritu.
And we are on the 5th day of Young Chef Olympiad, Chef. And you were talking about your skills 25 years back in the kitchen. And what you said is rightly correct, that nothing can replace the word experience, nothing can replace the word your own manual skills. But I have a question for you here. You are judging the 7th edition of Young Chef Olympiad 2021, which is full of action. But the reality is, the truth is that even now we are conducting this entire global competition, which is the world's biggest culinary competition, through the virtual platform. And you are judging somebody who is cooking on the other side of the world, New Zealand, and you are enjoying it. And I believe you look very happy. So we would love to hear your experience about Young Chef Olympiad, especially this edition. And what are the takes which we would like to share with the audience today morning?
Okay, good morning, everyone. But I am a judge at YCO 2021 for the first time. I've always been on the other side of the table. Fundamental connect with the participants, because I used to be an organizer and used to be somebody who would be doing most of the background work as far as the culinary aspects of the competition were concerned. But this year has been different because of the pandemic, because we are doing a remote judging, and at the same time the competition is on this wonderful network that we are doing. And it has been a great last 4 days for me as far as the judging is concerned. Frankly speaking, apart from that small change that is we cannot taste, but at the same time I must really congratulate the International Hospitality Council, from Professor Foskett and his team for coming up with a wonderful solution to this tasting issue. That we are having local judges in every city who are coming and tasting the food for us. They're trying to give us whatever best feedback we can, and then the international panel of chefs is picking up this feedback and then putting it on their own judging sheets. So I think it's working extremely well. We have seen some fantastic cooking. Of course, I would say there is an advantage this year for the participants. They're cooking in their home kitchens, and it's going to be so I would say that we're going to see some fantastic products. We have already seen last 3 days some fantastic products being churned out, and at the same time the students working with a lot of confidence. And frankly speaking, if you ask me, the products are much beyond my expectations, much beyond my expectations.
Lovely. Shakak, undoubtedly, that's absolutely true. And it's been quite amazing how we've so successfully been able to conduct this entire competition on the virtual platform. Shakak, coming back to what you were also talking about earlier, that your basic skills are, of course, very important, right? And that's what Chef Bhasin was also mentioning. The basic skills are very important. We need to know that. And that's what even you were mentioning when you began your career over 2 decades back. As you have progressed, as you've been in the kitchen, you were in the industry, now you're on the other side teaching, training students today. What kind of changes have you seen in the technology over the years?
See, initially it was basically, as I was saying earlier, it was a technology where we were only looking at machines which could enhance our, productivity, which was basically, it would have been very difficult to, let's say, for example, whisk the egg whites, whisk the cream by hand, and it would take hours and hours together. And then we got planetary mixers, And then we started getting, these machines, pulverizers, and we started getting buffalo choppers and bowl cutters, etc., etc. This was just to enhance the productivity. But now what has happened is over the last 15 years, intelligent machines have come up. We call them intelligent machines. I think if I heard correctly, Chef Basin was also talking when I just joined the Zoom. He was also talking about some intelligent machines that were coming into the kitchen, which have 300 programs and 400 programs, like these ovens which have steam, which have high heat. They can work as salamanders, they can work as steamers, etc., etc. So these machines are again a very basic implement for improving the productivity. But at the same time, it can also enhance consistency, because these have pre-programmed many pre-programmed. Let's say, for example, I want to make a pulao. My instructions are that I have to soak it for 1 hour first, and then I have to put it into the oven for another 25 minutes. And as soon as I switch on the oven, it starts working itself. It steams the food for some time, and then later on the steam goes out and it starts basically drying up the rice, and a good pulao is ready. So I would personally divide these machines. I would personally divide these implements into two categories. One would be our productivity enhancing equipment, and another would be intelligent equipment. Now, that does not mean the intelligent equipment does not enhance your productivity. If you have a oven today which can make 400, 500, or 300 kgs of rice for you at one go, it can be a wonderful implement. But at the same time, I would also like to say that as the machines don't have a mind of their own, so they depend a lot on what we want them to do, basically. And then at the same time, when we come to high-end catering, when we come to high-end restaurants, we can do some activities in the machines, but at the same time, when you come to avant-garde kind of cooking, you cannot depend completely on the machine. The basic taste, the basic consistency, the kind of food you want to deliver to your guests is finally to the taste buds and to the hand of the chef who is cooking.
Right. So this essentially brings us to the simple fact that machines cannot replace humans. Robots cannot replace humans. And there's a lot of talk about, is technology going to take over in the industry, or is the demand for for skills, is that going to reduce? That means it's definitely not true, because humans, the hospitality industry, be it in the kitchen, you're talking about kitchen, but be it in the entire area, the human touch is very, very essential. And even in kitchen, so it can, like you said, can maybe make the task a little simpler, right? A little more standardized, perhaps, for the person in the kitchen, for a mommy, for a CDP in the kitchen, but definitely cannot replace humans.
When the computers started coming in, and we are all from that era, when the computers started coming in, and the first reaction from people was, we will lose jobs. Now look at the IT industry today. We have created jobs. We have not lost anything. So whenever there is a new technology, there is also a need for somebody, humans, to use that technology. If I have an interesting oven, I need a good educated chef to look after that oven. If I have a new technology in the kitchen, I need somebody to look after that technology in the kitchen. I may be, sometimes improving my productivity as far as the number of people that I have in my kitchen. But at the same time, look at the other side. I'm going outside the kitchen now. I have a wonderful oven, and which I have either imported or it has been built in India. There is somebody building it. There is somebody creating the technology. There is somebody there for the service of that oven. And there is somebody who is basically selling that oven. So there is a very wrong perception that the jobs are lost and there will be less people required. The more the technology improves, there will be more and more people involved. in maintaining that technology, in developing it, in making it better for future research, development. So I think this is a very wrong perception. It has never actually come true till today. I don't know about the future, how the science is developing, but if there is something that is being developing, there is also a series of people that is required for keeping that technology up.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Shefkat. That was really interesting. It was lovely talking to you. Thank you for joining us in the studio today. And ladies and gentlemen, before we move forward for a very interesting session, we are going to be taking you very shortly. We're going to go across the globe, really.
Absolutely.
And we are going to travel to South Korea very shortly. And before that, we are going to go in for a short break. So join us in shortly.
Okay, so well, after that, tech-infused session of knowledge by Chef Basin and the legendary Chef Kak, I think it's time that all of you viewers quickly grab that, cup of tea or coffee if you haven't already, as we quickly move on to our third session for the day. Yes, we are going strong and we don't plan to stop because this is YCO week, and the energy is simply going to keep on go higher and higher. This is one of the world's biggest culinary Olympiads, the 7th edition of the Young Chef Olympiad. This is YCO 2021, brought to you by the International Institute of Hotel Management in association with the International Hospitality Council. And you're watching it live as it happens. Stay tuned in. Our third session for the day brings a really accomplished and special leader to us. We have with us Miss Payal Kapoor. Miss Payal Kapoor is the founder of Rasoi Ke Rahasya, and she will speak to us about diversity and inclusion. So let us quickly move to the YCO Global Studio, where we have Miss Anju Khemani live in conversation with Miss Payal Kapoor, waiting to start this exciting session. So let's go.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the biggest culinary event for young chefs from all over the world, the Young Chef Olympiad. YCO 2021 is the 7th edition and is made even more unique by the fact that it is virtual, and we are going to take a peek in more than 100 kitchens globally. Today I have with me Payal Kapoor. Welcome, Payal.
Thank you so much. Hi, Anju. Thank you for having me here. It's a wonderful
Absolute pleasure. Let me introduce you. Payal Kapoor is a motivational speaker and disability and inclusion evangelist. A hotelier by education, her love for the industry has never diminished. Left totally blind and partially hearing impaired due to a cerebral attack at the age of 22, Payal has not allowed her disability to stop her from living her life to the fullest. A TEDx speaker, Payal has used her experiences with disability to teach and motivate many. A voracious reader, Payal writes narratives on disability and gender on her blog, Payal Ki Jhankar, and many other online publications. When not working, Payal travels, experiments in the kitchen, and teaches blind and visually impaired the basic and finer aspects of working in the kitchen through her podcast and YouTube channel, Rasoi Ka Rahasya. Hi, Payal, delighted to have you here with me virtually.
Wonderful.
And reaching out to more than 100 viewers, young chefs from around the world. I'm sure they are all curious to know how you have embraced so many changes in your life.
Hi, Anshu. Once again, I'd like to say hi to everyone out there. When it comes to embracing changes, it was never easy because I am one person who's really bad at changes. And maybe somehow that's the reason why the universe keeps throwing millions of new things and changes at me. So I think eventually what happens is that at some point you realize in your life that change is the only thing that is constant. It happens to all of us in various ways. What one needs is a support system. So I was very, very fortunate in a fantastic support system in my family, friends, and every step of the way, wherever I went, whether it was in the world of the sighted people, which became, something different to me altogether after I lost my eyesight, or whether it was being welcomed into the community of blind people, it was always there. I was really welcomed with open arms and given a whole lot of support. Another thing that we don't realize is the fact that in our own selves, we are extremely resilient. We have a human spirit that rises above all. And
So
I
true.
think that is what helps you to finally dig into that strength. The changes and all these things life throws at you helps you to dig into that strength and work with it. I think that's truly what I did with myself.
Good for you. So proud of you, Payal. Payal, I'm going to go straight to your amazing YouTube channel and the podcast, Rasoi Ka Rahasya. Before you tell us more about Rasoi Ka Rahasya, can you explain the meaning? Because we have many international students here and it is a Hindi title. And then tell us about Rasoi Ka Rahasya.
Gladly. This is, I think, my biggest driving passion today. Rasoi ke rahasya is the word. The Rasoi ke rahasya basically means Rasoi in Hindi. It's a Hindi term, and Rasoi means the kitchen,
Right.
and Rahasya is the secret. So I'm essentially unveiling and unwrapping the secrets of a kitchen. So this particular thing is actually quite new. It is as of, we started this in April 2020, sitting in the midst of the most unprecedented situation, the pandemic. We were a whole very large community of blind and visually impaired people who usually have support in their kitchens or people to help them, or some of them eat out since there's such a large workforce out there. Suddenly, with the lockdown, everybody got stuck in the places wherever they were at, whether it was their homes, whether it was, away from home and whatever accommodations they had taken.
Right.
So suddenly they were left high and dry with absolutely no idea of what to do with themselves. So I found myself in the middle of a whole lot of activity with webinars and things like that, because I've been teaching blind people how to cook for many, many years. I think that's the one takeaway from my hotel management days when I was a student 31 years ago. I was probably meant to do only this, to ultimately teach blind people how to cook and, impart the knowledge that I had gained in my education.
Amazing.
And with this, and then suddenly this whole thing came up that, this was such important information and we didn't want to lose this information. So a bunch of volunteers, 2 other blind people got together with me and said that they wanted to archive this entire thing. And we started uploading these audio tutorials on YouTube. And there was Rasoi Ke Rahasya that was born. So in this, what we're essentially doing, what I have done is there are extensive audio tutorials on various aspects. Now, everybody cooks. Blind people, you have some fabulous blind cooks. I cook, many like myself cook. But what happens?
In fact, we have the Golden Eye Chef competition.
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
Only for blind chefs.
Absolutely. So we have very, very accomplished and talented chefs. But what happens is for a lot of new cooks, or even cooks that have been around in their kitchens for a while, the basics, the orientation to the kitchen and to everything that they're using, from raw materials to the gadgets, was something that wasn't very clear, which is where I stepped in and started this whole extensive explanation of how they could do things, from picking their vegetables to glossaries of spices and pulses and grain and things like that, both in Hindi and English, because we were shopping online, remember, at that point in time. So you have names in English of vegetables and spices that a blind person, an average, not just a blind person, any average householder might not know. So this entire thing was created, and we are already, we have one series of simply orientation already up there, and now we are putting it onto podcast with the same name on Anchor.
What about safety for a blind person?
Oh, yes. That's the first aspect we deal with. The orientation.
Give us an example. What are the things that you
It's a matter of unlearning and relearning, like what I did. When I learned, it was extremely difficult. It depends so much on your sight for everything. Then suddenly it's gone. And the first thing that when anyone at home, like my mother, was petrified of me going anywhere close to a knife or going anywhere close to fire. But you adapt and you learn. That's the most important aspect, the safety. So you just make yourself comfortable and learn in the correct manner how you need to go about doing things. And
right.
Safety is paramount, of course.
Yeah, and cooking is not just about seeing, no? It's about hearing if the food is sizzled enough, and it's about the smell. Isn't that how we also, even sighted people, come to know if a dish is?
So true, so true. That's truly what it is. I think a whole lot of chefs here would agree that, a lot of what they do doesn't simply, of course, eye appeal is extremely important, but if the smell is not right, or if if there's an ingredient that has probably gone old or bad or whatever, the first thing they know is with their smell. They might not be able to tell with their eyes. So yes, everybody is using their, other senses. But for us, those senses become primary because those are the residual senses we use. So that's Rasoi Ke Rahasya, and I'm hoping that we will get support. So far, it's an entirely voluntary effort. The second season is going to begin soon with methods of cooking. And I'm hoping that at some point down the line, the food industry will support this endeavor, because this is something that hasn't been done so far. I don't think anybody has any of this available. So yes, I'm hopeful and looking forward to support from the industry.
And I'm sure you will get it. I mean, it's amazing. But that brings me to the key question, which I didn't ask you even in our conversations. What is your signature dish?
Well, my signature dish is, I love baking, and I'm extremely excited when it comes to baking. It's very therapeutic. So I have this one go-to thing that I do, one go-to recipe of mine that is basically a chocolate banana bread, which every time I'm down or every time I think I need to do something happy for somebody, that's my go-to thing. And it has never failed me so far. So.
Oh, wonderful. And one Indian dish?
Indian dish, I've heard my rajma. I'm a Punjabi, so I can't go far away from a rajma and a chole. I hear my rajma is an absolute hit, because whenever I've cooked it for friends, they always come back and take the recipe from me. So yes.
And that is the reason why I was asking, because even I've heard about your rajma.
So I think next time we meet, it would be a rajma chawal and a banana cake recipe.
And we will top it with banana cake. Absolutely. Payal, I want to know, how have hotel management practices or teaching a course changed from your time? You just said you did it 21 years ago.
31 years ago.
Yeah.
Well, I think from what I've seen, for one, basic practices have changed, methods of cooking and things like that. There are a whole lot of changes that I see. Well, the basics still remain the same. Everybody goes through the grind, learning the same things. The facilities have changed. Facilities have become way better in terms of, the institutions itself that are around. And there is a lot more possibility of doing things hands-on, although our course was hands-on as well. But there was a lot of times that we had to just, stop and look while the teacher or the lecturer showed us things. I've also noticed that there are some subjects like fire safety and first aid and CPR, which is something that I do as well. I'm a trainer. So a certified trainer. So I've gone to the Iihm in Hyderabad to teach them about this. So they're taking a lot of things seriously. I remember for us, it used to just be a subject. We didn't even have fire safety with it, but not CPR and first aid. So there are those kind of things. I think this is also because a lot of things have changed in the operations itself outside, with a lot more boutique and budget hotels. True. There's a lot of multitasking that happens. you have the person sitting at the front desk, acting as the front desk as a receptionist. He's the cashier. He's also a room service order taker. He's also a housekeeping desk operator. So a whole lot of multitasking is happening because I think we don't have the time or the energy to sort of, delegate. Bigger hotels, I'm sure, are still doing the same things as in one person. I remember when I used to work at a 5-star hotel, we only had to answer our phone. If the cashier's phone was ringing, it would just continue ringing because it wasn't for us to answer. So those things don't happen. So I think the teaching is changing in conjunction to a whole lot.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think the roles are becoming more versatile. I see that in our students in Iihm, it's become imperative, and they are rising to it. It's such a vibrant industry,
absolutely,
the hotel industry, that hospitality industry. In fact.
Totally.
Yeah, I would agree. So, Payal, thank you so much. But before we close today's session, what is that one mantra you would like to give to the students as they march on, our young chefs and our hotel management students as they march on in life?
I think first I'd like to, wish them the best on this journey. And I think they're the future, truly, of the food industry, and enthusiastic, wonderful individuals. I wish them the best. I always have this, I've realized over a period of time that the original Superman, why he was Superman, I think I know now. Christopher Reeve had a very, very beautiful thing that he had said. He said, I quote him, he said, sometimes in our life, a lot of our dreams first seem impossible. Then they seem improbable. And then when we summon the will, they soon become inevitable. So that is truly, truly the mantra everybody needs to live by. I'd like to wish all of the young chefs and everyone else present here a life of inevitable dreams and wonderful, wonderful, journeys ahead. I have to take a moment to thank, Iihm Kolkata for this wonderful event. It's amazing to see that they've connected virtually so many countries and so many young chefs, professionals on this one virtual platform. I think it's a dream come true for a whole lot of people in this, time of a pandemic.
Isn't it an amazing feat?
It is, totally. And that too, to be able to sit in, I was reading about it on their website. It's amazing to see the organization that is going into this whole thing. So kudos and congratulations once again.
Yes, thank you so much, Payal. It was wonderful to talk to you. And yes, our Rajma promise stays. And I am going to also log in to Rasoi Ka Rahasya and see if you have tips for me.
Thank you, Anju. Thanks so much. It's been wonderful speaking with you as well. And yes, we have a date, definitely.
Yes, thank you so much.
Oh, that was truly an inspiring session, if there ever was one. We were so lucky to have Ms. Kapoor with us, albeit virtually. But then truly inspiring, really brought to my mind a particular person I really want to mention. It's Chef Christine Ha, who was, a chef from America, was the first visually impaired contestant of MasterChef and the winner of the 3rd season in 2012. That shows us that, nothing is impossible. And we here at IIHM strive to do exactly that. With that, on that note, I would like to hand it over back to the global studio, where we have Mr. Kumar and Ms. Jolly with you to take the journey forward. Thank you so much for staying.
Thank you, Arafat. Thank you. And that was truly very, very inspirational. And I love the quote that she ended with, what Ms. Kapoor ended with, which is just so true and very, very inspirational. I think not just for us, but for all the viewers today. And this doesn't end here, of course, and we move on to the next session, which I'm really eager to listen to Ms. Kavita, Dr. Kavita Reddy, who is the founder of Shreya Nutrition, right? And she'll be talking about nutrition in a nutshell. And I really am eager to listen to her now. So we're going to go over to listen to Ms. Kavita Reddy now. Bhaswani?
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Bhaswani, live from Iihm Hyderabad studios. We are at day 5 at 7th edition of International Young Chef Olympia 2021. Simultaneously, there are competitions are going on for the group 2 over here because the results are going to announce tomorrow. So here we have Dr. Kavita Reddy on our Expect Talk show, the nutritionist, and always the founder also for her Shreya Nutrition. So before we go to the video session, most of the students, most of us, we have a lot of questions, lot of queries about our diet, because always we say eating well is a fundamental of good health and well-being. So healthy eating always maintain a healthy food and weight. So most of the students are very conscious about their healthy habits, healthy weight, lot of junk food also, but still they have lot of questions. And I request all my students to drop your questions in the chat box. All your questions will be answered by Dr. Kavita, who is a nutrition and holding a PhD also in the food science. So over to White's Your Global Studio for the expert talk.
Gentlemen, a warm welcome to Expert Talk Show. My name is Bhaswani. Today we have a guest who is qualified and nutrition expert with international exposure and also holding a PhD in food science and the owner of Shreya Nutrition, who is also very closely associated with IIH. I take this opportunity to welcome Dr. Kavita Reddy to IIHM Expert Talk.
Thanks a lot, Baswini, for having me here. It's really a privilege. And whatever you want to ask me, I would be very, very happy to share my knowledge with all the audience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Nutrition in nutshell. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our topic for today. Ma'am, can you please tell us how nutrition is important in our day life?
I would be so happy to do that for you. Nutrition in a nutshell, it's a huge topic, but I'll try to keep it as brief as possible. All of you must have heard the quote, you are what you eat. And that is really, really true. What you eat makes you look the way you look, how you feel, your mood, your performance, your everything, your mental ability, everything depends on what you eat. So that's why it's very, very, very important what sort of food you eat. Nutrition is nothing but eating good food and developing good food habits. For example, I'll give you a small example. If a child is born and the parents are very tall, the kid is born with the potential of, say, becoming as tall as 6 feet. And if he or she eats well, good food habits, everything nourished very well, they will easily become 6 feet tall. But if the food habits are bad, they may end up much less, maybe 5'8", 5'9". So anything, you want to be a basketball player, you want to be an athlete, that full potential you have, if you want to achieve it, you have to have good nutrition. That's why it's very, very important. Nutrition is the foundation for future.
Thank you, ma'am. As you said, what you eat is what you eat. So what you are. So thank you so much, ma'am. So moving to the next question. I mean, this is generally a typical question. So generally people say that healthy food doesn't taste good. Is it true?
I'm a nutritionist, so I can't say that. No, definitely not. Healthy food needn't be associated. Generally, people associate healthy food with dieting, restricting tasty foods, and something which is raw and not very nice. But it needn't be. Like now, I know I'm addressing a lot of young chefs also, so it's in your hands. You can come up with innovative ideas, make new recipes, which not only are healthy, but are also tasty. So it needn't be just a little bit focus is necessary for you to make food which is healthy and tasty. However healthy a food is, if it is not tasty, nobody is going to eat it, at least not for a long time. Maybe once or twice they'll eat and then they'll discard it. So to develop good healthy habits, the food has to be reasonably tasty. And once in a while, even if it's not healthy, you can indulge. Maybe once in a week, a cheat meal is fine. But the rest of the time, it's very important to eat healthy and also make it as tasty as possible. And definitely that's a myth that healthy food is not tasty.
Thank you so much, ma'am. As you are saying, okay, cheat meal. Okay, so I want to ask you one question related to dieting. So is dieting good for youngsters if they are overweight?
Not really. See, I run a clinic also, so I get a lot of kids who are overweight. But the thing is, when you are on a diet, you are restricting certain types of foods. Now, what I feel is till you are 18 for girls and at least 19 or 20 for boys, because they are still growing. So till they attain their height, they shouldn't go on any restricted diets. And if for some health reason one does have to reduce weight, then take good suggestion. Take a plan from somebody who's qualified, not somebody who's teaching you on WhatsApp or on YouTube, but go to a registered proper dietitian or a nutritionist. Take a plan so that they will make sure that you are getting all the nutrients at the same time you are reducing. But in general, youngsters play. Do a lot of physical activity. You're young, so you can burn off the calories. So don't worry about your weight. Be active, get off from your chairs, no playing video games and TV. Go out and play physical games, and that will make you fit. Dieting, not really for youngsters. Once you are become an adult, then you can do it.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much giving
Hope
your
that
valuable...
answers your question.
Yes, ma'am. Seriously, because most of the youngsters, they are into a dieting because they think that they are overweight, but they have to go actually for a true person where they can go and have their meal. And ma'am, moving to next question, the word immunity has become so important these days. So what do you suggest in order to boost our immunity power?
Immunity has become a buzzword these days. You see any product on TV, they are having a small label beside it says boost your immunity. So naturally in this pandemic period, everybody is very, very worried about their immune levels. And that's why people are cashing on it. Whether they are making a product or they are selling something else, they say it boosts your immunity. Immunity is not something you can build up in a day. It's a long process. So now is the best time to start building your immunity. So just some few tips for you to make sure that you are eating well and at the same time boosting your immune system. So first thing is eat good adequate amount of protein. That is, if you are a non-vegetarian, take eggs, milk, fish, chicken, things like that. Make sure that you have adequate amount in your diet. And if you're a vegan or a vegetarian, make sure you're eating your dal, legumes in every meal, because protein is the raw material from which antibodies are made, and antibodies are the ammunition with which we fight infections. So if there is no protein, there is no raw material. If there is no raw material, then there is no making antibodies. So we are left without our ammunition to fight the infection. So that is very important. Next thing which is important is a lot of people, for some reason, do not focus much on fruits. So 2 fruits minimum, 3 fruits if you can eat in a day, very, very, very important, because fruits are rich in vitamin C, and vitamin C is having the most immunity boosting power because of its antioxidant property. So 2 fruits to 3 fruits in a day must. And if you like apples every day apples, no, it won't work like that. The more the variety, the better. So 2 or 3 fruits of different varieties would do the trick. And vegetable preparation in every meal, so that's very important. Again, variety. Don't stick to only potatoes or only carrots or something. Eat a variety of them. And don't forget to add herbs and spices in your cooking, because they are packed with antiviral, antibacterial, and antioxidant properties. And people are tending to lose sight of herbs and spices. And in our Indian cuisine, we can add so many spices and all. But one thing, don't overdo it and get acidity and all. Nothing you should overdo. Whatever is required in the recipe, do that. So protein, fruits, vegetables, and spices and herbs, and in moderation. That's all. And you go out, do plenty of exercise, sleep well, 7 to 8 hours, and drink adequate amount of water, at least 2 to 3 liters a day. And this will take care of your immunity. So nothing much, this, but every day. Do that and your immune system will be good going to fight any infection.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. As you cleared all the doubts regarding the immunity, as you said, every week we see this word immunity on any of the products that we buy these days. Ma'am, as I said, you are very closely associated with IIHM, which is in hospitality industry. So, what role does nutrition play in hospitality industry?
Since I teach nutrition to hospitality students, I always tell them, they are also confused why I'm teaching science, because they thought they will come and do front office and food production, F&B, all very interesting subjects. And here I'm teaching carbohydrate, protein, nitrogen, vitamins. So the thing is, when you get into hospitality, when you start working, you want your guests to come back, isn't it? You want the guests to come back, even if you're in a restaurant or in to your property. You want the guests to keep coming back. When will they come back? When they know that they are being taken care of very well. And food plays a very, very important role in this. If a property doesn't serve good, healthy food, you are not going to get a repeat guests. So to keep that repeat value, you have to look after your guests well. And these days, everybody is health conscious. Everybody wants to look good, be fit, and also consciousness about health is increasing by leaps and bounds. This was not there before. So when they are thinking about their health, they are not only thinking about looking good, but they are thinking they want to prevent any diseases, not cure them. So for all this, you need a healthy diet. So unless the students know a little bit of nutrition, they can't plan healthy choices. And once you have healthy choices in your food, people will come back, isn't it? You are a young chefs who are going to make lovely, delicious food. At the same time, it is healthy. If somebody wants a diabetic diet, you know what to give them. If somebody wants to be slim and trim, you want to give food for them, you know what to give them. So that is what brings back the people to your property. So it's very, very important that you know a lot about food, you know adequate about nutrition, so that you can serve your guests better. Does that answer your question, Basuni?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, seriously, because most of the people, if they see this hotel food, most of them, they have that it is full of junk, but no, it's not at all. So it is have a lot of nutrition values, and where people are looking for it from the hotel industry too. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, because people are okay now. The COVID issue is there, but otherwise people are traveling for work a lot. When you travel a lot and you are literally living out of suitcases, especially executive level travelers, they need healthy food, isn't it? Because they are away from home. And unless you serve them healthy food, nutritious food, they're not going to come back and they won't be healthy, which is a very, very big part of their life. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. And moving to next question. What is the basic thing one needs to follow for healthy eating? Because we just want to basic, because when we say bowl of fruits, bowl of vegetables, most of them they get scared. Do I need to eat lot more? So a person to have a healthy eating, one, the basic thing.
Okay. Just keep in mind that your mantra should be moderation and variety. So if you like something, eat it, but don't eat it every day. And when God has made in nature foods, God hasn't made this is a superfood, this is a bad food. There is nothing like that. Every food in nature has its own place. So eat all types of food, but in moderation. That's very, very important. Eat well, eat right, and think about the food you are eating, because this is an investment for your future. If you want to have a long, healthy life where you can work hard, where your body cooperates with you. Otherwise, if you're not okay, your body is not going to cooperate, even if you want to work hard. So eat right, eat well, eat a lot of variety and in moderation. It is our body which may not be suitable for some sort of food. If somebody is diabetic, naturally sugar won't suit them. But there is no problem with sugar. It's the problem with us. Same with everything. Junk food, it's there. But whether it suits us or not is the question mark. So eat a lot of healthy food and think about local foods. When it travels a long way off, that means it is either preserved or become stale, or it's been there living for a long time. As much as possible, fresh food, a lot of variety, lot of color on your plate, not only white and browns, but eat colorful vegetables, lot of fruits, eat some amount of raw food like fruits, and don't go overboard with anything. Don't look on WhatsApp or any other social media, think something is healthy and leave everything and start eating only millets or only something else. Don't do that. Eat everything, but in moderation. That would do the trick for you, especially for youngsters, because this is what you're going to do for your whole life. And generally, when you are young, whatever food habits you develop, that is the one you're going to do your whole life. You may get distracted for 20 days, you may eat something junk, but you'll come back. So the faster you develop eating habits which are healthy, the better for you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. You said that we need to moderate ourselves and we need to go with variety of fruits and vegetables in our day-to-day life. Ma'am, since we have a lot of young people among the audience, so what is the message that you like to give to them? Because young people are full of, like, they want to eat junk food, they want to try different street food, different varieties of the fruits. So what do you want to give your message to them?
I know, because young people are also more adventurous. They want to try out everything, and that is not the time for them to be restricted and don't eat this, don't eat that. It's very difficult. But the thing is, young people are also very much more intelligent than maybe my generation, because they have a lot of information at their fingertips. So, and on Google. So what they can do is, keep a day for like, okay, this is the day I can indulge myself, eat well, eat whatever you like. But the rest of the days, they need to have a plan. See, we plan for everything. I'm going to study this, I'm going to do this, next year I'll do this. But when it comes to food, generally we don't plan. So we need to focus on healthy food and plan a little bit, maybe 5 days a week, healthy food, and 2 days, at least when you're young, you can cheat a little on healthy food. And not that I'm saying unhealthy food is the only one which is tasty, but just remember that 5 days in a week, be very careful, because when you go for a party and eat a lot, remember afterwards you feel very lethargic. You don't feel like doing any work, so you can't spend all your days eating heavy food or tasty food. So 5 days a week, plan, stick to the plan, do plenty of physical activity. That's the most important thing. And sleep well, because 8 hours of sleep is when your body cells rejuvenate. They are tired, so give them rest. Lot of young people, they sleep very late, but they get up early because they need to go back to work or college or whatever. So sleep well, eat well, focus a little bit on your what you are planning, your menu and all, and that should do okay. Because it's not I don't want to put them in boxes, and they shouldn't be
but you and how to plan our diet and how we have to be active in the sense not in front of gadgets, in front, okay, in the working places, how we have to improve our physical activities, everything. Thank you so much, ma'am. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being with us, and we are signing off from IHM Expert Talk Show. See you soon.
Thank you.
Here we have Dr. Kavita. Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing your insights. And we have a lot of questions from our students, because all our students are eagerly waiting for the answers. So, ma'am, here is the first question that we go. I have an allergy towards the milk. So, what is the alternate that I can have? This is the first question.
Milk allergy can be to the protein, or it could be even to the sugar in milk, so lactose. So it is better you switch to plant alternatives, such as you get almond milk, soy milk, and other types of milk also. So do that. But the when you switch from dairy, then that means you are missing out on calcium. Make sure that you're getting calcium from other foods. That's all you need to do.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. And moving on to the next question. All my family members are above 5.5 height, but I'm still below it. So, what will be the reason?
It could be like you may not have stopped growing. Growth comes in spurts. So if you are below, if you are a girl below 19, or a boy, maybe sometimes boys grow up till 2021. So hopefully you will grow, or just check with a doctor. But I think you still have time if you are 16, 17.
Thank you, ma'am. And that's where a lot of people will do a lot of exercise, a lot of people follow a lot of diet on it also to have a healthy height. So moving on to the next question. This is related to the hair. I'm eating a lot of nutrition food, a lot of fruits, but still my hair is short from past 1 year. So what kind of supplements or what kind of food that I have to change in my diet?
Okay. See, 90% of your hair is nothing but protein. So I see a lot of advertisements like protein shampoo, people spending a lot of money on this shampoo, that shampoo, because it has egg or soy or something. But that will condition your hair. But I don't think there is raw material for the hair to grow. So you need to eat good amount of protein to make your hair grow, because that's the raw material. You also need certain vitamins and minerals like biotin and all, iron. So you need to little bit take somebody's help just for initial planning of your diet, and that should do well. Just focus on your protein. I just saw one question popping up here. It says, ma'am, your thoughts on a vegan diet. Vegan diet is fine. For some people follow it for ethical reasons or some other reasons. It's fine. All you need to do is focus whether you're getting all the nutrients or not. If you can get all the nutrients, fine. Especially calcium, you have to focus on, and protein. If you get that, fine. Do it with my blessing. And I can see another question, keto diet.
Yes, ma'am, this person keto diet is good.
Yeah, keto diet, you have to be very careful. Never do it on your own. Do it only under supervision, because there are a lot of things which go into it. So somebody has to check up, see whether your medical condition is okay. So don't do anything harsh like keto diet, which is restrictive. Take somebody's help, somebody who can help you out. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, ma'am, yes, because most of them they follow the lot of ads and advertisements and apps and giving all the details like height, weight, everything, and they get lastly a final checklist of what to follow in their diet. But actually, that doesn't work. That it has to be under a prescription. And let me over the studio to the Global Campus studio where Shar and Miss Ritu is waiting for you to have a couple of questions from their end also. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Bhaswani. Thank you very much. And hello, Ms. Dr. Reddy. That was a wonderful session indeed with you. And I think there's a lot to learn, really. We've learned a lot from you today. Our question to you, the first question here to you would be, how important is milk for adults?
It's quite important, because nowadays a lot of people are going off milk because of the hormones and this and pesticides and all. But the thing is, from milk you can absorb much more calcium than from, say, spinach or almonds or other things. So if you are going to switch to other sources for calcium, then you have to be careful. Otherwise, I don't see much problem with milk. For an adult, about 200 to 300 ml a day would be very good.
Wow.
Wonderful. You know, one tends to follow trends very blindly. And there was this trend we've always heard about, how breakfast is very important, first meal of the day, that is ever so important. And now what one hears about is intermittent fasting, that you stay hungry for a number of hours and then you eat. What should one essentially follow?
See, intermittent fasting is good, but that also you need somebody to check you out before you start it. But see, intermittent fasting can be so many things. The best thing you could do without even medical guidance is, say, 10 hours window. Like once you have your meal at 8 o'clock till next morning, 6 o'clock, don't eat any cookie, don't drink something just because you're staying up late. That itself is intermittent fasting. So the idea is you give complete rest to your body to rejuvenate. So 10 hours to 12 hours window. If at all you want to drink something, drink like lime juice, but without sugar. No calories should enter your body. So that would be my suggestion. Otherwise, you need to meet somebody qualified to get into intermittent fasting.
Lovely. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Reddy. And I believe in this stressful life where people are really stressed on every front, I think such session will help them to stay fit, stay healthy, and keep smiling. So thank you once again for joining in. And that is what's so special about Young Chef Olympiad and such session, ladies and gentlemen. Stay tuned. We'll be back shortly. We are just going for a short break. And trust me, there's plenty in store for all you young students, all the viewers of Young Chef Olympiad, because the session will move on and plenty more coming for you. Thank you so much. We'll be back shortly after a very short break.
We are hospitality.
We will rise.
We will not fall.
We will stand tall. We will answer the call.
We will bounce back.
There'll be days when things seem bad.
Life may seem unfair.
Keep your cool, do not get mad. Breathe and don't despair.
Just say, I'll bounce back.
Bounce, 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 bouncing back. Whoa.
We are hospitality.
We unite the world
through love
and hope
and service.
Things won't always go to plan.
Life won't always be perfect.
Just keep on going, do the best that you can. Keep things in perspective.
And say, I'll bounce back.
Bounce, 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 bouncing back. Ooh, yeah. Pick yourself up, dust yourself off and bounce back.
Bounce, 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 bouncing back. Whoa.
Just say bounce back.
We are hospitality.
We will rise.
We will not fall.
We will stand tall. We will answer the call.
We will bounce back.
And welcome back, viewers, for another lovely session. And we've had a variety of sessions, really. We've had a number of speakers who have joined us today. And right now, a while back, we were listening to Dr. Kavita Reddy. And now we will move on to a leader, a hospitality leader. That's Mr. Parag Sahni, who is the General Manager of Western Mindscape, Hyderabad. And he would be joining us right now for a very interesting session on professional management techniques in hospitality. So we're going to move over to Bhaswani here, who is going to be taking this forward, and we look forward to a lovely session now.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. So next we have Mr. Parag, the General Manager of Western Hyderabad, where he is going to speak about how and what are the professional management techniques used in hospitality sector. And he has been started his career in 2003 as a duty manager in Hotel Hilton's, and he has later he has started his career and grew and worked in various departments, and right now he is holding a strongest position in Western Hotel Hyderabad as a GM. Over to YCO Global Studio to share the screen.
The most dearest students and all the parents, and of course all the ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to this another interesting show, IHM expert session. So as we committed that every slot we are bringing the great leaders to interact and to talk with our students, and with continuation of that, we have the great legend in the hospitality industry. We have Mr. Parag Sahni, the general manager of the Hotel Westin Hyderabad Mindspace. We have, he's with us today. So before we go into the topic, I would like to take a small minute to introduce about Mr. Parag. Parag is having more than 15 years of experience in the industry. He worked in Hilton hotels. He worked in many properties and held up various positions. And also he completed his course in Dr. Y. Patel Institute, in the hospitality technology program, and also he completed his MBA in Oxford Brookes University. So he's very well associated person with IHM Hotel Schools, and is one of the most elegant professional in the hospitality industry. And he's now is a general manager since 2019, and for the Hotel Westin Mindspace Hyderabad. And today he is with us today to interact and talk with us. I'll take this pleasure. It's my immense pleasure to welcome Mr. Parag Sahni to our IHM Expert Talk session. And Mr. Parag, welcome to this session, and thank you so much for giving your valuable time. And we have students watching this session pan-India and across the globe. We have students participated from the different countries for the Young Chef Olympia 2021. And it's a great honor and pleasure having you the same platform for quick 20-minute session and talking about the professional management techniques used in the hospitality industry. Dear students, please pay attention here. And the topic is the most relevant topic to every one of you. So every one of you are going to be a general manager tomorrow. So what are the management techniques, what are the professional techniques everyone should have? Mr. Parag is here to talk about this. Over to you, Mr. Parag, not taking much time. The stage is yours. Please tell us and talk to our students on the topic of professional management techniques used in the hospitality sector. Over to you, sir.
Well, thanks, Emmanuel. It's indeed my pleasure to be able to contribute from my experience of the last 18 years post my bachelor's degree in hotel management. So yeah, it's a pleasure. It's a very wide topic that we're discussing today. The techniques. So, you know, my understanding of your question is, are we looking at what is it that a hotel need, or what sort of leadership does a hotel need, right? So, you know, it's an industry which is by people for people. However, there are a lot of areas which are highly specialized slash technical. So as the 7th International Young Chefs Olympiad is sort of underway, clearly kitchen is one such area, which in my opinion is nothing less than you know, a scientific laboratory. So I believe kitchens deserve that sort of respect, and they command that sort of place in a hotel, that they command that sort of a position in the hotel, and hence we've got you know, specialists who work in these 5-star kitchens across Marriott globally. And you know, there is absolutely zero compromise when it comes to hygiene, especially in this pandemic. It taught all of us, you know, what is the importance of you know, maintaining high-end hygiene, or when it comes to food and beverage, how do we go ahead and ensure that the food is wholesome to be consumed by both ourselves, our associates, and as well as the guests. So culinary art is, you know, undisputably one of the most scientific area technique. Let's look at pastry. You know, even if you play with a few grams of a different ingredient, right? You know, the entire product can just come upside down, be it salt or sugar. So yes, it is highly technical. Let's talk about temperatures, right? If a certain dish of a certain article has to be sort of prepared at an X temperature, the moment the temperature fluctuates a little bit here and there, you will end up curdling the products, right? It will be absolutely curdled, and it won't be wholesome to consume. So without a doubt, I'll move from kitchen to F&B. Right, food and beverage. Let's talk about India, and India is known for its masala chai, its ginger tea, right? I mean, I personally have experienced this across various states and cities of India. You know, it's very difficult for you, even within the same hour, if you order 2 cups of masala chai, right? Very difficult that both the cups would taste identical, right? And that is in a hotel. However, if you go to a roadside restaurant, even if you go back to that restaurant months later, yeah, let's take an example of Chai Point, right? No matter how big a gap you give yourself, right, and you catch a flight from the airport, but you go to Chai Point, the tea is exactly the same, purely because they've got a scientific technique. They've gone ahead and mastered the recipe of that particular tea. And they're very clear that come what may, they'll not compromise. That is their core product. So today, I would like to say that we are competing against a lot of standalones, a lot of startups. And if our product, if our passion towards that product, towards satisfying that customer, is not sort of obsessing us with quality, with ensuring perfection, that all the T's are crossed and all the I's are dotted in that recipe or in that manufacturing process, you know, that cup of tea will never be consistent. You know, sometimes it'll be too good, sometimes it'll be average, sometimes it'll be too bad. Let's talk about coffee. You know, again, to what degree are the coffee beans roasted, to what sort of milk are we using, to temperature at which the milk is stored, the hygiene, you know, the cleanliness of the mug in which one is going to sip the coffee. I think our industry, it is very technical. It is a lot of emotions, but emotions alone cannot satisfy a customer, right? it has to be backed up by the same very high quality of product, be it food, beverage. Look at cocktails, right? I mean, we talk about our classic cocktails. How often, let's take the example of Hyderabad, so many hotels. Bloody Mary is a Bloody Mary is a Bloody Mary, right? It's very classic. It's a classical drink, I'm sorry. So how often do we get that perfect salt rim? Do we get that perfect celery stick, which is fresh, that you would actually want to bite, chew? So yeah, I mean, I sort of take a break here by mentioning that technical expertise takes paramount importance, and I think universities and colleges such as Iihm are doing a brilliant job in ensuring that the students are well trained and they're ready for all the sort of big chains to absorb the students, especially now when the competition is really high in the food and beverage world. Of course, the occupancies are slowly climbing up. And when we talk about rooms division, yes, we don't have a hygiene manager who works in rooms division, but we have a complete housekeeping team, right, who have thorough knowledge about what chemical needs to be used at what surfaces. We've got now electrostatic sprayers. People have been trained how to use those sprayers, which were never used in hotels. These sprayers were always used in hospitals and operation theaters, right? So we're clinically cleaning our rooms. We're ensuring that every touch point, I mean, like we've to our team highlighted close to 200 touch points where a guest has to touch, right from the entrance to the exit. A guest certainly touches at least 200 different touch points in a hotel. And how do we make sure these spaces are kept, these touch points are kept absolutely sanitized all the time? So yeah, I mean, information technology, IT, again, plays a very important role where we collect the guest database. We ensure that the e-commerce engine sort of learns about our customers, and accordingly we market, right? So definitely technology is something that hotels are always leveraging on, and certainly Western Hyderabad is indeed a front runner in this.
Mr. Barak, thank you so much for talking about these management techniques and also technology innovations happening in hospitality industry. Because what we have seen, what we have learned, it's not there now. It's all upgraded. The last recent 5 years, there are huge innovations in technology, especially after this pandemic. So we also learn many things in technology. So, Mr. Barak, I have two questions to ask you. One is, as you said that the quality education is very important, for becoming a great managers and everything. So everyone, all the students who are watching this session, so everyone joined in a hospitality management course to become a general manager, to reach the high position. But somewhat, all the students are not able to achieve their destination. So you are the role model for many young hospitality aspirants. So what are the special techniques or qualities required to reach that position? If you can brief our students, it would be great. Mr. Parag, over to you.
No, well, Emmanuel, our industry is such where you have to prove yourself every day. We are not doctors, we're not engineers, we're not lawyers, right? So we are as good as our performance today. I will say not even yesterday. Today I am on stage, and today my team is on stage. We just finished our lunch operation, and once again, if my team doesn't put up a great show during lunch, the customers will decide whether they want to return here. They'll actually even choose whether they want to pay for the meal or not, right? We don't take the money beforehand. A person only pays afterwards, right? So for me, I believe we have to keep sharpening our skills every day. We have to stay up to date. I mean, I learn a lot from students. I mean, especially now we have a good number of students from Iihm. I interact with them, and sometimes they come up with brilliant ideas. They'll absolutely delight me at times my team won't think of ideas that they would have, right? Which clearly is down to the education that they're getting and the sort of research that they must be carrying out on their own. So we cannot be complacent. I believe growing up years, all I can tell you is I personally was always up to go to any geography and every geography. Whenever there was any time, I was fortunate to invest that and my savings into education, which is where the MBA at the Oxford Brookes happened. It was an executive weekends program. When I was head of department at the Hilton St. Anne's Manor in Wokingham, England. Right. So I believe upgrading yourself, we can't just rely on the education that we took once upon a time, right? One has to find that time, I believe, be it a formal mode where you can get a certificate, which will hopefully add some credibility to one's profile, or otherwise just keep on learning, a lot of reading, investing time in nourishing your own self. I think today we have to take responsibility, right? I mean, there were times when we were very heavily dependent on other leaders because there was no Google. I'm going back to my college days, right? So we had to always find a lot of mentors. Today, technology has sort of sorted that out. You still need mentors to motivate you, to guide you, to correct you. However, a lot of knowledge, a lot of data sits on the web, which is easy. You don't even have to spend money buying books, right? I mean, you can just go on the web and keep Googling and keep researching. I would certainly advise very humbly that, the leaders of tomorrow should remain hungry all the time. They should always be thirsty. They should always be hungry. They should not look at a geography and say, oh, you know what, Dubai is too hard. Why should I go to Dubai? I remember leaving Pune at a very young age after graduating in 2003, coming to Mumbai, absolutely uncomfortable. But that discomfort of a very small apartment, of a very crowded city, and you're a nobody, right? That discomfort really teaches you a lot. And I very fondly remember at that point in time, thinking very deep and very hard every time I had a few minutes. What am I doing with my career, and what should I be doing next? I think that question in the initial growing up years has to be there, and that question to me actually never stops, right? You still wonder that it's 2021, it's January the 27th, right? Here we are, 4 weeks gone out of 52 weeks. What do I do for the next 48 weeks? So one has to plan forward, I believe. One has to research his or her own strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. The very classical SWOT analysis, and start working on the opportunities, start converting those weaknesses into strengths. And I believe it's a very continuous process where along the way, the learnings will come through, and people will notice the hard work. People will notice your passion. Passion is not something that can be injected every morning and it'll last you for 12 hours when you're at work or when you're at the university. Right, passion is something that I believe it's very much within. Yes, somebody has to make that effort to light it, and then once that passion is burning, I believe world is your oyster.
Thank you so much, Mr. Parag. Absolutely. We need to stay hungry, and technology is also will play one of the major role. So we need to upgrade ourselves with the technology as well, and we need to upgrade every day. There's new things are happening every day. So of course we are learning from the students sometimes, and the new technology we're learning from the students, and we never seen in our colleges times. So Mr. Parag, last question, and we have witnessed 2020. How industry was affected in the last year. Now the 2021. So your point of view, you are the leader, you are leading the entire team, and your point of view, how this 2021 would be for our hospitality industry. Over to you, Mr. Parag.
Sure. I'll be absolutely honest. A lot of industry leaders have said 2021 is a year of recovery. I partially agree with it, but only partially. I believe the vaccination is yet to be sort of reaching all of us, including myself and yourself, Emmanuel. So the foreign borders and the travel to start, it'll take some time. It'll certainly take some time. So in my opinion, and I could be wrong, it depends how the rollout happens. Second half will certainly see more recovery. Our food and beverage business, of course, has sort of recovered well, I would say. Catering, social catering business also has recovered well. But Emmanuel, I believe 2022 would be a real year of recovery, right? I mean, by recovery, my definition is to go back to the 2019 levels, right? So definitely, I think this year would be a year to be sort of be more vigilant about your costs. Also, keep innovating, keep doing different things, and never lose a good opportunity, right? I mean, I think every day brings an opportunity. We just need to figure out what the opportunity is for that particular day, right? So yeah, 2021 is again going to be a slow-ish year. Certainly not anywhere close to 2019. However, a year to again get ready, get prepared. If we need to do some hirings, this is the year that we hire the right talent. It could be freshers from university, or it could be experienced associates from within a company. Yeah, it'll be a year to sort of pull up the socks and get ready for the real year 2022.
Absolutely, we are all looking forward this with a lot of hope and positivity mind. This 2021 will somewhat help us to recover, as you partially at least. So we are all looking forward 2022, which will be the real recovery year as we were before COVID. So, Mr. Barak, thank you so much for your time and for this wonderful and short and crisp session. And ladies and gentlemen, dear students, we had just interacted with Mr. Parag Sani, the general manager of Hotel Westin Mindspace Hyderabad. So thank you so much, Mr. Parag, for all the insights and inputs and all the ideas and the suggestions and the techniques what the students supposed to be followed to become a general manager, to become a reach any high position in the hospitality industry. And thank you so much. And of course, Westin Hotel always supports Iihm Hotel Schools, and you are our great supporter. And we wish you to be part of our YCO Olympiad for this opening ceremony, and we look forward to see you soon. And definitely, we are already back into our college, and we will be opening our college for students physically from February 8th onwards. So we are all looking forward to see our young, students after a year, almost after a year. So everybody is looking forward this year more prosperity. So thank you so much, Ms. Parag. Wish you Happy New Year to you, to your family, to the entire team of Westin on behalf of the entire Iihm Hyderabad fraternity.
That's quite lovely, and the great insights has been shared by Mr. Parag, where he was like discussing about the quality, the product, hygiene matters a lot in the situations. And there are a couple of questions in my chat box where I want to answer them. Okay, here the first question go. What are the challenges that has been faced when your career is growing? Of course, there will be a lot of challenges that will be placed, and we need to face it when your career is growing, because the career will be grown when you started doing your multitasking, when you start focusing on the work more. And the team player is very important, because the team is the one which is supports to you to do your work, and to get the work done also your team plays a major important. So that's where again, and learning, observing the things in very close, and adapting to the situation and adapting to the work environment is one of the most important when you are growing in your career. As a young people, it will take time to adapt to the situations, because when we were like working, was easy for us, because there are a lot of manual work rather than a mechanical work. So that is where one of the difficult chance is like playing a multitasker and playing a role in a team, and as well as a team also. So that was one of the difficult question. I mean, that was one of the difficult challenges. And here the second goes, what are the skills that are required for a hospitality person? That's actually a good question. So when we talk about the skills in the hospitality sector which are required, the first one I have to say about communication. Communication plays an important role. It's not only speaking, it's not only listening, it's about understanding. It's about understanding how far we understand the situation, how far we understand the people. That plays an important role when we talk about the skills that are required in the hospitality, because we are the hoteliers. We need to understand the situation. We need to understand what people are saying. That is the most important. And as I said, you should be ready for adapting to the situation. You should be ready to adapting to the culture, and you should be ready to adapting to the working environment. That is the most important. And you should know everything in detail, eye to eye detail, everything you need to observe. Observation plays a vital important role when you are talking about the skills in hospitality industry. It's not about seeing and going. Observation plays an important. Observe what you are observing, what you are learning, the key observations, and what you are gaining out of that observations. Is it right or wrong, true or false? Okay, is it for me or for others? Is it going to help me or not? Those kind of an observations which are required to grow in the skill in the hospitality sector. And as I said, you should be a multitasker too. It's not only for one position or for one chair. You need to be a multi-talenter. You have to be ready for any kind of a work in your organization or in your role. That makes you a person who can grow in your career further. That's the most important. And it's not only one thing, that we also have to be very good in training ourselves, because once we start growing, we feel like that we are growing. Why we have to learn, why we have to train ourselves? The moment we think and we stop learning or we start training ourselves, then that is the end for our career and end for our things also. So every time, every day, there is a new learning, and the learning should be happen. And by training ourselves for the new things, new equipments, and for upgrading our knowledge, what is happening, because hospitality industry is like everywhere. It's like everywhere in the corner, and we need to know what are the great insights happening, what is the latest technology, what are the latest trends, and which hotel is operating what, how they are operating, because this pandemic has taught us so many things, so many new things of operating technology in check-in check-out process, in cleaning of the room, serving the guest, making the food, everything. So we have to keep upgrading ourselves in this pandemic situation, or whatever the situation in our future. Upgrading ourselves is the most important, and we need to train ourselves. That's the most. And we need to keep on learning. There is never end for learning, and there is never end for training. That's where the thing keeps on going. So this is what the skill sets that you need. You need to have the communication, you need to observe, you need to understand, and the first and the last thing is of patience. You need to have a great amount of patience, because I can see a lot of people, they don't have patience. They just want to give a conclusion. They just want to have a ultimate answer. The patience plays an important role. So having a patience in listening, and having a patience in doing the work on time, or particularly on it, that makes a very good out of it. So this is what Mr. Parag, and these are the questions that are being asked in our chat box. So here I conclude, and I hand over to the Voice Your Global Studio, where the 7th International Young Chef Olympia 2021 is happening. And tomorrow there is a big day of announcing the results of who is going to be the Young Chef Olympiad. And okay, there is one more question where I have to take it on. How to show hospitality without a perfect home? Okay, so we always say, there is no quote, hospitality sector, hotel is always a home away from home, which gives a complete comfort zone to the guest, where he is not missing his home. It's a complete sector where, starting from the check-in process till the checkout process, complete the human touch, the smile, the way we greet, the way we accommodate the person in his room, the way we give him security to him and to his belongings, the way we give the serve the food and the room services that we do, the completely is into a human touch. It's always having a person taking on your own. It's not like a guest who is paying for us on a daily basis, on a day basis or hourly basis. A person should have or should get a feel that he's not going to miss his or her family, and that's the way that we interact with the guest, and knowing about in and out of the guest, where he's coming, how was his journey, the comfortness, the touch that should be there, the touch of the human touch, and the talking and the way we interact. Remembering also of the guest is most important. Just one wish, good morning, Mr. Parag, that makes enough that the guest will be very happy that you are remembering, because we have a lot of guests. On that guest, we are remembering this one guest and wishing, that makes their day very good and very bright. So remembering of the guest, and when the guest keeps on coming to us all the time, so we need to have what kind of a special requirements that does guest needs all the time. That's again the plays a vital important role, because whenever the guest keeps on coming again and again, there are like constant and standardization requirements from the guest, that again, instead of asking to the guest, we can keep on checking in our PM as a property management system. We keep updating the guest history, the guest services, and before asking the guest or before guest is looking, if we arrange, being in a hotelier, if we arrange, the guest always feel wow, and that's where we can get our guests keep on coming back to us to a hotel, and where we can have a healthy and long relationship with our guests. That is the one important thing. And there is one more question, how to handle a guest complaints. This is the most important. And the guest, handling the guest complaint is one of the most important tasks, and it's a challenging, and it's a learning also. Have a good communicator, a good listener also, a good listener. So when you listen, when you understand what is guest trying to tell us, because no one want to give any kind of an intention complaint. If guest is like facing any kind of a problem, okay, any kind of an issues or any kind of a service queries, then only he'll come to us. Rather than that, he doesn't come to us. So first thing, coming to us, what is the reason behind it? Is it truly from the hotel or some other issues? So understand, though you doesn't belong to that department where the guest is coming and interacting you, but you need to listen. The first thing is that, though you doesn't, if there is a complaint about a room services, the person will be coming and talking to the front office department. Being a front office department, you cannot say this is not my issue, it's in a room service issue. No, it's not a right format out of it. Okay, so that's where being a sympathy and empathy towards the guest, and listening to the guest and escalating the things to the concerned department plays a vital important in handling the guest. And always guests will come with a valid reasons when they are coming with the complaints like this. So take care of the complaints. Like here, I can see a lot of people like who have to do their training, who are in the training and who have completed the training in this 3 years of IHM journey. So this is one of the most important thing that plays a vital important in handling out of it. Okay, so here we conclude, and let me hand over the studio to Global Vice Your Global Studio, and over to Vice Your Global Studio.
Nice, and we have a lot in store for us today, with us today. In fact, a lot more coming up. We're going to be chatting with a lot more speakers who are going to be joining us today. And of course, all of this is going to lead us to the final round that's going to be starting within the next few hours. So the countdown is on. We have in the plate round today, we're going to have Iceland, Switzerland, Italy, Tunisia, and Barbados. And they are going to be competing today in the plate round. And along with them in the for the grand final round, we're going to have the second group of the countries, of the last 5 countries, which is UAE, Iran, Equatorial Guinea, Canada, and Namibia. And now we are going to wait and see who is going to take the trophy home. Who is going to be the winner? It's been an exciting few days. This entire week has been action-packed, really, with competition, with speakers joining us at the global studio, as well as our other studios too. They've been joining us from across the globe. We've had live demonstrations from various countries. Today, a while back, we had South Korea. We've had Switzerland also demonstrating things to us. So it's been a really exciting week. So YCO is really about a number of things, Vishal.
Absolutely. And just adding to all this, we had some lovely culinary skills demonstrated during this United World of Young Chef.
Oh, yes.
Which is, I think, yet another historic event. If you talk, we never get to see, if we just ignore probably this year because it was on the virtual platform, but United World of Young Chef, where more than 50 countries cooking their national dish under one sky. Just imagine the level of exposure for the students of IIHM,
yes,
along with the amount of learning they get. The opportunity where you can interact with people. As we were talking yesterday about hospitality as a global profession, this is the beauty of it, because tomorrow, once you graduate, the entire world is there for you. You have the opportunity to go and work anywhere in the world. And through this, such platforms, be it UWYC, be it Young Chef Olympiad, be it the wine tour we do, be it the culinary tour we do. This is how we prepare the students for becoming the leader of hospitality industry tomorrow. So that's what the special thing is all about, ladies and gentlemen. Be it anything, but the reality of hospitality industry is that it is a blend of your knowledge and it is the blend of your exposure. Exposure in hospitality industry is equally important, and we at IIHM, we try our level best to ensure that you get the education from the best of the best people in the industry. And this is what your Young Chef Olympiad is all about. This is so special. So we will definitely come back. We will join back. We are going for a short break, and the studio will join back at 2 o'clock with plenty more sessions, with plenty more interactive sessions for you all. So stay tuned and join back us at 2 p.m. sharp. Till then, goodbye from us, and we'll be back at 2 p.m. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
See you all soon. Thank you.
The 7th International IIHM Young Chef Olympiad commenced with a grand online opening ceremony on the evening of 31st January 2021. The world's biggest virtual culinary battle for hope, organized by the International Institute of Hotel Management and the International Hospitality Council, London, attempts to convey the message of hope, positivity, and unity across borders and nations.
I'm at the International Institute of Hotel Management, the global campus, to one of the finest walk-in areas. You can see it. We have one of the 4K screens welcoming you, and you can see the holograms because it connected people, it connected countries. I would say literally, knowing Dr. Bose, if he had his way, we would have connected planets also. If there was a possibility, because he is always a gentleman with the innovation and the thought process.
These students who are coming in here and competing, they're the best of the best. And they just come out with so much passion and so much creativity. You just see what the people from, all these different countries, and you got Palestine and Egypt and Singapore, and all these countries coming in here and showing you what they think of certain ingredients and how, this might be exotic to them, and this spice might be new, and then there's just this great collaboration of creativity and just joy and love for flavor and food.
You're watching the opening ceremony of the Young Chef Olympiad 2021, which is by far the biggest culinary competition anywhere in the world.
The opening ceremony kicked off from the YCO Global Studio at the Global Campus, from where the YCO participants, mentors, judges, students and all well-wishers across 24 time zones and 6 continents were connected on the same platform at the same time. It also introduced the 50 countries participating with their young chef and mentor representatives.
We will make sure that the spirit of the young people, the spirit of the Young Chef Olympiad, which we have been able to uphold so strongly for the last 7 years, will carry on. The Young Chef Olympiad for Hope. We call it the Hope Olympiad. This time, the theme is Forward Together. The only way that we can really go fast now only way we can go forward now, only way the world of hospitality can progress now is forward together. Together as a clan, as a fraternity, as a team.
YCO 2021 is the inspiration of hope for young people. It is the bounce back. It is the reset. There is no lockdown in friendship. There is no lockdown in creativity. There is no lockdown in imagination. There is no lockdown in the YCO, Dr. Bose and the whole team of IIHM, and the judges throughout the world who have unanimously backed this project to bring young people together in the inspiration of hope and moving forward. So this, as I said, is the bounce back year. It is the important year.
And Dr. Bose, thank you for making sure that people do not lose hope. It is a landmark event in history of hospitality, and I'm part of this. I am very lucky that I can witness history being made, history being created. With this kind of arrangement, with this technology, by putting everyone together, I think I'm awestruck by the scale of this competition. IIHM takes the lead with a leader so ably assisting you. I think kudos to the entire team.
In the name of all competitors, I promise that we shall take part in the Young Chef Olympiad, respecting and abiding by the rules which govern them, committing ourselves to the competition with a fair play in the true spirit of the Olympiad for the glory of the culinary world and the honor of our country. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Hello, good morning everyone. I'm Orko, a third year student of IIHM Kolkata, aka the City of Joy. And today we are here at Tangra, the Chinatown, located in East Kolkata. This is a much recent Chinatown in Kolkata, the other one being situated in Tirupati Bazaar in North Kolkata. Tangra's unique Indian Chinese food is attracting a lot of attention, and I will be taking you on for a breakfast experience here in the heart of the Chinatown. The nearest landmark is the Chinese Kali temple situated in the interior of Tangra and is a proof of the harmony the Indians and Chinese live in. And we'll be taking this road to reach our restaurant. So after a 2-minute walk, we reach Lauzi temple, and the next shop or the house is our final destination. So let's head straight to the restaurant. Here, unlike the other restaurants, they serve traditional pork dishes. Their food is rich in flavors due to the use of lard in the food, which is quite controversial due to the religious beliefs of the residents of Kolkata, but still is consumed by lots of food lovers and are well praised. So this place is open every day from 8:30 till 12 PM in the afternoon, but I'll suggest coming early morning because it can get really crowded. ordered wontons and wonton noodles. So they gave us this soup, which is a clear broth soup, pork broth with some greens. Our dumplings are here. Sorry, not dumplings, wontons. So let's go to the kitchen and check out how they are made. So this gentleman is filling the wontons with pork filling, and with the help of egg wash, he is closing them. So let's take a look at the interior of the hotel, the restaurant. This is basically not a restaurant, but more like a eatery. This place is owned by a Chinese couple, and this is basically their house, and they have an extension which they use as a restaurant for breakfast. Our wonton noodles is finally here, so let's eat it. I like to pour my soup in the noodles bowl because I think it gives it a very good flavor, richness and moisture which it needs. Many people eat the noodles separately and drink the soup separately, but I think mixing them brings up the best. In the noodles we have just plain boiled noodles, which is boiled in pork broth along with some wontons and some shredded chickens and some greens. The noodles was tasty, perfectly cooked along with the wontons. It's just wow. So we came into the kitchen to see how the food is made, and the noodles is just tossed with some seasoning and some soya sauce. That's it. This place is well known by everyone and you can find it easily. Thank you for watching.
At the foothills of the Himalayas, Darjeeling stands tall. Kalimpong is an unembellished canvas of natural beauty. It is a remedy for the wounded soul, a sight for sore eyes, and the muse for all those chai lovers. You must have heard numerous tales on how beautiful my hometown is, be it the white majestic snow-capped peaks or the luscious green tea gardens. But when you witness the beauty, you'll know what an understatement these tales are. My hometown is an eclectic mix of Nepalis, Tibetans and Gurkhas. When I talk about our street food, I cannot put it in a few words. There's something about it that cannot be found even in the classiest of restaurants. Maybe it's the tangy taste of adventure, maybe it's the bite of freedom, or perhaps the smell of simplicity. Whatever it is, we are thankful to the carts and stalls, lining the busy streets and quiet alleys for existing and giving us what we call street food.
Namaste, I am Shreya Chetri from Kolkata campus. I am today in Kalimpong and I will be showing you around the street food of the hills.
In Kalimpong, The street food scenario is very much loved by everyone, and I started my day with everyone's favorite, momos. Momos are made with flour dough and stuffed with either meat or vegetables. The non-veg ones are stuffed with either pork or chicken, and the veg ones have cabbage, cheese, and other vegetables inside them. It can be served steamed or fried. You cannot walk continuously for more than 3 minutes without coming across at least one shop that serves momos. And I strongly believe that these flavorful dumplings should be renamed dumplings of happiness instead. I went to visit Mr. Binod, who could tell us more about momos and his journey.
चिकन भेज मोमो थुक्पा मात्रै पाउँछ चिकन मोमो चाहिँ फेमस छ लकडाउनले अलिक डिस्टर्ब भयो तर ठिकै छ पनि हाम्रो सिम्पल हुन्छ यहाँ मोमो बेसी त्यो टेस्ट उयोको लागि बेसी केही गर्दैन सादा बनाउँछौँ हामी त्यही अदुवा हल्काले मिक्स हुन्छ त्यही नै हो.
My next stop had to be Kanchan. Kanchan was initially a movie hall, but it had to close down due to some circumstances. But the stalls nearby are still standing tall, and people still visit to eat kachar pachar, a snack made of noodles mixed with aloo dum, cucumber, mulako achar, chana, etc. I also had a short conversation with the lady who runs the stall, and this is what she had to say. My mother started this business and we have been continuing the tradition since the past 80 years. I am her proud daughter. I have aloo thuppa, fambi, mulako achar, chana, chops, and all these together are called kachar pachar. It is only available in Kalimpong. I wake up at 4 in the morning to get everything done and I close at 6:30 since it's cold. It's very much loved by the teenagers, and I also have some young regular customers who makes it a point to visit in between the tuitions and despite the busy schedules. This is something that I'm very proud of, and I'm very happy to continue my family tradition that has been going on since ages. Next up on my list was Leifing. I had a conversation with Miss Putia, and this is what she had to say. Leifing is a spicy cold mung bean noodle dish, and it is of a Tibetan origin. It was very much popular in Tibet, and slowly it moved to Nepal and now to Darjeeling and Kalimpong. Leifing can be eaten with some red pepper, coriander and sauce. The noodles have a slippery texture and it can be served dry or soupy. The soup is usually cold and the sauce is soy sauce based and it is flavored with some Sichuan pepper. Leifing is a summer food but people also like to enjoy during the winters. Next on my list was to visit Cafe Kalimpong. Currently I am in Cafe Kalimpong, which is one of the most famous cafes in Kalimpong, and I am having sel roti. It is a Nepalese bread and it is made of rice flour. It is crispy in texture and brown in color, as you can see, and it can be customized in various different ways according to whatever suits your palate. So yeah, this is something called sel roti. It is very prestigious to us and it is something that we make during festivals, Nepalese festivals, that is Dasai and Tihar. Next I have this beautiful plate of flavors from the hills. It is called tea momo. I have chicken shafta with me, which is usually accompanied with tea momo, and tea momo is made up of a leavened dough, same like momo but without the filling, of course. And we have some achar, also known as chutney, to accompany with it. Next up we have something to accompany tea momo. It is called churpiko achar in Nepali, and it is made up of cheese, local cheese of Kalimpong. And something that I really like about the people of hills is that they really abide by not using any plastic. And as you can see, we have a straw which is made of bamboo, and we strongly believe that we should not use plastic and we truly abide by it. Thank you. The hills are definitely known for its tea, but the food scene is not to be ignored. Be it the local avocados, the local cheeses, or kinema, also known as fermented soybean. The list goes on. Since fermentation is listed as top 2017 food trend, I figured I'd introduce Nepalese pickles. It is one of the most important components of traditional Nepalese thali, and you definitely can't have a meal in the hills without pickles. The process of making these pickles are similar to Korean kimchi, but the pickles can be made from different vegetables or even different ingredients. Some of the most popular ones are mula ko achar, tamba ko achar, dalle ko achar. I had a conversation with Miss Renu Pradhan, owner of Renu Pradhan's Gorkhe Kosali homemade pickles, and this is what she had to say. I'm Renu from Kalimpong, and I wanted to do this business because I've enjoyed making pickles ever since I was a kid. I started this after the 1968 horror, also known as 1968 disaster in Darjeeling district. Floods destroyed vast areas, unleashing about 20,000 landslides and killing thousands of people. So, I wanted to do something for the people, and that's when she started making pickles and sold them at very low rates. She was also crowned as Miss Kalimpong in the year 1979. She also added by saying her best sellers are mula ko achar, tamba ko achar, dalle ko achar, etc. And she said that Gorkhe Kusali is now famous, and I'm very glad that I started this. Kalimpong Flavors is a homegrown business, and it is an initiative to bring out the most authentic and local flavors. Supporting local communities and preserving local traditions is at the heart of what they do. They source everything through the local farms and ensure that they follow age-old traditional methods, which gives it the subtle local flavor that everyone enjoys. They believe that not everything needs to change, especially the flavors of our childhood. Lastly on the list is everyone's favorite, Fambi. Fambi is one of the best street foods of Kalimpong. It is prepared with mung beans. The liquid powdery form of beans is made into steamed cakes and fried lightly. It is preferred to be eaten spicy and is available only in Kalimpong. It is a jelly-like in consistency, and its piquant flavor lingers in the mouth for a long time. Me, being a regular customer at Narmada Didi's Dokan, I asked her a few questions, and this is what she had to say. I'm Narmada, and I sell Kalimpong's very famous Fambi. We have momos and thukpa too, but I feel that Fambi tops all charts. It is made of a liquid and is a residue of mung beans, which is used to make glass noodles. I have the plain ones and the spicy ones. People often take the plain ones and they like to experiment and customize it with various ingredients. I also have achar, which is coriander based. Young girls like you come looking for my stall, and that's when I feel very proud. My mother started this business and I've been running it since the past 10 years, and I'm very happy with what this stall has given me. To sum it up, I would like to say that we also have the fanciest of cafes serving the best food in town. But something that needs to be more treasured and recognized are these people who run these little stalls for their living. Street food is what brings us together, and I, on my journey today, found out that the people of hills are not good at writing or explaining it to the world. We keep all our secrets to ourselves. I strongly believe that we have a very rich culture and traditions, and the entire world should know about it.
Hello guys, good afternoon. This is Shainisha from Iihm Kolkata campus, and now it's 1 o'clock. I'm at CC2. So today we are going for a short journey, and we will be go through some sweet herbs and sweet shops of Kolkata. And I think, actually I don't think, I definitely sure that I believe that today our journey will be quite fun, lots of fun. And behind the lanes my fellow mate is there, it's Priyanka Sharkar, and without any further delay, let's go. So we have reached to Esplanade, and our first spot is Kesi Das. So let's go inside. So is located in Esplanade. So it is the most oldest sweet hub where we can find a lot of various type of Bengali sweets. And the main special thing is here is various type of rasgullas, flavored rasgullas like blueberry, mango, strawberries, a lot. And so let's check it out. So here is the various type of rasgullas over here. It's kesar rasgulla. This one is strawberry rasgulla. This one is nolen gule rasgulla. And this one is called kalo jam. It's fried mishti, which is soaked in sweet syrup. After 2 hours long journey, we have reached here. It's part of North Calcutta, Sobha Bazaar. And we are here at Girish Chandra and Nakul Chandra Movi's shop, which is, as per my knowledge, it's 170 years old. And here we can find sandesh, which is made of milk solids, various flavored sandesh. So let's check it out. So we are inside the Vikaram Chanmal, and it has 6 outlets, and it is located in sector 1. And let's talk with the manager. Let's go. Manager of this outlet, and please introduce ourselves.
Well, myself is Surendra Mandal. I am the manager of this branch. My sweet famous is a very moti pak, because this is a very specialized for Vikaram.
Okay.
It is made for Nagpur Mawa. That is the famous. And I have also famous for this one Kalakan, ghee Kalakan. No ever in the Calcutta city, no in the sweets. And this Dalmut. And our good Rasgulla, Rajbog, and Chamcham, Malai Chamcham, Guru Malai Chamcham. These all are the very famous for the Vikaram.
Okay.
And my specialized for Bhujia.
Yeah, please tell me about the savory items.
These all are my own products. Bhujia and Gathia. All lots of variety available in my shop. And each and every branch have lots of products.
Okay, so how long about this outlet? Like how many years it has been?
This outlet is 15 years, about 15 years.
Okay. And when was the first Bikaji line?
Vikaram Chandma,
Yeah,
the Burban Road main branch.
Okay. So right now I'm having this Kalakan, right? So I'm very much excited how it will be tasted. So let's see. So here is our next stop, Balaram Malik. It is located in sector 5. It is very famous and old sweet hub, and it is famous for bulk order and sweet savory fruit, savory items and sweets. So let's go. So I'm inside the Balaram Malik, and we will just chit chat with the manager.
আমি এই ব্রাঞ্চে আছি ম্যানেজার হিসেবে, দুজনই ম্যানেজার আছি। আমি এখন বলরাম হচ্ছে আমাদের একটা রেপুটেশন, তো আপনারা সবাই জানেন বলরাম মল্লিক মানে একটা মিষ্টির একটা ম্যাজিক, সত্যি কথা মিষ্টি ম্যাজিক হচ্ছে বলরাম। তো আমাদের নিজস্ব কিছু সিগনেচার প্রোডাক্ট আছে যেগুলো বলরাম ছাড়া অন্য কোথাও আপনারা মানে পাবেন না, পেলেও বা সেই টেস্ট বা সেই জিনিসটা হয়তো অতটা পাবেন না। যেমন ক্ষীর দই, এটা যেটা দেখছেন এটা হচ্ছে, এটা কিন্তু নর্মালি ক্ষীর দিয়ে তৈরি। দই আমরা নর্মালি জানি দুধ দিয়ে তৈরি দই, কিন্তু এটা একটু মানে ক্ষীর একটু মিষ্টি হয়েছে, বাট এটা মানে সো ডিলিশিয়াস। এটা আপনার টেস্ট যেমন খেতে ভালো, এবং এটা মানে খুব একটা মানে সুন্দর, হ্যাঁ ভীষণ মানে ভালো। তারপরে এটা যে দেখছি, এটা হচ্ছে ডাব সন্দেশ। এটা হ্যাঁ, এটা হচ্ছে ডাবের যে শাঁসটা থাকে, সেই ডাবের শাঁস, জল আর ছানা দিয়ে সন্দেশটা বানানো হয়। এটা দারুণ টেস্ট। এটা ডাব সন্দেশ। এটা হচ্ছে বেকড রসগোল্লা। নর্মালি রসগোল্লা বলতে আমরা যেগুলো বুঝি ছানা দিয়ে তৈরি, এগুলো কিন্তু এটা এই রসগোল্লাটাকে আমাদের একটা মেশিন আছে, বেকড মেশিন। এই মেশিনের মধ্যে এটাকে দিয়ে আমরা প্রায় রেসিপি পোড়া পিঠা, তুর্কিজ মাখা। এটা কিন্তু ড্রাই ফ্রুট, আপনি 2 মাস 3 মাস এরমভাবে রেখে খেতে পারেন, কোনো অসুবিধা নেই। এসএম এটাও বাংলা বা এটাও বাংলা, বিভিন্ন রকমের আছে। আর এইগুলো আছে আমাদের মমতা স্ন্যাক্স। এখন তো এইটা স্যাভিয়ার ডিফিমেন্স, কেন এখন অনেকটা তো 7টা বাজে, অনেকটা শেষ হয়ে গেছে। জাস্ট অনেকটা বেক সিঙ্গারা। আচ্ছা, এই একটা বোঁদে আছে রাম বোঁদে, বিগ সাইজের বোঁদে, বুন্দি যেটা big size bun.
It's maybe besan, right? Gram flour. So nice to talk to you. And thank you for your help. Thank you so much. So I'm trying this dark shortbread. It's made with coconut water and coconut cream. So let's have it. Wow, it's so nice.
পোড়া পিঠা তুর্কি এটা কিন্তু ড্রাই ফ্রুট আপনি 2 মাস 3 মাস এরকমভাবে রেখে খেতে পারেন কোনো অসুবিধা নেই
So we are here at Bengal History Hub and it is located in New Town adjacent to the park and it's look like this and it has a small section which includes which have Kesidas, Haldiram, Bikaram and some Nalin Chandra sweet shop which is very old vintage shops in Kolkata. So look, gram flour. So nice to talk to you and thank you for your help. Thank you so much. So I'm trying this dark shortbread. It's made with coconut water and coconut cream. So let's have it. Wow, it's so nice.
পোড়া পিঠা তুর্কি এটা কিন্তু ড্রাই ফ্রুট আপনি 2 মাস 3 মাস এরকমভাবে রেখে খেতে পারেন কোনো অসুবিধা নেই
So we are here at Bengal History Hub and it is located in New Town adjacent to the park and it's look like this and it has a small section which includes which have Kesidas, Haldiram, Bikaram and some Nalin Chandra sweet shop which is very old vintage shops in Kolkata. So look, gram flour.
So on the other side, inside the Bengal Street Hub, they also have a very informative sector which shows about all the 12 months like Boishak, Joishto, Ashar and so on. And it has also mentioned below there what all delicacies and sweet preparations are being served in terms with the occasions. For example, Poila Boishak, that is the Bengali New Year. We serve Midana Laddu, Modak. Then next comes Jamai Shoshti, which is in the month of Joishto, which comes we serve Payesh, Amriti and so on. So like this, all the 12 months are being mentioned over here as per the Bengali culture and as per the Hindu mythology. All the festivals are mentioned and all the Bengali sweet preparations are being also mentioned below, which are being served on the particular occasion.
So we are here and finally we are close to our and it is located in New Town adjacent to the park and it's located. So I don't want to talk and it has a small section which includes which have Kesidas, Haldiram, Bikaram and some Nalin Chandra sweet shop which is very old vintage shops in Kolkata. So look, gram flour.
So on the other side, inside the Bengal Street Hub, they also have a very informative sector which shows about all the 12 months like Boishak, Joishto, Ashar and so on. And it has also mentioned below there what all delicacies and sweet preparations are being served in terms with the occasions. For example, Poila Boishak, that is the Bengali New Year. We serve Midana Laddu, Modak. Then next comes Jamai Shoshti, which is in the month of Joishto, which comes we serve Payesh, Amriti and so on. So like this, all the 12 months are being mentioned over here as per the Bengali culture and as per the Hindu mythology. All the festivals are mentioned and all the Bengali sweet preparations are being also mentioned below, which are being served on the particular occasion.
So we are here and finally we are close to our and it is located in New Town adjacent to the park and it's located. So I don't want to talk and it has a small section which includes which have Kesidas, Haldiram, Bikaram and some Nalin Chandra sweet shop, which is very old vintage shops in Kolkata. So circle of ground floor.
So on the other side, inside the sweet Bengal sweet hub, they also have a very informative sector, which shows about all the 12 months like Boishakh, Joishto, Ashar, and so on. And it has also mentioned below there what all delicacies and
Mostly get
preparations
to
are
see
being
about all these
served
things in
in
marriage
with
ceremonies
the
or any
occasion.
huge
For
parties.
example,
These are
Vada
just like
Boishakh, that
shredded
is the
carrot,
Bengali
which
New
are
Year,
caramelized
will
and
be served with
then
an
topped with
laddu
dry
modak.
fruits
Then
and
next comes Jamai Shishti,
seeds
which is
and
in the month of
pistachios,
Joishto,
cashew
which
and
comes
raisins. Then
we
there
serve
comes
payas,
moda, which is
amriti, and
basically
so
made up
on.
of pulses
So like this, all the
whom
12
the
months are being
honest,
mentioned over
and
here
this is
as per
also
the
topped with
Bengali
different types
culture
of dry
and
fruits.
as per the Hindu
Then there is
mythology.
gulab jamun,
All
which
the
is a
festivals are
major part
mentioned
of
and all the
Indian sweet
Bengali sweet
preparation.
preparations are
This is
being also
also a part
mentioned
of the
below,
different marriage
which are being
ceremonies or
served on
any
the particular
party
occasion.
functions. People, most Indian, they prefer to eat this one.
We are here at 5 and it is located in town.
Then there is malpua. This is very typical and one of the most oldest Bengali sweet preparation. This is an Indian type of pancake which is being always dipped in the syrup, sugar syrup, and this is how it looks, and it is always topped with pistachios and cashews and different nuts while
It is
serving.
very old vintage shops in Kolkata, which is made of mixed solids, which is
So on
known
the
also known as
side, inside the sweet
koa,
Bengal sweet hub,
and
they also have a very informative sector, which shows
There are
about
two
all the
different types of
12
halwa
months like
preparation. One
Boishakh,
is which is
Joishto, Ashar,
carrot
and so
halwa,
on.
another one is
And
known
it
as
has also
halwa
mentioned
bread.
below
This is a very
there
main
what
part
all
of Indian
delicacies
dishes.
and
We mostly get
preparations
to
are
see
being
about all these
served
things in
in
marriage
with
ceremonies
the
or any
occasion.
huge
For
parties.
example,
These are
Vada
just like
Boishakh, that
solid
is the
carrot,
Bengali
which
New
are
Year,
caramelized
will
and
be served with
then
an
topped with
laddu
dry
modak.
fruits
Then
and
next comes Jamai Shishti,
seeds
which is
and
in the month of
pistachios,
Joishto, which
cashew and
comes
raisins.
we
Then there
serve
comes
payas,
moda, which is
amriti, and
basically
so
made up of
on.
pulses
So like this, all the
whom
12 months
the
are being
honest,
mentioned over
and
here
this is
as
also
per the
topped with
Bengali
different types of
culture
dry
and
fruits.
as per the Hindu
Then there is
mythology.
gulab jamun,
All
which
the
is a
festivals are
major part
mentioned
of
and all the
Indian sweet
Bengali sweet
preparation.
preparations are
This is
being also
also a part
mentioned
of the
below,
different marriage
which are being
ceremonies or
served on the
any
particular
party
occasion.
functions. People, most Indian, they prefer to eat this one.
we are here at 5 and it is located special thanks to Priyanka Sarkar from
Then there is malpua. This is very
She
typical
helped me
and
a
one of the
lot
most
throughout
oldest
the
Bengali
journey.
sweet preparation.
So thank you
This is
so much,
an
Priyanka.
Indian type of pancake which is being always dipped in the syrup, sugar syrup, and this is how it looks, and it is always topped with pistachios and cashews and this is how it looks, and it is always topped with pistachios.
Which is made of mixed solids.
So on the
Which
other
is
side,
known
inside the
also
sweet
known as
they
koa,
also have a very informative sector, which shows about all the 12 months like Boishakh, Joishto, Ashar, and so on. And it has also mentioned below there what all delicacies and sweet preparations are being served
Mostly get to see about all these
in
things
the
in
occasion.
marriage
For example,
ceremonies or
Vada
any huge
Boishakh, that is
parties.
the
These are
Bengali
just
New
like
Year,
solid carrot,
will be
which are
served with
caramelized
an
and
laddu
then topped with
next
dry
comes Jamai
fruits
Shishti,
and
which is in the month of Joishto, which comes
pistachios,
we serve
cashew and
payas,
raisins. Then there
amriti, and
comes
so
moda,
on.
which is
So
basically
like this,
made up
all
of
the
pulses
12 months are being
whom
mentioned over
the
here
honest,
as per the
and
Bengali
this is
culture
also topped
and
with different types
culture
of dry
and
fruits.
as per the Hindu
Then there
mythology.
is gulab
Festivals are
jamun,
mentioned
which
and
is
all the
a major
Bengali
part of
sweet
Indian
preparations are
sweet
being also
preparation.
mentioned below,
It is also
which
a
are
part
being
of the
served on the
different marriage
particular
ceremonies or any party
occasion.
functions. People, most Indian, they prefer to eat this one.
And it is special thanks to Priyanka Sarkar from
Then there is malpua. This is very
She
typical
helped me
and
a
one of the
lot
most
throughout
oldest
the
Bengali
journey.
sweet preparation.
So thank you so much,
This is an
Priyanka.
Indian type of pancake which is being always dipped in the syrup, sugar syrup, and this is how it looks, and it is always topped with pistachios and cashews and this is how it looks, and it is always topped with pistachios.
Which is made of mixed solids.
So on the
Which
other
is
side,
known
inside the
also
sweet
known as
they
koa,
also have a very informative sector, which shows about all the 12 months like Boishakh, Joishto, Ashar, and so on. And it has also mentioned below there what all delicacies and sweet preparations are being served in the occasion. For example, Vada Boishakh, that is the Bengali New Year, we serve with an laddu. Next comes Jamai Shishti, which comes we serve payas, amriti, and so on. So like this, all the 12 months are being mentioned over here as per the Bengali culture and all the festivals are mentioned in all the Bengali
This is truly amazing. I'm at the International Institute of Hotel Management, the global campus. Good evening. Thank you so much. This truly is fantabulous. I'm actually walking in a very, very short while. I'll be getting into the studios and we will be engaging and interacting, talking about the upcoming, yes, YCO 7, the 7th season. But as you see, I'm entering the global campus out here. It is fantabulous. One of the world's best hotel schools, hailed by 50 countries. The Iihm Global Campus, where I am right here. Absolutely killing. I'm going to be walking in to one of the finest walk-in areas. You can see it. I can see it. Countries across the world with their flags. You have one of the 4K screens out here, which is talking about the YCOs over the years and the celebrity judges and the juries who are giving their point of views. Of course, we have a beautiful face and hospitality is all about greeting, welcoming you with folded hands, which is the Indian tradition. And of course, today, very, very special because in a very short time, it's going to be the inaugural of YCO 7. And for that, of course, I'll be walking up to the studios and the camera will be following me. So you can actually see photographs, you can see graphics, a beautiful entry into the world campus out here. And trust me, you surely will be loving what you're going to see in time to come. Right now, here I'm going up the stairs to the studios, and you can see the plethora of beautiful photographs as we walk up. And you can see the holograms of Iihm, the International School of Hotel Management, and of course, the Young Chef Olympiad logo which we see at the side. On the screens you can see across the world what good things are happening. Wow, it's quite a walk. But here, I'm running up. A good exercise, and with all the slides, beautiful campus. What a beautiful dome up there. It gives you a style, a closeness, a warmth, and that's what hospitality is about. Hey, I'm getting into the studios, guys. Let's catch up. Online from the USA, we have Logan Gullip, who is going to be joining us. Hi, Logan, how are you doing?
Hello! I'm doing amazing.
Yo, check it out, go. You're looking great. You're looking happy.
Oh,
and
thank you so much.
People in food actually look delicious. Yes. Absolutely. Welcome right here to the Iihm Global Campus Studios. And in a very short while, of course, it's going to be the inauguration of the Chapter 7 of YCO. Tell me, Logan, how are you feeling being live, talking across the globe right here in the beautiful city of Joy? You know, right at the hub of, I would say, an IT wonder where we've connected 50 countries from the campus at Salt Lake. How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling amazing. You know, the YCO is such an amazing event. I'm always so hyped whenever I see it. You know, the students, they always look like they have so much fun. I've happened to be a judge in previous years, and I just think it's an amazing event. I love it, and I love supporting all those amazing students. And such a great competition, you know. These students who are coming in here and competing, they're the best of the best. And, you know, they just come out with so much passion and so much creativity. You just see, like, what the people from, you know, all these different countries, and you got Palestine and Egypt and Singapore, and all these countries coming in here and showing you what they think of certain ingredients and how, you know, this might be exotic to them, or this spice might be new, and then there's just this great collaboration of creativity and just joy and love for flavor and food.
Wow, I just love your energy, you know, and no wonder people loved you in 2018 when you were the mascot. and people still love you with the cute smile of yours. And I'm sure the magic you create, being the junior master chef, and continuous magic you create. So, looking forward for a lot of engagement. And I would love you, before we actually get into the inauguration, I would love you to give a message. I would love you to give a message to the entire world right here from the global campus of hospitality, I would say, the seat of hospitality.
Well, I'd have to say that my global message is, to stay strong, and that, 2020 may not have been a great year for us in the industry, the hospitality, and the cooking, and all that. But we're going to come back stronger. We're going to do amazing work. We're upping our standards. We're doing great stuff. And it's just this push for innovation and creativity and, really pushing ourselves to next level. It's really important. And I guess that's pretty much my message. And, for a message for the competitors and for all the IHM students out there, best of luck. Always think outside of the box and always work on your dreams, always keep fighting and I'll just never forget that amazing time that I had in 2018.
Superb. It's going to be a lot of amazing time this year too. And of course we all agree it's time to reimagine, reinvent and reboot yourself and come up with exceptional stuff. Thank you, Logan, for joining us. It's been such a wonderful time in Kenya and talking with you.
All right. Thank you so much. And have an amazing opening ceremony.
Thank you so much. Looking forward. All the best. Ciao. Well, that was Logan all the way from the US of A. And I love technology here. It makes you like you're talking across the road. And this has been possible because of the amazing IT hub which the global campus has become, connecting across 24 time zones, connecting across 50 countries, and absolutely live. Thanks for the amazing hookup and technology which the global campus boasts of, not only talking to all of you all, but streaming education, connecting with personalities, and talking about behind the scenes. How was the work built up to today's inauguration?
Well, talking about it, Jimmy, definitely, when the world almost came to a halt last year, trust me, IHM was still going strong, and it made us what we are today.
You know what I have to say? Yes. International Institute of Hotel Management, truly international, yes, because it connected people, it connected countries. Right. I would say literally, yes, knowing Dr. Bose, absolutely, if he had his way, we would have connected planets also. That's right. If yes, there was a possibility, because he is always a gentleman, yes, with the innovation, yes, and the thought process. And what a good time right now, right, if it's possible to get over and talk to the man himself, absolutely, the mentor, the boss, yes, the man who created this amazing brand of International Institute of Hotel Management, also the man behind YCO. Well, we have Dr. Bose kind of getting ready. And of course, there's Dr. Bose. Dr. Bose, a warm welcome to you right here. So wonderful to see you. 7 years, the 7th edition of YCO. How do you feel about it? Dr. Bose. Yes, Dr.
Very excited, Jimmy. Thank you very much for being with us today. It's a very historic day today because in the midst of the huge challenges and the pandemic and the virus, we are still able to show the world that our show must go on. And Young Chef Olympiad 2021 is very special because in spite of all this, we still have pulled up this amazing competition, albeit on a virtual platform. But the point is that over 40 countries now, has been a couple of last minute dropouts are competing, and that is a huge news for the industry. This is what we call that bounce back. The bouncing back is happening through the YCO globally. YCO is one platform that's helping the industry all over the world to come and bouncing back to a huge level of positivity and it will be in the similar way it was the pre-COVID days, possibly in 6 to 9 months from now. So yes, very, very excited. The team has really been fantastic, and I think the support which we got from all over the world, from the countries, from the contestants, from mentors, from the judges, David Foskett, I think amazing, amazing. I think it was an absolute team effort this time. Every year we always feel that, well, we have done it, but this time we really feel so humble because it's really the global team that has achieved this. So very happy, Jamie. Super excited.
You've been totally rocking. You know, when I look at YCO, it's one of the most complex systems of web connects in the world that tests culinary skills of these 40 to 50 countries, sir. And also offer guest sessions across 4 channels of IIHM, beaming education to over 10,000 students worldwide, all happening simultaneously under one umbrella of IIHM Hotel Schools. What would you like to say about it? This is fantabulous.
Absolutely. So I think we were the first mover. I think 3-4 years back we were in the technology field much more advanced than a lot of other people in the world. And so when the pandemic happened, we were very well equipped with our technology platform, and within a couple of days we really transferred the classes into online, and with a lot of innovation. And I think that Young Chef Olympiad should be one of the example of a very complex high-tech connectivity and high-tech IT logistic, where we can have 50 countries connected and they're cooking together in 24 time zones, and we judged by over 25 judges all over the world. And it is like it's a nightmare initially, but I think the team works so well, and is very well organized, very well synchronized. I think we're looking forward for an absolutely fantastic Young Chef Olympiad. We call it Hope Olympiad because this Olympiad is all about hope. This Olympiad is all about positivity. This Olympiad is all about bouncing back.
Dr. Bose, congratulations. There's so much happening. How are you feeling currently at the moment that we are just, a couple of minutes away from the inauguration of the 7th edition of YCO, which is going to be streamed across the world, across 24 time zones, lakhs of people watching it, not just the chefs and the young ones competing against each other. How is the feeling? It's reinventing, rebooting, reimagining, and recreating, and it's only possible because you've been there.
Thanks so much, Jimmy, but I really want to reiterate that it's been an absolute teamwork. The team really gave their best, and we learned so much in the process. And it's a global teamwork. Everyone throughout the world actually came and supported us. So I think it's a huge guidance we got from everybody. So we look forward for the next 6 days of very high tech, but at the same time, very high quality culinary skills and talent, and may the best chefs win. I think it's about that, taking that glittering trophy, and of course a prize money of $10,000 at the end of it, which is a big amount. And I'm sure that the world is looking at us. So we have got a lot of hard work to do for the next 6 days. Lot of stakes are there in for the taking. I'm sure that we will do it. As we say that at IHM, we dare to do. And again, we will dare to do it again. And we'll take up this challenge with both our hands and legs, and we'll do it. Thank you so much, Jimmy.
Doctor, I truly consider you a super rock star, who's creating vision, who's creating hospitality, and has taken it to another level which we can never ever comprehend. A big congratulations to you and your team. And Doctor, before we of course get on with the inaugural session, which is going to be happening in a short while, your message across welcoming everybody who may be already, getting ready to be a part of the inauguration.
The message is that there is no lockdown for friendship. There is no lockdown for the spirit of the young people of the world. There is no lockdown of the hospitality, and there is no lockdown for the Young Chef Olympiad. So we march ahead, forward ahead, and that is the bouncing back message for all the young chefs of the world.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Dr. Bose, for joining us, the mentor, the man behind International Institute of Hotel Management. And in a very short while, we will be going over to the inaugural session of the YCO. So thank you so much once again. World, still, being a part of it, all of us are smiles.
Yes.
And we are going to be taking off in a short while. And hey, guys, thank you for joining us for this prelude right here, right now.
Thank you.
The 6th edition of IIHM International Young Chef Olympiad is back in a bigger, better and a grander avatar. A massive event in scale and magnitude, this is the only culinary contest in the world that brings together contestants from across the 4 points of the compass: East, West, North and South. A whopping 55 countries are part of this year's edition. For anyone embarking on a culinary at the coveted title of IIHM International Young Chef Olympiad is always a dream. The reason to participate are many as well. For some, it is about raising their country's flag high. For others, it's about making new friends. For some, it's about learning from each other. But for everyone, it is mostly about being part of an endeavor that simply unites the world with a singular love for food.
This Olympiad is to bring the young people from all over the world under a single platform. So that one hand we have got a competition, which is a very tough competition. On the other hand, we have got a lot of bonding, friendship, getting united together, and they become friends for life.
The opening ceremony saw some of the biggest names from the hospitality sector, all of them particularly applauding the underlying theme of sustainability this year. The opening ceremony also saw a unique assimilation of cultures, different ideas as the young chefs took to the stage.
I think it's a major platform to bring all the world together, not just students, but all the world together. We must work together in peace and harmony and communication, build bridges.
The journey for this year's edition has only begun. There will be many new stories written, many new bridges built through food as the IIHM Young Chef Olympiad 2020 unfolds over the next few days. If the opening ceremony was anything to go by, today is even bigger for the contestants for sure. This is round 1 and it all begins from the national capital, the IIHM campus in New Delhi. Any praise is less when it comes to describing IIHM as a wonderful host. The welcome itself is spectacular. The beat of the drums, the applause and the prep. And then there is the seriousness of the competition itself. Last-minute briefings, the judges unraveling what is in store for the contestants and a clear announcement of the rules. And the cook-off begins. The IIHM Young Chef Olympiad is a perfect amendment of the old adage, food weaves cultures. Young chefs from 55 different nations cooking together under one roof. The judges are excited no less. Some of the best known names of national and international repute from the hospitality industry are here today to endorse the initiative and to encourage each contestant to excel in their chosen field.
It was really great to see these students actually coming from all the way from different countries, working with new ingredients, working with new equipments, and just the synergy in the room. I think it was amazing.
The competition itself is a great platform to have so many young budding chefs from so many countries under one roof, and backed equally by such legendary senior chefs flown from various parts of the world. I think it's a very nice platform.
As this first group of contestants cook off to walk an inch closer to the coveted title, one can only wish them luck. As the night sky breaks into dawn, we arrive at yet another beautiful IIHM campus. Today we're at Bengaluru as the International Young Chef Olympiad 2020 treads forward. The buzz and the tension here is palpable as the contestants take to the next rounds of the cook-off. Absorbing last-minute briefs, seeking final advice from the mentors, recalling all the training they've ever been through. After all, this is a big stage and any slip of the mind and nerve will have to be paid with a heavy price.
So many countries can learn so much about other countries and to learn about different environments. And of course this year our key theme is sustainability. Everybody is now beginning to become very, very much aware, and we want to play our role. And we are using, and through this year's YCO,
IIHM as an institute has always been able to define its core objectives clearly over the years. It is an institution that has always worked towards causes that give back to the society. As part of an initiative that has been underway for a while now, some of the contestants took the opportunity to visit an orphanage, the Suman Gali Seva Ashram, with their IIHM buddies. IIHM proudly and aptly calls them food soldiers, a dynamic group of students working tirelessly to ensure a hunger-free world.
Thank IIHM for giving me this chance. Well, it's a great opportunity.
Honestly speaking, I'm feeling very good to be a part of this team.
The cook-off at the campus, meanwhile, is culminating at the judges' table. The food on display is a clear indication of the talent that has converged from all over the world. Color, texture, finesse, it's all there. There is a final icing on the cake. A grand dinner hosted at the Taj West End for all our young chefs. After all, these have been grueling days for them. A bit of bonding over great food is surely needed, isn't it? The Young Chef Olympiad 2020 contestants have reached the City of Joy today. The IIHM story began in Kolkata. Now it has spread all across the country, and it boasts of an incredible state-of-the-art global campus in the city of its origin that connects its students to the rest of the culinary world. A series of events were lined up for the day, each with a different meaning, message, and purpose. First up were presentations by top 10 countries chosen for their best sustainable practices. The presentations addressed the impending global concern of food wastage and food shortfall and strategies adopted by the institutes to fight these concerns.
Sustainability is the theme, and we want to really press very aggressively to be sustainable, especially in India.
The second event saw an engaging talk by Chef John Wood, where he took the young chefs and their mentors behind the scenes of the food industry, particularly the business and management aspects of it. What followed next was an MOU signing session between Dr. Suborno Bose, Chairman and CEO, International Young Chef Olympiad 2020, and the 55 participating countries to ensure academic collaboration between them. The day also saw IIHM's Food Aid Initiative being endorsed and supported by all International the Young Chef Olympiad is back in a bigger, better and a grander avatar. A massive event in scale and magnitude, this is the only culinary contest in the world that brings together contestants from across the 4 points of the compass: East, West, North and South. A whopping 55 countries are part of this year's edition. For anyone embarking on a culinary journey, to stake a claim at the coveted title of IIHM International Young Chef Olympiad is always a dream. The reason to participate are many as well. For some, it is about raising their country's flag high. For others, it's about making new friends. For some, it's about learning from each other. But for everyone, it is mostly about being part of an endeavor that simply unites the world with a singular love for food.
This Olympiad is to bring the young people from all over the world under a single platform. So that one hand we have got a competition, which is a very tough competition, and other hand we have got a lot of bonding, friendship, getting united together, and they become friends for life.
The opening ceremony saw some of the biggest names from the hospitality sector, all of them particularly applauding the underlying theme of sustainability this year. The opening ceremony also saw a unique assimilation of cultures, different languages, different attires, different ideas as the young chefs took to the stage.
I think it's a major platform to bring all the world together, not just gyms, but all the world together. We must work together in peace and harmony and communication. Build bridges, not walls, to work together.
The journey for this year's edition has only begun. There will be many new stories written, many new bridges built through food as the IIHM Young Chef Olympiad 2020 unfolds over the next few days. If the opening ceremony was anything to go by, today is even bigger for the contestants for sure. This is round one, and it all begins from the national capital, the IIHM campus in New Delhi. Any praise is less when it comes to describing IIHM as a wonderful host. The welcome itself is spectacular. The beat of the drums, the applause, and the prep. And then there is the seriousness of the competition itself. Last-minute briefings, the judges unraveling what is in store for the contestants, and a clear announcement of the rules. And the cook-off begins. The IIHM Young Chef Olympiad is a perfect embodiment of the old adage, food weaves cultures. Young chefs from 55 different nations cooking together under one roof. The judges are excited no less. Some of the best known names of national and international repute from the hospitality industry are here today to endorse the initiative and to encourage each contestant to excel in their chosen field.
It was really great to see these students actually coming from all the way from different countries, working with new ingredients, working with new equipments, and just the synergy in the room. I think it was amazing.
The competition itself is a great platform to have so many young budding chefs from so many countries under one roof, and backed equally by such legendary senior chefs flown from various parts of the world. I think it's a very nice platform.
As this first group of contestants cook off, walk an inch closer to the coveted title, one can only wish them luck. As the night sky breaks into dawn, we arrive at yet another beautiful IIHM campus. Today we are at Bengaluru as the International Young Chef Olympiad 2020 treads forward. The buzz and the tension here is palpable as the contestants take to the next rounds of the cook-off. Absorbing last-minute briefs, seeking final advice from the mentors, recalling all the training they've ever been through. After all, this is a big stage, and any slip of the mind and nerve will have to be paid with a heavy price.
So many countries can learn so much about other countries and to learn about different environments. And of course this year our key theme is sustainability. Everybody is now beginning to become very, very much aware, and we want to play our role. And we are using, and through this year's YCO,
IIHM as an institute has always been able to define its core objectives clearly over the years. It is an institution that has always worked towards causes that give back to the society. As part of an initiative that has been underway for a while now, some of the contestants took the opportunity to visit an orphanage, the Suman Gali Seva Ashram, with their IIHM buddies. IIHM proudly and aptly calls them food soldiers, a dynamic group of students working tirelessly to ensure a hunger-free world.
Thank IIHM for giving me this chance. Well, it's a great opportunity.
Honestly speaking, I'm feeling very good to be a part of this team.
The cook-off at the campus, meanwhile, is culminating at the judges' table. The food on display is a clear indication of the talent that has converged from all over the world. Color, texture, finesse, it's all there. There is a final icing on the cake, a grand dinner hosted at the Taj West End for all our young chefs. After all, these have been grueling days for them. A bit of bonding over great food is surely needed, isn't it? The Young Chef Olympiad 2020 contestants have reached the city of joy today. The IIHM store in Kolkata. Now it has spread all across the country, and it boasts of an incredible state-of-the-art global campus in the city of its origin that connects its students to the rest of the culinary world. A series of events were lined up for the day, each with a different meaning, message and purpose. First up were presentations by top 10 countries chosen for their best sustainable practices. The presentations addressed the impending global concern of food wastage and food shortfall and strategies adopted by the institutes to fight these concerns.
Sustainability is the theme, and we want to really press very aggressively to be sustainable, especially in India.
The second event saw an engaging talk by Chef John Wood, where he took the young chefs and their mentors behind the scenes of the food industry.
put together by International Hospitality Council and International Institute of Hotel Management. For the next 6 days, these 50 countries are going to fight out one of the most intense culinary battles across 24 time zones on 4 different channels that are going to beam live continuously starting today till Saturday next week. Well, this is by far the biggest ever Young Chef Olympiad that has been organized ever, this time even virtually. COVID-19 did not let us stop here, and here we are with the biggest Olympiad once again, ladies and gentlemen. And for this, we've also created a bounce back anthem, all bringing hope and positivity for all the people around the world.
We are hospitality.
We will rise.
We will not fall.
We will stand tall. We will answer the call.
We will bounce back.
There'll be days when things seem bad.
Life may seem unfair.
Keep your cool, do not get mad. Breathe and don't despair.
Just say, I'll bounce back.
Bounce, 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 bouncing back. Whoa.
We are hospitality. Through love
and hope
and service.
Things won't always go to plan.
Life won't always be perfect.
Just keep on going, do the best that you can. Keep things in perspective.
I say I'll bounce back.
Bounce, 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 bouncing back. Ooh, yeah. Pick yourself up, dust yourself off and bounce back.
Bounce, 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 bouncing back. Whoa.
Just say bounce back.
We are hospitality.
We will rise.
We will not fall.
We will stand tall. We will answer the call.
We will bounce back.
Today, we are talking about 50 countries that log in across the world. Well, this year is even bigger in many ways because these countries are going to fight out across 24 time zones continuously together under one common platform. The Young Chef Olympiad has grown bigger, bolder, and better. Well, let's see the journey from 2015 till today.
Young Chef Olympiad is the brainchild of Dr. Suborno Bose, Chairman, YCO Global Council, with a vision of uniting people from all over the world through food.
The Young Chef Olympiad is not just about a competition. It is not just about the winner. It's not just about the $10,000 US of the winner's check. It's not just about the medals, but it's about friendship.
The world's largest culinary event started in 2015 with over 60 participating countries and has been making waves ever since, even gathering support from the Ministry of Tourism, India. YCO is headed by Professor David Foskett, Chairman of the Panel of Judges ICO 2021, Chairman of International Hospitality Forum, Head, London School of Hospitality and Tourism, University of West London, UK.
Food is our heritage. Food is what we are about. It's part of our socialization.
Along with celebrity Padma Shri chef Sanjeev Kapoor as principal judge.
To see this happen, I think it's like a dream come true for many Indians. I won't just say chefs, because India has always had good food.
Celebrity chef Ranveer Brar and Kunal Kapoor are the brand ambassadors of Young Chef Olympiad.
I am very excited to be here at the Young Chefs Olympiad. I think young talent is what
the world needs when it comes to kitchens. India especially, there's a lot of talent that needs to be recognized. Forums like these, which I'm really excited to be a part of, help recognize the talent at the right time and give it that encouragement at the right time.
So the Young Chef Olympiad with the IIHM, I think it's a great initiative of grooming young talent who are passionate about food and cooking and making them the proud chefs of tomorrow for India and for the world.
So for everybody at IIHM, first of all, it's a great space to be in. Hoteliering is the most comprehensive management course you can have. It teaches you marketing, production. You know, it is like becoming a mini CEO.
Like the previous years, YCO 2021 promises to be yet another magnificent event as almost 60 countries gear up to unite on a virtual platform. The excitement, tension and determination will remain the same, and every participant will show their zeal to win the coveted YCO 2021 trophy. YCO has also been a platform towards important causes like sustainability, which was the theme of YCO 2020. YCO 2021's theme is Culinary Challenge for Hope, as everyone looks forward to moving towards a positive 2021. Spearheaded by the leadership of Dr. Suborno Bose, Chairman, YCO Global Council, and the indispensable guidance of Professor David Foskett, the vision of uniting people through food has truly brought the world closer. YCO has always been a melting pot of talent, culture and friendship. Distinguished Indian and international chefs along with culinary icons such as Chef Chris Calvin, Chef Enzo Oliveri, Chef John Wood, Chef Brian Turner, and Andreas Muller add value and glitz to the competition. While the world is waiting to experience the biggest virtual culinary battle for hope, YCO 2021, we know it will bring forth new ideas, innovations and add great impetus for hospitality to bounce back.
We are the young chefs.
We will rise.
We will not fall.
We will stand tall. We will answer the call.
We will bounce back.
There'll be days when things seem bad.
Life may seem unfair.
Keep your cool, do not get mad. Breathe and don't despair.
Just say, I'll bounce back.
Bounce, 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 bouncing back. Whoa.
Global studio here in India. And for all the people who've just tuned in, you're watching the opening ceremony of the Young Chef Olympiad 2021, which is by far the biggest culinary competition anywhere in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, every year 50 countries come in, and it's time to introduce our countries to you. And let's see the contestants, participants who are logging in from different parts of the world across 24 time zones. Please welcome Bangladesh, NHTTI, Rihanna Rehman Khan and Jahida Begum. Barbados Community College, Jessica Cummins and Tremaine Reiki. Bulgaria, HRC Culinary Academy and Zela Buova and Henry Donio. Canada College, Jenna Bona and Fenton Flynn. Colombia, Augustinian University, Andres Mauricio Pachon Cuentero and Julio Cesar Gonzalez Alonso. Costa Rica, Bucus Dio Costa Rica, Daniel Melendez Zuniga and Marco Sanchez Vargas. Equatorial Guinea, Grand Hotel Jibloho Culinary School, Ricardo Martin and Asim Ratnani. Gambia Tourism and Hospitality Institute, Maimouna Zibba. Please welcome Hong Kong International Culinary Institute of VTC,
Lemon Key and Ricky Chan Wayne Loon. Please welcome Iceland, Hospitality and Culinary School of Iceland, Robert Demeriv and Aegir Frioriksen. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the host country, India, represented by International Institute of Hotel Management, Shwetang Ranjan and Clement de Cruz. Please welcome Indonesia, Setla Tinggi Privasata Sahid Surakarta, Nicholas Teaska Ganinda and Yusi Kusmade. Please welcome Iran, Panis Meher Iranian Culinary Academy, Panis Zafri and Hoshi Bahrami. Please welcome Italy, IIS El Merico d'Ascio, Jessica Miolo and Ivano Pintonato. Please welcome Jordan, the Royal Academy of Culinary Arts, Yahya Khalid Abu Saad and Yusuf Jabasini. Kenya, Boma International Hospitality College, Swabra Chimolide and Chris Burton. Lesotho, Donabolos Chef School of Hospitality for Lizzie Mary and Mamutusi Moilo. Please welcome Maldives, the Maldives National University, Fatima Sadha and Fatima Umar. Please welcome Mauritius Institute of Training and Development, Sibarun Jason and Angelique Armugum. Please welcome Morocco Culinary Institute. Please welcome Namibia, Silver Spoon Hospitality Academy, Gadicha Gwenid and Terence Jenkinson. Kingdom Country, Nepal, Academy of Culinary Arts and Hospitality, Abhay Limbo and Lokesh Rohila. Please welcome New Zealand, Wellington Institute of Technology, Jessica Lewis and Scott Campbell. Next country, Nigeria, CMK Culinary Arts School, Aiki Elizabeth and Base Abe. Please welcome South Korea, Busan University.
All right, very good afternoon to all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, I really hope that you've been having a great time since this morning, because there has been a lot of expert sessions. And today, I'm sure you're very surprised, because next to me is not Rupinder, but instead, before Rupinder comes, I have a very special and enduring person. Somebody who is, of course, very dear to me, our very own Chef Sanjay Kark.
Good afternoon, everyone, and it's a pleasure being here at the YCO Global Studios. And to be in conversation with Sanchari is a pleasure.
It is a pleasure, likewise, Chef. And as everybody knows, Chef happens to be the culinary director of IIHM, and he's also basically mentoring the students from here itself. And Chef, I would like to know from you, the last, like 4 days has been too many things happening around. There has been, of course, the competitions rolling. Today also, we have in the next couple of, maybe hours, we have the Fate Trophy and, of course, the grand final top 10. The 5 countries which were pending, they are going to be cooking today, right? In both the 5 and 5 from the Fate Trophy and the top finals. And definitely yesterday was a time when we had an amazing time with the United World of Young Chefs. the entire series of students all across the world cooking from their own home nations, and with so much of joy and pride. What do you have to say about that, Chef?
Keeping the competition on one side, this is a very, very tough competition. It is, I think this one is even tougher than what we used to do live.
Yes.
Keeping the competition aside, the competition is the mainstay of this whole this event. Keeping that aside, we have always said, and our chairman and the idea behind YCO is basically connecting with these countries, connecting with the world, connecting with these colleges, connecting with these young chefs, their mentors, and trying to make a global family of hospitality. And otherwise, not only hospitality, there are people, educators who are from different walks of life. There is a lawyer, there is somebody who is an entrepreneur.
Correct.
So basically, there is I was listening to this gentleman yesterday who is the CEO of a fishing company.
Right.
So this platform has become so big now that everybody internationally wants to be a part of it and wants to kind of exhibit something, show to somebody, because you have people from India, you have people from Namibia, people from France, people from Australia, New Zealand. Day before yesterday rather, on the United World of Young Chefs, people started at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Exactly.
There was some country at 4 o'clock in the morning in the kitchen cooking, and you saw Sweden right at the end. While we were at 9:30. They were almost at 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock in the night.
Shows the passion.
Shows the passion and the kind of hard work that these people have got. See, what is they're going to get a trophy after the competition.
Exactly.
They're going to get award money after the competition, recognition out of the competition. But what is somebody going to get from demonstrating a dish?
Exactly.
Right. So, if people come together and they come and are demonstrating a dish, showing us local produce. I was surprised, people came up with showing us new pieces of equipment in their kitchen, what they have, moderated, new ingredients that are very local in their countries. So this is amazing. It is something which has created a huge gateway for anyone all across the world.
Correct.
And Sanchari, that this UWYC, and we have a global connect system wherein it does not end after these 6 days of competition. Correct. It continues for the next 350 days. Absolutely. So, we are now a global village. We are now basically somebody who has a big family which has come into the being.
Yes, absolutely. And that is the global connect we are talking about, Chef Kak. It is about getting the world together. And just like Dr. Bose says, this is the Hope Olympiad that we are running this year. This is the entire theme of Hope Olympiad. And with this Hope Olympiad, we have brought together more than 50 countries. So much of education exchange, so much of culture exchange. Correct. Food exchange, and just like Sir said, Chef said right now, it is all about passion, commitment, and so much of understanding between each country.
Friendship,
completely. So, Chef, thank you so much for being there with me today in the Global Studio. And of course, we are right now going to another session. In fact, we have Mr. Arnab Gupta, the Director F&B of Taj Falaknuma Palace, one of the most beautiful palatial properties in India. Definitely, we have him over for a session on continued technological changes and regular innovation in hospitality. For that, I would like to, of course, invite our colleague, Mr. TG, who is fondly called as TG, but his name is Mr. Tathagata, who would be taking over and moderating the session. Over to you, TG.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tathagat Banerjee. I'm from Iihm Hyderabad studio, and we'd like to be welcoming you all to the afternoon session of today's expert session. So hope you guys have done with your break and you recharged enough to be once again ready to be evidence for some expertise opinion of our outstanding professions. So as Sanchari ma'am already been told, we have with us Mr. Arnab Gupta. He is the Director of Food and Beverage of Taj Falaknuma Palace, Hyderabad. For some advice, he of course have some advice for our industry students all over the world, definitely. and he would recommend the technological changes and the regular innovations in hospitality industry. So let's go to our studio lab to join our speaker.
So welcome all the ladies and gentlemen and my dearest students. I welcome you all again the another interesting session. So today we have with us uh, a great personality in hospitality industry and very well-known person in the food and beverage service industry, Mr. Arnab Gupta, the food and beverage director for Taj Falaknuma Palace Hotel, Hyderabad. So Mr. Arnab is having very massive experience and great knowledge, especially when it comes to food and beverage service, and he's very passionate hotelier. And he's having, as I said, more than 15 years experience, and now he's leading the food and beverage service department as a director in the such a most beautiful and the property of Taj Hotels. It's Taj Falaknuma Palace, uh, where everyone wish to go there and to see the property at least once. So, having said that, and good afternoon, Mr. Arna. Welcome to our IAHM experts session, and it's our great honor and pleasure having you. And just if you can brief about yourself for a few minutes, because we have there are more than 5,000 students will be watching this session. So if you can tell us about yourself and your journey, the success story, for 2 minutes. Over to you, Mr.
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone, and good afternoon, Mr. Emmanuel, and always a pleasure to connect with the students. It's not always a one side interaction. I mean, we also get to hear and know a lot from institutes and students, because they sometimes have more varied exposure compared to some of us in the industry who end up working in the hotel and don't step out beyond our scope of work. So it's always a pleasure and honor to connect with you and the team there. And I take it as an opportunity for all of us to always share our experiences, share our views and thoughts on it. So I have around 15 years of experience in this industry. I did my graduation from Institute of Hotel Management, Mumbai, and following which I joined the Taj Group of Hotels as a management trainee in operations. And during my last 15 years of stint, I have got the opportunity to work in various cities, various hotels in Taj, the Taj Mahal Mumbai, the flagship hotel, cities like Chennai, Delhi, now in Hyderabad. And while working with Taj, I also had the opportunity to complete my master's from Cornell, where I was, sent as a sponsored student, which is, as a part of, grooming young managers. The Taj or the IHCL always, encourages young managers to go and learn and expose themselves to these kind of opportunities. So I take great pride in being part of this industry, because it has so much to offer. At the same time, I see this as one of the most exciting industries to work for. I know there have been challenges post COVID, and it's not only affected us; it's affected the entire world. But it also gives us a lot of opportunity to look back and see what best we can bring forward, and what are the changes which will really drive experiences for our customers and for our internal stakeholders going ahead. So uh, with your permission, would you like me
Yes,
to?
thank you so much for sharing your wonderful journey. I will come to this point later. So many years in touch. So I will ask this question. I will reserve this question for you to ask. I will ask you last. But now we will go to the topic. And as you know, the topic is the continued technological changes and regular innovation in hospitality industry. Because as you know, Mr. Arnab, when we started our career, we didn't have this much of technology innovations, and we don't much strongly upgraded with this technology like what we have. Our students are having completely huge changes. So what do you think, and what is your point of view, the technological innovations in the hospitality industry? Over to you, Mr. Arnab.
Thank you so much. So before I speak about the hospitality industry in general, I would like to give you guys an hindsight of how technology uh, drives the innovation culture and how companies or organizations survive, dwell, crash, or really turn a new leaf if they are able to use this as one of their key success factors. So some of the examples like Kodak or Nokia are examples where they were not able to bring in changes with the external technological environment. And your biggest companies in the world today, Apple, Tesla, Amazon, Uber, the OTT platforms, these are the best examples where these organizations have been able to harness the disruptive technology, and that's why they are so successful. And hospitality industry is no different. We may associate ourselves with something which is like a form of art or great service culture, but end of the day, we also have to look outside, in the external world. What is the expectation of our customers? So the two key factors which we need to always keep in mind is the changing consumer expectation and to be able to meet their demand. So today's consumer, whom we call, proudly as guests, are not the same what it was 10 years back or 20 years back. Their profile has changed, their lifestyle has changed, the kind of devices they carry, the kind of day to day work or personal life they have, and the involvement of technology in it. We need to understand that. So if I am a 35, 40-year old youngster working in a corporate world, I order my food through an app. Whenever I go somewhere, I book my tickets through my mobile phone. I need to watch a movie, I watch it on my OTT platform. I don't go out for retail. I just order everything through my Amazon or an online grocery store. So if my lifestyle is revolving around these kind of factors, the same kind of thing has to be a seamless experience which is extended when we are offering it as part of the hospitality industry, whether it's food, it's beverage, it's any other experience like spa or additional experiences which a hospitality unit extends. The second part, which is very important, is in today's world, most of our guests, and not only guests, even us, we are all global travelers. We have been to different destinations within the country, outside the country, and with the access to the online forums through social media, through your Twitter, uh, WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram, information and experiences can be shared virtually, or real time. So maybe 20 years back or 30 years back, I may not have visited Egypt to know about the pyramids. But today I have one of my friends who's visiting the pyramids and showing an online video which I can see on Instagram, and I get excited to visit the place. There are so many things about unique cuisines, unique dishes which are shared by bloggers, by travelers, by your own friends who are there on the social media, by ourselves. When we travel, we love to share about our experiences. So that is something which is important for us to understand, because sharing of information, sharing of experiences, good, bad, unique, is real time, and it does not require time and distance to be able to be incorporated or shared with or reached out to our guests. So once we understand these two things, it just becomes easier for any industry or organization to incorporate technology to for their strengths. Another example, I would say, for example, maybe 20 years back, if I had to make a mother sauce in my kitchen, or if I had to open a bottle of wine, either I had to learn it from my parents or my grandmother or somebody who has the information or knowledge about it, or I had to enroll myself into a hospitality college. But now, I mean, you have your teenagers or even 8 or 9-year-old kids who have access to all the videos and information online, and they don't need to really visit a place or consult an expert to be able to carry out, creating a cuisine or a dish, or getting exposed to any kind of the experiences which we offer to us. So it's a really competitive world, and it makes it very important for us to understand these minute elements when we design the experiences for the guests. So going ahead, few of the areas where I think we need to look at, and a lot of hotels have started working upon. I would kind of break it down to four or five elements. The first of the, and a lot of these elements have been exploited or explored very well, especially post COVID, because a lot of experiences had to be touch free, seamless, involving technology where there is elements of cost savings, at the same time ensuring that there's consistency, because you know, in hotels or hospitality industry, consistency is always uh, connected with experience or the skill level of the employees. You know, if you have experienced staff, if you have skillful staff, if you have, you know, team members who have handled these kind of situation before, that's when you get a consistent seamless service. But going ahead, we know the challenges we face, and that may not be something which would be easily accessible. So therefore, technology brings in you know, an extreme important element where we work towards a seamless and consistent service. So one of the key factors here is you know, property management system or energy management system, which I'm sure a lot of hotels have incorporated in the last 1.5 years. You know, it involves of you know, putting in smart sensors or heat or temperature control, you know, of units, lighting, smart lighting, utilizing of digitization of your arrival experience or your restaurant booking process. Even basic things like, you know, menus have been digitized, so everything is on a code, QR code, or something which can be accessed online. A lot of our hotels in Taj have gone ahead and moved to the you know, e-check-in, where all the documents the guest can upload it before check-in, before arrival. So it's a seamless paper-free experience where you don't need a physical registration card. You don't need to submit you know, physical copy of your identity proof, and things like, you know, probably going ahead, we may not even have a key, which is key card or key given for a check-in. You may have it through your mobile phone, or you know, a smart chip or something which you carry, which carries all your information. So these are the, you know, evolution which hotels are going towards. The second important thing is usage of data. You know, in the olden days, data was always used to document into files. We had guest history reg cards, we had guest preference sheets. But as a simple example, you know, I'll tell you, when you go to, you know, withdraw money on your ATM, it prompts you, would you want to, you know, withdraw this much amount because that was your last transaction amount, or that is the most preferred transaction amount. But I'm sure when you know, our parents or even us in our younger days used to go to our bank and withdraw money from a cashier through a passbook, the cashier may not even remember, you know, us by our preference, or what is the amount we withdraw, what is our bank status. It will take them at least 5 to 10 minutes to figure out that. But with the availability of information, even you, when you book or when you try to, you know, book a ticket, or you try to order food through your online food app through Swiggy or Zomato, it always prompts you, okay, this was the last order which you gave, or this is the preferred airlines you take, or this is the preferred dish you order frequently. Would you like to go for that? So that's how you know, technology is being utilized to bridge the gap, you know, servicing the customer, where in the yesteryears, it depended on your key staff members who would remember the guests, who would remember their preferences, who would identify them by their number of visits or the number of times they have spent, or what has been their experiences. If this gets documented and, you know, gets utilized, you can actually create a very seamless experience where you start prompting the guest on what they prefer. And I'm sure all of us somewhere, when we are doing online shopping or when we are, you know, on the social media platform, we realize that happening. You know, probably we're having a conversation on visiting Las Vegas, and I open my Facebook page and I see you know, offers on Las Vegas being flashed. So that's how, I mean, it can get creepy at times, but you know, I understand that a lot of us find it very convenient, because in our busy day life, when we get prompted for our preferences or prompted for things which is part of our lifestyle, it becomes easy for us to choose from options which are already there with us, rather than, you know, keeping it open ended, and it becomes fast in terms of our decision making. So that's how, you know, a lot of forums where your online booking, uh, your online reservation, most of us are able to even book our or view menus or view experiences online. You don't need to kind of go and visit a place to be able to experience how it looks like. In your social platform or your online platform, you have a virtual tour of the venue or the hotel or the experience which is shown, and that's what you kind of see or you can expect as a representation when you experience it in real. Um, Taking it a little forward, I think a lot of hotels, organizations, brands, for them managing their online reputation is also becoming easier with the use of technology. Brand positioning, which was a very key factor for most of the brands in the past. I mean, why do we talk about the Ritz Carltons or the Four Seasons, or in India, let's say the Taj, Oberoi, ITC as the great Indian brands or the Leelas? These are all because we have over the years, last 100 year, 50 year, 10, 20 years, have worked towards creating experiences for our guests, and through the word of mouth or the reviews or the repetitive nature of visit of our referral groups, we have built that reputation. But in today's world, if you use technology smartly, you can really kind of manage your online review platforms, your social media platforms, and you can reach out to your targeted customers much faster and much more efficiently compared to what it was 10 years back or 20 years back. So that's how it is much easier for brands or organizations to manage their reputation, to able to reach out to their target customers. So this is the overall, areas where hotels have started looking at harnessing. Taking it a little ahead, I'm sure, I mean, internationally or in India, hotels have not been able to get it on a complete form. But in terms of the room and dining experiences, I'm sure in a couple of years we'll see a major shift. Customization of how your room has to be set, customization of your amenities, your mini bar, your food orders will all become much more personalized without having probably a private butler or without having somebody who's been servicing you for the last 10 years or 20 years. So that's where I see a lot of brands which may not have the advantage of having the legacy or the history, but if they are able to harness the technology very well, will have a first point advantage compared to a lot of brands if they're not able to uh, understand how this can be used. So one of the best examples I would say, like you have big brands like Airbnb or Oyo. You would have not thought that they would manage so much of, even a Marriott or a Intercon is not able to manage that much of inventory. And end of the day, they are a software company. It's just a booking system. They don't really own inventory, but they are managing it. So similarly, I mean, just taking small examples which you can understand going ahead, how things will change. Post COVID, all the restaurants were shut. So that was an opportunity for cloud kitchens to open up. A lot of our, partners or colleagues, they started cooking at home or back-end kitchens where food was, packed and presented and, served hygienically, and with help of transport partners, it could be delivered. It could be delivered to corporates. It could be delivered to our households. We would have never thought of that. For us, restaurant dining is always something which I need to see physical. I need to see a nice physical menu. I need to see tables, chairs, great chefs working behind the counter. That's when I trust that the quality of food or hygiene would be great. But today we just order food from somewhere and we don't even know that restaurant exists because we've physically not seen that restaurant. But still, if the food is great, the presentation is good, great, I'll start reviewing that venue or brand, and that's how you gain popularity. That's how you expand. So these are the few examples, and going ahead. I'm sure a lot of automation will come in space. A lot of robotic technology will be used. I mean, one of the things which I was learning when I was in Cornell was the 3D printing of food. I mean, that was it. At that time, it was in a nascent stage, but I mean, I'm sure going ahead, it will become a big innovation because a lot of us are very health conscious. We want our food to be, in terms of a specific calorific value. We want certain, carbs, percentage of carbs, fat. Every product which you buy from the retail now has detailed information on the, allergens and things like that. And that would have probably not been even explored 20 years back when an order taker takes your order in the restaurant. But with the availability of these technologies, we were able to customize our food. I mean, have a salmon steak look like a salmon steak, but may have a higher carb or a higher protein percentage compared to a real, fillet of salmon, which I really cook and have it served or presented. So things like that. Of course, I mean, for all my friends and colleagues who are in the culinary field, we have seen so much of vast change over the last 20 years. But being in the industry, what I feel, what we have seen in the last 20 years, the rate of level of change, we'll probably see the same growth rate or the change rate in the next 4 or 5 years. I mean, and that's what will be possible with technology. We will have really unique ingredients which will come in the market. We'll have different cooking techniques. Food was always regarded as something which is a form of art, and of course there was always a question whether it's art or it's science. But I feel over the last 5 or 10 years, the part of science is slowly taken a little lead ahead. Even in terms of beverages, we see so many different infused spirits, alcohol-free cocktails, alcohol-free wines, homegrown craft beverages, which was not there before. So it was the traditional cocktails, and we always learned in our colleges, these were the cocktails. So gin was prevalent from 1910 to 1930. Then the vodka came, and then the cocktails came. But I'm sure in the last 5 years or 10 years, and going ahead in the next 5 years, it will be a different change. I mean, wine was always a cork, and then we had the screw caps, and maybe in 2 years we'll have wine being served in cans, temperature controlled or pressure controlled cans, where it stays for the next 20 years. You have a very expensive Chateau Margaux of a particular vintage. You don't want to put it in a glass bottle where it has a life of 25, 30 years. You rather put it in a kind of a technology driven material or content where it stays for the next 100 years. So why not? I mean, I'm just saying. I mean, things will be enhanced, and things will be very different from what it is today. So here is where I would like to kind of, in a way, conclude of how things look forward to in terms of the change, and how we will be able to adapt if we bring in technology in our day-to-day work or our lifestyle.
Wonderful, Mr. Arnab, and it was a lot of insights, of course. And you covered how things are happening around us, and how what are the changes we have seen from the childhood. We are seeing a lot of changes when we are growing up, and but last 5 years, the innovations of the technology is huge than the before 15 years or 20 years if we talk about. But still, I have you covered everything. But still, I have two questions. I want to ask from you, because you touched that part. What is the idea behind Qmin? Because everybody, surprised when Taj started something called Qmin, the home delivery, app kind based, food delivery. So, what is the idea behind, and what are the challenges you have faced? Because you are the real people who have made it more success. So, what are the challenges you have faced, and how it became more successful? Just a few. If you can brief us, it will be good.
So Cumin was, one of the initiatives for the Taj Group of Hotels, IHCL, and it was kind of, brainchild, or I would say rather as a recommendation from our chairman, Mr. Chandrasekhar, because he himself comes from the biggest, technology
Yes, yes.
field. I mean, having successfully driven TCS to its success where it is now, was how you can incorporate technology with hospitality to be able to reach out to our customers. And post COVID, it was a brilliant plan or a master stroke, and also an opportunity for us to reach out to our guests, because while all our guests were not able to experience, as I said, when I was giving the example of cloud kitchens, where they were not able to experience great food or great cuisine at home because they couldn't visit restaurants. The challenge was always, how do you maintain the quality and still give them the experience of your fine dining restaurants? So Taj has their signature restaurants like the Wasabi, the Golden Dragon, the Masala Craft, the Masala series, and we have had patronage uh, for the last few decades. There have been generations like grandfather, father, son. They have been coming to Taj just to taste that consistency or the quality of the food from those kitchens. So the idea was to kind of bring out those signature dishes which is not possible for the guests to experience because they are not able to visit the restaurants to their doorsteps. So there was a lot of involvement of, kind of a lot of idea which went behind identifying the dishes, testing, trialing, seeing which are the dishes which will survive. Because the major challenge was, transporting them. It's a totally different thing when you're sitting in the restaurant and the food comes sizzling hot from the kitchen to your table within a span of seconds. And the same thing when the same food has to be, has to reach you in the next 15, 20 minutes, packed in a, a nice box or a, packaging material. So a lot of involvement, a lot of research went into what kind of packaging has to be there. It had to be biodegradable, environment friendly. It had to be able to retain the temperature and the consistency of the food. This particular signature dishes which would be popular, which can be, serviceable or deliverable. And then also in terms of, designing the app, making it very user friendly, making the whole structure or the service center where we are able to reach out to the guest or be able to take those calls. So a lot of training went back in. There were teams identified, there were, professionals identified who could take this task forward. But fortunately for us, it was like a lifeline for the at least the first 3 to 4 months when a lot of hotels were not even allowed to operate their restaurant or banqueting. So it was actually an additional arm or an additional, I would say, support system which we had. And I think going ahead, we are kind of bringing out many more changes in that. So we've launched the Human Store, and we're going to take it out as a brand where it becomes, as I said, it becomes an additional arm for IHCL. And that's
Thank you.
the journey is just begun. It's a long way.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you so much, Mr. Arnab, for explaining the how the cumin being developed and how it went on well, and definitely because during the pandemic time, everyone has all the restaurants been shut, and everyone had faced a lot of challenges, but somewhat cumin helped. As well as hotels also, as well as people, the guests also, to get their food from their preferred restaurants, the preferred hotels. So a last question, and you know the plenty of young minds are watching this session across India. So being a you are a director of food and beverage service, and many students who are watching this, they started their career to something achieve, do something they want to achieve in the food and beverage service industry like you. So what do you want to tell them, how how they can achieve their targets or their goals, whatever they're dreaming about now. So just you made a road already, you being a role model for many people. So how what advice you will give to them, and how they can achieve their dreams or their goals, whatever they want, just from your side, Mr. Arnav.
I'm sure, I mean, I'm sure all the young aspirants, they will really achieve all the great success ahead. But one of the key factors which is very important when you start your career, and not only when you start your career, throughout your career, is to always be open to feedback or changes around you. Because, I'm very apt with the topic which we discussed today. See, most of us have to change with time, have to change with external demand, have to start realigning our at times our goals or what we want to learn or achieve. Because if we don't keep a mind outside, see what's happening, we may get stagnant. So that's very important. Keep learning, keep reading, keep exploring options, keep interacting with your guests, because most of the times I would say uh, I get a lot of information from my guest rather than maybe reading or studying or browsing, because they are the ones who will share with you what they have experienced when they travel to certain part of the country, certain part of the world, what they have experienced with different brands, with different hotels, with different destinations. So keep interacting with people around, because being in hospitality industry, I'm sure COVID is just a phase. We'll get back to having physical interactions with all our customers, all our guests, all our employees, and that is one venue which will present us a lot of opportunities to exchange information. And when information is exchanged and utilized in the right way, definitely success will be yours, because you'll be able to understand what is required as per the situation. So again, coming back to the point I started with, if you're able to meet the changing consumer or the changing guest expectations, that's where you become unique or you become the most sought after brand or experience. That's very important for all of us, wherever we are and whatever field we take.
Fantastic, Mr. Arnav, and thank you so much for talking for the last 30 minutes. I think, we didn't see the time. It went very well. And beautifully, you covered about the innovations of technology, which is very much needed at this stage for everyone. And also, it all helps to satisfy the customers. Now, the customer expectation is going high. So, technology somewhat it helping us to, satisfy them. And, so it's a great session. It was actually, and thank you so much for your timing and in spite of your busy schedule, and for interacting with our students and talking about the technology and talking about the Todgeness, talking about the cumin. So it was pleasure, our pleasure or honor having you in the same platform. A lot of insights you've given to us, a lot of inputs. Definitely, our students would be carrying all the inputs and advice what you've given to them, and they would be implementing in their life. Thank you so much, Mr. Arnab. And dear students, thank you so much for watching this session with Mr. Arnab Gupta, the Director of Food and Beverage Service for Taj Falaknuma Palace, Hyderabad. So we will catch up you in another session with another great leader. Until then, bye bye. Take care. Signing off from IHM Career Studio. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Arnav. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
So that was Mr. Arnab Gupta, Director AFMB Service at Taj Falaknama, Hyderabad. Thank you, Mr. Arnab Gupta, for giving us, your inside knowledge that what about the things are happening in the outside world nowadays, and how to cope up with it by through the technology and the regular innovations of food and beverage industry. So right here we have with us in our global studio Ms. Sanchari Chaudhary with Sir Khanna. So over to you, ma'am.
All right. Thank you so much, TG. I think it was a very, very encouraging session. Thank you so much for that. We had a lovely time listening to Mr. Arnab Gupta, and it was fantastic to host him, and he spoke on the continued technological changes and regular innovation in hospitality. We're now moving forward to the next session of the hour, and that is going to be with Mr. Ayan Mukherjee, who happens to be the headmaster, Heritage Academy, and he would be talking on evolving teaching methods. For that, I would like to invite back my wonderful colleague, Mr. TG Tathagata.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. So, Mr. Ayan Mukherjee, he is the headmaster of Heritage Academy, Kolkata. It's a privilege to welcome Mr. Ayan Mukherjee for some advice he has for our students, as well as especially the teachers and lecturers like us. And it would be not only for IIHM, it would be for all over the world, all over the teachers as well as the students will understand how to involve the evolutions of teaching methods. I'm sure that there are few of the students are having a dream in their eyes to become a teacher in future. So these sessions would be very, very important for them. So let's go to our studio lab to join our speaker, Mr. Ayan Mukherjee.
Good evening, Mr. Mukherjee. We are very glad to have you here. Today's topic is involving the teaching methods. So according to you, what are the different types of teaching methods in 2021?
Okay, good evening, Mrs. Banerjee. Nice to be here today and to chat with you regarding this topic. So, regarding this teaching methodologies, we have come across quite a number of teaching methodologies since earlier days. So, as we know, teaching in India started off with Gurukul system, and then after Gurukul system, the methods changed over to schools. So in Gurukul system, the system was different. They used to have one guru and the teachers, one teacher used to teach one single topic. But in schools, when school days came, So in school, different teachers used to teach different subjects. When we were in schools, we used to go to school for history. There was one teacher for English, for maths. So they used to impart knowledge regarding every subject to us in their own way. So the method which they used in those days were only chalk and duster. When we were in school, the methods we used to learn from the school was by using chalk and duster. Once we started growing up, once we went to colleges, the methods changed over to overhead projectors. The teachers used to give notes instead of writing on the boards, they used to place the notes on the projectors, and the notes used to come up on the projectors, and we used to write from there. So methods, technologies were being applied from those days. Once we got into this education profession, so during this lockdown, even before the lockdown, we came across a few technical advancements, technological advancements. Digital classrooms were introduced. We found different companies came up with digital classrooms, contents were digitalized, a student going for a playhouse class, those nursery rhymes in earlier days, teachers used to sing those nursery rhymes, but then digital crafts classrooms being introduced. These nursery songs came up with animations, different music. So it helped the students a lot to learn. The students took less number of time to learn those things. Even in higher classes for doing the practicals, for doing different things. So 3D classrooms were introduced. Instead of going to the lab, they nowadays students are using, or different schools are using virtual labs. So virtual reality, augmented reality, those things are coming up. So technology is advancing. Students are getting used to it. Students are getting accustomed with this type of technologies. Even teachers are using this technology to impart proper knowledge to the students. I think this thing, the digitalization, the technological advancement, and the introduction of these things in schools are very much necessary nowadays. In 2020, during this lockdown, we came across a new thing, that is online teaching. So that is new for everybody, for me, for my teachers, for my students. The teachers, those who are not at all accustomed with this WhatsApp and Zoom and Google Meet, so they have started using these smartphones, tabs, all these things. So they are doing, and the schools are going on, colleges are going on. So everybody has taken this as a part of education nowadays. And it is obviously, it's very helpful to the students, because teachers are, instead of using this blackboard and chalk, the same old thing, they are sharing the screen, they can give presentations properly. So students are learning faster with the help of these technologies.
Totally agree with you, sir. Now, according to you, sir, what is the best teaching method? If you could kindly share.
Yeah, best teaching method, look, traditional teaching method is obviously there. But this online method, I don't think this is helping a lot to the students, because assessment part is not at all working. Students are very much smart enough. They know how to handle these assessments. We are trying, even many of the teachers, many teachers, many principals, they are trying way out to take proper assessments. But still, I don't think the assessment thing is going on properly. Yes, but regarding the using of technology while teaching, I think traditional teaching with the help of this technology should be there to give proper knowledge. Not only digital classrooms should be there, only digital classrooms will not do. Traditional method along with the digital method should be introduced in schools to impart proper education, I think.
Did you muted?
Thank you, Mr. Mukherjee, for kind gesture to be talking with us regarding your the evolution period of the teaching methods. and we have gathered some exciting knowledge from you. So from here, we have got a in a chat box. We have got a questions over here that what do you like to think as a teacher? How much of improve ourselves to engage the students in the class, in the classroom lecture through the online teaching? Yeah, I can give you this answer. Like, as I am also a lecturer working with IIHM. Yes, as Mr. Mukherjee have already been told you guys earlier, like the teaching has been evolved from a very long period of a time. It's not been it's starting from maybe 5 to 6 thousand years back, and that time it was just only a mouth to just to be talking to each other. The teaching was something like that in that moment. But then after the word has been invented, the things has been got evolved, and the people gathered the knowledge into a book. And then after in this time of era, the things has been come to us in certain other moments, like where the digitalizations will be coming to the matter, the technology has come to the matter. So the periods over here, the catch is over here that every time, not only the students, the teachers, we have to improve with the new era, with our new ideas, new innovative ideas. Some of the times we thought that we are taking the classes through the online, and we see that many of the times that students are not giving the attentions. But that is not the problem with the students. The problem is that how much of interesting you are making your classes. That is the most important. So as a teacher, I'm not sure if the questions has came from a teacher or a student, but if I'm thinking that you are a student, if you're a teacher, then you have to make your class much more interesting for the people who those are listening to you. So that is a much more important things to be, make sure that to be get involved in your class, to make your matter ready with the students, and has to be a little bit easy with them. It's not only strict a plus b whole square things on this. Even a mathematics can be also interesting if you have been teaching in the right way. So I hope I can give you this answer as you have been asked in the chat box. From here, I would like to give the handover to our global studio, where uh, our learned senior colleagues has been sitting. And over to you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much, TG. It was wonderful to listen to Mr. Iihm Mukherjee. And TG, as you rightly said, he's given us a lot of information and strategies on evolving the teaching methods. And now, without taking much of a time, we'll be, of course, heading to the next session. But before that, why don't we, Rupinder, go ahead and take a small break?
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to the further sessions which are lined up for all of you. All right. So hang in there while we take a break.
Absolutely.
Young Chef Olympiad is the brainchild of Dr. Suborno Bose, Chairman, YCO Global Council, with a vision of uniting people from all over the world through food.
The Young Chef Olympiad is not just about a competition. It is not just about the winner. It's not just about the 10,000 US dollar of the winner's check. It's not just about the medals, but it's about friendship.
The world's largest culinary event started in 2015 with over 60 participating countries and has been making waves ever since, even gathering support from the Ministry of Tourism, India. YCO is headed by Professor David Foskett, Chairman of the Panel of Judges ICO 2021, Chairman of International Hospitality Forum, Head, London School of Hospitality and Tourism, University of West London, UK.
Food is our heritage. Food is what we are about. It's part of our socialization.
Along with celebrity Padma Shri chef Sanjeev Kapoor as principal judge.
see this happen, I think it's like a dream come true for many Indians. I won't just say chefs, because India has always had good food.
Celebrity chef Ranveer Brar and Kunal Kapoor are the brand ambassadors of Young Chef Olympiad.
I am very excited to be here at the Young Chefs Olympiad. I think young talent is what the world needs when it comes to kitchens. India especially, there's a lot of talent that needs to be recognized. Forums like these, which I'm really excited to be a part of, help recognize the talent at the right time and give it that encouragement at the right time.
So the Young Chef Olympiad with the Iihm, I think it's a great initiative of grooming young talent who are passionate about food and cooking, and making them the proud chefs of tomorrow for India and for the world.
So for everybody at Iihm, first of all, it's a great space to be in. Hoteliering is the most comprehensive management course you can have. It teaches you marketing, production. It is like becoming a mini CEO.
Like the previous years, YCO 2021 promises to be yet another magnificent event as almost 60 countries gear up to unite on a virtual platform. The excitement, tension and determination will remain the same, and every participant will show their zeal to win the coveted YCO 2021 trophy. YCO has also been a platform towards important causes like sustainability, which was the theme of YCO 2020. YCO 2021's theme is Culinary Challenge for Hope, as everyone looks forward to moving towards a positive 2021. Spearheaded by the leadership of Dr. Suborno Bose, Chairman, YCO Global Council, and the indispensable guidance of Professor David Foskett, the vision of uniting people through food has truly brought the world closer. YCO has always been a melting pot of talent, culture and friendship. Distinguished Indian and international chefs along with culinary icons such as Chef Chris Calvin, Chef Enzo Oliveri, Chef John Wood, Chef Brian Turner, and Andreas Muller add value and glitz to the competition. While the world is waiting to experience the biggest virtual culinary battle for hope, YCO 2021, we know it will bring forth new ideas, innovations and add great impetus for hospitality to bounce back.
We are the young chefs.
We will rise.
We will not fall.
We will stand tall. We will answer the call.
We will bounce back.
There'll be days when things seem bad.
Life may seem unfair.
Keep your cool, do not get mad. Breathe and don't despair.
Just say, I'll bounce back.
Bounce, 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 bouncing back. Oh.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. So we've got the next session, which has got lined up for you. All right. So Sanchari, can we have the name of the esteemed person who's coming in for this session?
Absolutely. That happens to be Chef Akshara Jodha, who's the executive chef of the ITC Windsor, Bangalore. And he happens to be talking on how best to teach young chefs the importance of kitchen. For that, we would like to again call upon our colleague, from Hyderabad, Mr. TG Tathagata, who will be taking forward the session. Over to you, TG.
TG, are muted. Yes. Yeah, thank you very much, ma'am. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, once again. What a brilliant week it has been so far. So many activities and engaging sessions. So this is Tathagat Banerjee once again from Hyderabad campus studio, and I welcome you all to the day 5 of Expert Talk with Hospitality and all those professions. The field of culinary has been one of those professions that has been in a tremendous rise in aspirants. The visibility has been brilliant because there is a constant evolutions and the constant adaptability in the trends and also innovations. Yes, most importantly, the innovations. The word is innovations. On such chef knows for his expertise in the gastronomy is Chef Akshara Jodha, Executive Chef of ITC Windsor Hotel Bangalore, who has been a constant support to our IIHM student. He is in conversations with our academical head of IIHM Bangalore, Bangalore campus, Ms. Sweta Pandey, on the best way to teach the young chefs the importance of the kitchen management. So let's have a look at it.
A very happy morning and a very warm welcome to all the students, teachers, mentors, and budding chefs who have joined us today from different parts of the world. This definitely is the most exciting part of the year for all of us at IIHM and all the aspiring chefs who are a part of this mega life changing event that we call Young Chef Olympiad. My name is Shweta Pandey, and I'm here to bring to you a great opportunity to interact and learn from an industry expert while the young chefs are battling it out in the kitchens. Today, we have among us a veteran chef who's leading the change in the ever evolving hospitality industry and is taking the world with a storm, one dish at a time. Chef Aksharat Jodha has been in the industry for past 20 years, where he started his career with ITC Hotels as kitchen executive trainee. He started his career with ITC Maurya as a trainee chef at acclaimed Dampukt restaurant, post which he was assigned to open Dampukt at Kolkata ITC Sonar Bangla. He has been assigned to different properties of ITC hotels such as ITC Rajputana, ITC Maratha, ITC Gardenia, etc. In his current role, he is the executive chef for ITC Windsor Luxury Collection, Bengaluru. Thank you so much, Chef, for joining us today. I'm sure our global audience is eagerly waiting to know more about your journey to becoming an executive chef. So, Chef, welcome and do tell us more about yourself.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Shweta, for a brief introduction. Um, so, I have been with ITC for last almost a little over 20 years now. And whenever you join a hotel industry, you do not know. I mean, first of all, the people who have not experienced or who do not have anything in this industry, I mean, who don't have an exposure, who don't know anything, they do not know which department to go. In fact, when you come into hotel, you do not know what all departments exist in the hotel. You just want to do hotel management. So this is what happened when I joined, Hotel Management Institute. So I did not know that there's a food production, there's housekeeping, there's F&B, there's a front office. So I did not know any of these departments. So it was completely new when I joined the Hotel Management Institute, and probably as a part of our curriculum, we have to go through industrial training for 6 months. So that is where you make up your mind whether you are fit for this industry or not. This is the period when you actually decide which department of the hotel you wanted to pursue your career in. So probably my inclination must have been towards kitchen that time. I still do not know whether I was inclined towards kitchen, but when after my exposure in the during my industrial training, when I went back to college, and probably at that point of time, my faculty chef Vernon Coelho, who was pretty well known in the industry. He was a legendary chef. Unfortunately, we lost him last year. So probably he spotted me that my inclination towards kitchen and I should pursue me. So that is when I was molded, I was guided towards kitchen. So by third year in my college, I decided that I am fit for the kitchen. And fortunately, I was picked up for a management trainee in ITC as a kitchen executive trainee. So this was a 2 years program in 2002. This is the time where I got a opportunity to actually work with two legendary chefs, which I think any hotelier or in this country would know. First is Chef Manjeet Singh Gill, who was my corporate chef, and second Chef Imtiaz Qureshi, who was the first recipient of a Padma Awards. He was the first chef to get, and Chef Sanjeev Kapoor is the second one. So, you introduced that I worked in a restaurant called Dampuk. So this is where I trained under Chef Imtiaz. And this is how my journey with the ITC started. So they gave me a chance to work in ITC Maurya, where I started my career. Then I opened few properties with ITC as a junior sous chef. One of them was ITC Sonar Bangla, where I stayed for 3.5 to 4 years. Then quite a few challenging properties where I worked as an opening chef. So ITC Maratha was one of them. So I was there for 6 months. Um, ITC Gardenia, I opened ITC Gardenia during as a pre-opening team. ITC Grand Bharat, which is in Manesar, I was in the pre-opening part of that as well. And then my first job as an executive chef was the pre-opening team of Welcome Hotel Jodhpur, which was a smaller property but a pretty big, spread over around 11 acres of land. It was a resort property. So I was there for 4.5 years before moving to Bengaluru 3 years back. So my journey been with the ITC was, for last 20 years, been very fruitful, and wherever I am now is because of the experience which I have. So this is a short of my journey. Yes.
Thank you so much, Chef. You're absolutely an inspiration to all the chefs around the globe.
Thank you.
So, yeah. So we are here today to discuss a very interesting topic, which I'm sure is very close to every chef's heart. Best way to teach young chefs the importance of kitchen management. Today, when a youngster dreams about becoming a chef, he imagines himself making innovative dishes. However, all seasoned chefs will agree with me when I say that it's just a part of it all. This brings me to our first question of the day, Chef. Being a creative chef and a logical kitchen manager, does it actually cross paths or it can be managed parallelly?
See, actually, it depends. I mean, there was a time when the chefs were, not. I mean, the creativity and innovation has been for many years, but it got into. I mean, chefs started getting into limelight in last 18, 20 years. I mean, post 2000 actually. So earlier, I mean, chefs were behind the kitchens. They were always in the kitchen. They were not, interacting with the guest. Hardly. I mean, only few who were there. But last a decade and a half has seen a lot of chefs being, entrepreneurs who has come out of the kitchen, who has, changed the entire dynamics of the food. So the creativity, when you talk about creativity or the innovation, I think we have seen a surge in last 15, 16 years. Actually the dishes being, even the Indian dishes which we used to think, can go only in a curry bowl has started, they started getting a better plating. So a lot of innovations and creativity has come. But when you talk about the kitchen management parallelly, it depends on the position you are holding in the kitchen actually. So they do, cross paths sometimes. And now when I joined hospitality, the chefs or the commie chefs in the kitchen were not very educated. They were from the apprentice background who has done 10th standard and then joined the hotel. So it was for them, kitchen management was little difficult. So at that time, it was not of that importance. But now, even a commie 2 or commie 3 or commie 1 chefs, who they are educated, they are from the hotel schools. So I think it is very important from the day one that they and they are aspiring. They have aspirations. They want to grow up. It is not like before that. If a commie 2 joins or a commie 3 or a chef at the lower level joins, their goal was to just to reach at a now the associate who join at an entry level, their aspiration is to become somewhere in the industry, which impacts. They want to become an executive chef, they want to become an entrepreneur, they want to get into a management side. So for a chef now, it is very important that a kitchen management is managed along parallelly with innovations. So innovations also, I mean, when you get into the industry, you have nowadays it is very easy to adapt things, very easy. I mean, you have Google, you have YouTube, you have so many channels. So your creativity is always evolving. So it is expected from a chef who joined the kitchen that they are supposed to be innovative, because there is so much of things around them which they must have seen, they know. So I think it is going parallel. If they want to grow, the kitchen management is important. The cost control, the hygiene levels, the staff management is very important. And earlier times they used to cross path when the person is growing, but now as soon as the person joins the industry, it is expected that a basic management is expected out of that candidate. So I would say in present scenario, innovation and the kitchen management is parallel, and it both are at their level are important, and there's no way of crossing path. They are crossing path all the time parallelly. It is there. I mean, if you're joining the industry, make sure that even in the colleges, because in the colleges you've been taught about kitchen management, so it is expected.
Absolutely, Chef. When you say that the recipes are available on the internet and everything is available, the materials are available from across the globe, everything is there on your desktop nowadays. So I absolutely agree with you, which brings me to the second question, which is what is the best way for them to learn this? I mean, I understand that everything is there in front of them, but what do you think is the best way for them to actually learn what happens in a real-time kitchen?
So what I think is, the basic understanding I'm sure they would have when they graduate from their institute. It is like we are expected to have the basic manners in our lifestyle, whether, because the family we come from. So it is expected a basic kitchen management skills they should have. They should know the computers. I mean, nowadays the Excel and the Word and the PDFs are expected out of the students, because when they present anything, it is not only the food. They have to have a better presentations. So I think the best thing is, though, like I said, the basic things they should know, but when they get into the kitchen, so we have many briefings. We have a lot of meetings where and a lot of training sessions in the hotel where these things are taught periodically, scheduled. So once you get into the hotels industry, you adapt many things. You adapt how the work in the kitchen is done, at what time the shifts are managed, how to manage a shift when the person is not there. There are emergency leaves for the staff. There are things like that. Sometimes the particular ingredient has not arrived and you have to dispense a particular dish. So how do you manage those? So those things come with little bit of experience. I do not expect that from the fresher as soon as he comes, that how to, but they have the supervisors who've been trained to do that. So they need to work closely with them to see. And I'll tell you, a smaller kitchen will always teach them better than a bigger kitchen or a bigger operations. The students will learn, because in smaller projects they have to go through a lot of things. They have to amend things, they have to change things at the last minute because of the unavailability of many things. So I think if you start, I mean, if somebody do not get a chance to work in a bigger hotel, uh, he do not need to feel sad about it. Even if we start from a restaurant or a smaller chain of hotel, that will make him learn more about his management skills.
Absolutely agreed, Chef. I absolutely agree with you. Which is my next question is actually related to what you were talking about. What is the importance of food cost, and is it necessary for every level of chefs to know about it, or should it be instilled at a very young age or after the candidate and the chef has a little experience in the real-time kitchen?
So we work in a business environment now. I mean, even if you want to become an entrepreneur, if I say I have a passion for food, of course I have a passion for cooking and all. But if I want to open something of my mind, I have to have money behind. I mean, I need to talk about business. I need to talk about finances. So I cannot be an entrepreneur who knows only cooking or who knows only innovations or creations. I'm an entrepreneur because I'm successful. Successful doesn't mean that you are creative. Your dishes are inspirational, or your dishes are liked by others. But because you are making a business, your dishes are making a business sense. It has been accepted by people, and people are coming for it. You are making money. So I think it is very important that the food cost is the knowledge of food cost should be there across all the hierarchy in the kitchen. Like I said, the chefs are in aspiration. They want to grow. They want to open their own restaurants. They want to grow up the ladder. So I think food cost for us, the food cost is a major part in the hotel industry. That the food cost alone varies the 20 to 30% of our business. When we do, if I'm doing 100 crores, the total 100 crores is the business of my F&B. So only between 20 to 30 crore will be only food cost. So this is a basic chunk of my money, and I should learn to whatever budgets have been given. But I should so it is very important that I should be in there. Otherwise, my profitability is impacted. So every level they should know, they should control their wastages. The menus should be made in such a way that there is a combination of expensive ingredients and the least expensive ingredients. There has to be a proper balance of it. So to be a successful chef, it is very important that my costs are under control. No matter whether I am a good chef, whether I cook a good food or not, it doesn't matter. As far as the business is concerned, I should be a businessman. If you take an example of the famous chef Gordon Ramsay and all, they shut down the restaurant. They do not do well. So it is not the name which is selling; it is the business. I mean, it is the financial. It is the finances of that business which closes it down, not the chef. There are many restaurants where the chefs are not famous, but the business is doing well. And you may have heard of a lot of chain of restaurants where you haven't heard of a chef or any dish, like Barbecue Nation, for an example. It is a business model restaurant. A lot of chefs are there. I mean, there must be a corporate chef. They must be, but they are not known. But because the business model is working, so this restaurant chain is flourishing. So I think to be a great chef, you need to be a good businessman, I guess.
Very true, chef. Very true. So, chef, when a new student comes into your kitchen as a trainee, or let's say an entry-level chef comes into your kitchen as a budding chef, what are the first levels of training that you provide to them? What are the first things you tell them?
See, I face, many times I have, in past also, I see a lot of industrial training coming to me and telling me, "Ki, chef, I am unable to learn anything. I have already, I always go and pick up, I mean, the chef asked me to pick up the stores. He asked me to pick up the butchery from the receiving or the vegetables from receiving and all those things. But let me tell you, these are the most basic things to be a chef. So when you are, one should not feel bad when they are picking up anything like that, because this is a part of a training. When you go to stores, you see so many things over there. You see so many ingredients. I mean, there are, if you pick up a packet, you see a brand of that. You see behind that, there are a lot of informations there. So, and as a chef, you are still learning all those things, but these things have been given to you. I mean, utilize this study. I mean, when you go to pick up a stores or butchery and all, see the specifications, what is there. In the receiving, there are a lot of information giving. So when the butchery also comes, there are standards and specifications. Look at that. I mean, don't just think about picking up, taking it. So open your mind, open your spectrum. Don't see from a blind view that you just have to pick it up. No, I mean, there are a lot of things there. When you go to stores is full of various things, various ingredients you may not have seen in the colleges or at the in the market. So have a study of those, memorize them, think what you can do with them, see the specs of the vegetables, how you should receive the vegetables, what is a limp vegetable, what is the specs, if the gobi has to have a dantal, which is a stock behind it, what should be the cm of that as per the specification. If you are receiving a fish, how you should check at the receiving. It has been taught in the colleges, but this is the place. The receiving is the actual place. You can actually practically see how it has been received, whether, and then relate to what you have studied. If the eyes are bulging, if you press the fish, if it is coming back, it is fresh. If it is, if you press, there's an impression of a mark, so it is not fresh. So things like that, think that way. So I would say anyone who's starting his career in the hotels, do not just leave or do not crib that you are not learning. You are learning, but you are not focused probably. So, and the other thing is, when you are in the kitchen, I mean, nobody is expecting you to start cooking for the guests as soon as you come to the kitchen, or initially ek saal ho gaya and you don't get a chance to cook, it is okay. I mean, I was a dampuk chef, and I'll give you an example. So I joined. So Dampuk was never given to a normal management chef. There were always a master chefs who were there in that kitchen for 15, 20 years, and I was the first Dampuk chef who was educated. And trust me, I mean, when I went to ITC Maurya, I mean, as a trainee, they will not let you cook anything and which goes to the guest, because the reputation of the restaurant is at stake. I mean, when you are starting fresh. So I was not I was not actually cooking. I was seeing, I was helping them in the mise pla, I was cutting, but I always kept my eyes open, that how if the particular biryani has to be made, what all is going, at what time the chef is simmering down the heat, at what time the lid is going on top, and how he is processing. I kept all those. So these are the recipes, these are the things one should keep in mind. And then when you get a chance, just click on that. So I think, I mean, nobody will ask you to cook, or nobody will expect you to cook, and you should also not expect them to give you a chance to cook as soon as you enter the kitchen for the guest. So yes, I mean, keep your focus open. Don't stand behind the chef with the recipe book, or ki chef up, what have you put, how much have you put. So the chef, I mean, anybody will get pissed off if you are after him ki ab kya dala, how much chilies you have put. If you stand behind the chef with your book, they will never teach you. But if you work with them, you will tell them, chef, let me do it, let me get onions for you, I will cut it for you, how you want me to cut. Things like that will it will give a confidence in the chef also, that this person wants to learn and he wants to grow, so he will then teach him as well. So these are the tricks one should look for, and one should eager to learn.
Absolutely, Chef. When you say that practical knowledge comes only when you actually start doing what you've been taught in your colleges, I think I absolutely agree with you on that. That brings me to a very interesting question, Chef. How do you teach the young chefs what is the importance of waste management?
Okay. So about waste management, I mean, these are the same points of cost control and waste management go hand by hand. So, when I started my career, my executive chef used to dump his hand inside the, garbage bag, and used to take out the food material from it and show us, that this is what you have wasted. So, but now, but at that time, the the plastic or the food waste, everything used to go in one garbage bin. But now you have so many garbage bins in the hotels, and it is very easy to identify. Wet garbage bin is totally separate than the other, so it is very easy to identify that how much you have wasted. So again, I mean, it has to come when the candidate has joined the hotel. If he's working with a supervisor, he should see how he is peeling the onion. So a lot of wastage when we peel onion, for an example, rather than taking peeling of two layers, just take off one layer. The second layer is a waste. When you so they have for an example, a lot of people waste pineapple, because when you cut pineapple, there's a lot of wastage. So there's a technique to learn that. So it will only happen when you see the chef doing it over there and then learn. So there are a lot of when we focus on the vegetables and meats, we focus on few basic, things, high cost items. We will look at the meat, we will look at the fish, we will look at the chicken, how much is wasted, because that is where my maximum money is going, because these are the most costly items in the kitchen. So I need to make sure that my butcher knows his job, and if there is anyone, he is teaching him rightly, that the wastage is minimized from those areas. So it is very important that you pick up few high cost items and start which you think increases, which affects your food cost. So which I have mentioned, a few proteins are a few of them, plus few vegetables, like the vegetables which are consumed mostly, but they are low in cost but high in volume, like tomatoes, onions, potatoes. Look at these, minimize wastage in these. So this is how the waste control is, calculated, and it is for a person to learn these things, to see, how his supervisors are working in the kitchen and follow that.
Thank you so much, Chef. I'm sure that our audience would love to hear and learn more and more from you, but unfortunately, with this, we've come to the end of our discussion for today. Thank you so much, Chef, for taking out time from your busy schedule. Chef, do you have any final message for our young chefs?
Well, I think first I would like to thank IIHM for giving me an opportunity. This is my first interaction this year, actually, and had not been the pandemic, I would have been in your college for because I was there for last year as well. But the message to all the young chefs are, we the industry is going through a very tough time right now, and we are reviving, we are bouncing back now. I mean, the business is getting to usual. I mean, I'm sure in 4 5 months time, we will be back to our, how we were a few years back. So don't worry about reviving, or the industry is getting back. A lot of scope, a lot of opportunities still there in the market, in spite of the pandemic. A lot of hotels are opening in Bangalore. A lot of opportunities going to come. And trust me, being a chef is the most respectable job in the food industry. In fact, when you talk to anyone outside the hotels, I mean, they call you chef, and it gives, you feel good. I mean, if you see a front office person or a F&B person, they call them by name. But no matter what level you are, you've been addressed as a chef and up, and a lot of respect is shown. So this is being a chef or being into the kitchen is a very respectable job. And now the opportunities are huge. I mean, it is not necessarily if you want to be a chef, you have to be a chef for the hotels on also. Not, I mean, the it is widening. You can be a blogger, you can be a TV presenter, you can be you can start your own YouTube channel, you can be a writer. So the opportunities are huge. I mean, don't get discouraged if you don't get into the industry. Being if you want to be a chef, you can be chef anywhere, I guess. So I wish you all the best, and yeah, I mean, it's a good career.
Thank you so much, Chef. It was an absolute honor and delight for me to get an opportunity to interact with you today.
Thank you.
And thank you so much from the entire team of IHM. This is Shweta Pandey signing off. Thank you. Thank you, Chef.
Thank you very much, there, Chef. And Chef Akshara Joda is with us today, and we will gonna be having a small chat with him. We have already been gone through with his introduction and all, but still I'm liking to be speak a little bit about him, who those have been joined a little late. Chef Akshara Joda has been in this industry for the past 20 years, where he has started his career with ITC Hotels as a kitchen executive trainee. He started his career with ITC Moria as a trainee chef at the Dampakt restaurant, post which he was assigned to open Dampakt at Kolkata ITC Shonar Bangla. He was the chef for Dampak for pre-opening stage or there in his career has been assigned to different properties of ITC hotels such ITC Rajputana, ITC Maratha, uh, ITC Gardenia, etc. In his current role, he is an executive chef for the Winstore Luxury Collection Bangalore. He is a custodian for the Rajasthani cuisine across ITC hotels and conducts food festivals. Chef Aksharaz Jodha, forefather, Rao Jodha was the founder of Jodhpur, so he's from a royalty exactly. And recently, he has made it to the top 10 promotion chefs of India by the Economic Times of newspaper. Welcome, Chef. How are you today?
Thank you. All good. All good. Thank you. Thank you for so nice words.
Okay, Chef, a few words for our students who those are right now watching you throughout the throughout the country as well as outside of the country. Chef, first of all, we all know that we are going through a little bit of tough time for the last one and a half year because of this pandemic situation. But to be very honest, like a few of those industries have directly got hit by this, awful scenario, which is maybe the travel and tourism industry, and next would be the hospitality industry. And being a part of a hospitality industry, the food and beverage is one of the major part. And so what are the things is coming into the future for us, because many of our students who those have been looking to be a chef or rather in the other department in near future, in some hotels or other, to be open their own entrepreneurship in the hospitality industry. So how would be the future for them? What is your opinion into it?
Honestly speaking, I mean, we are this industry, aviation and hospitality and tourism, is going through a tough time. But I can see in last few months, I could see the hotels reviving back. Although the ARRs and the APCs, which is average room rates and average per cover, which is in F&B, is reducing. But we can see a lot of people are coming out to the restaurants, and there are staycations. People are staying in the hotel. So even in Bangalore, we have people across. Although the foreigners are the flights are not open, people are not coming from outside. But I can see a lot of people coming across from across Karnataka to our hotels. I mean, they are staying for a couple of days and things like that. So people from Mysore, people from Tamil Nadu, all across, even from Bangalore, a lot of people are coming and using the hotels. So as far as the hotels revival is concerned, we have seen a growth. I mean, it is going upwards only. So I do not see that we will have, though, I mean, it will be a difficult year as well, but not as difficult as last year. There are positive signs to this. As far as the pandemic is concerned, so it has taught us a lot of things. I mean, although we were working in an environment which was more hygienic, cleaning, and things like that, but it has shown us there are more than that to the. I mean, the hygiene levels have the hygiene and sanitization levels of the hotels and the restaurants and the kitchen has gone, I mean, far beyond which it used to be earlier. So what I see is even when the business is back to normal, the kitchens would be more sophisticated as far as hygiene and sanitizations are concerned. People will be more active. People will have more knowledge about, when you are serving to a guest, wear a gloves, wear a face shield. When you're working in the kitchen, always wear a gloves and sanitize with the chlorine solution all the time and things like that. So that will stay always now, I think. I mean, we have the level which we have come now, it is going to stay there. So as far as hygiene, sanitization, and all those food safety aspects are concerned, I think we have made an impact, and it is going to stay like that. Nevertheless, I mean, the future looks bright. We are growing, and the industry is growing. Once, I mean, we have a good news that the vaccination has arrived on time, and soon
Guys, please stay with us. There is some technical glitches we are facing. Chef Joda, I'm very sorry if last few of the words has been cut off. So can you please
Okay,
just few.
The pandemic has trained us and shown us a lot of things. I mean, the kitchen hygiene levels and the sanitization level have moved to some other level only. I mean, very high standards have been maintained in the hotels and restaurants now. So I think that level will stay even if we get back to the normal. I mean, it's not going to go down. It is the confidence in the guest is going to grow. I mean, in future. This year will be a little struggle. I mean, better than last year. It will be a little struggle once the vaccination arrives for everyone. I mean, everybody's vaccinated. Then probably the confidence of the customers will be more, and we may see more people coming to the hotels and using the services. So probably I see by the year end things should get much better, I think.
So I don't see I think next year we should get to a normal self, I guess, as far as the hotels are concerned.
Great to know that, Chef. Exactly. Okay, Chef. We are bounded with the timings over here, so we would be taking a little short. The last questions from my side would be the chef. Chef, with this increase of the competitions, how can be anyone be top of their game exactly? So, if you have any, inspirational ideas about that.
See, a lot of hotels are coming up. I mean, when I'll give you an example. I mean, few years. I mean, when I started my career, I was with ITC Maurya in New Delhi. There were only few five-star hotels. There were only 5 or 6 in 2000, 1999, 2000. There were only few five-star hotels. But if you see now, there are more than 50, 60, or probably 70, 80 hotels in Delhi and NCR. And till last year, nobody was making losses. Everybody was, although the hotels have grown up, the competition has grown up, but nobody has, hardly there are a few who must have shown the negative business, but the hotel industry is growing in spite of the competition. Even in Bangalore, there used to be only few hotels, but now the competition is more. You have many new hotels coming up. In past 2 years also, I've been here in Bangalore for 3 years. So I have seen few hotels coming up, but that has not changed our business. Or we have also survived, and the hotels which have come up are also surviving. So I don't see the competition will have more impact. They will grow. I mean, the guest or the people who are using the services need to be more confident in using your services. So you have to make sure that your standards are maintained. You take care of your food safety aspects. So I think that's the way to go. The competition, it will always be there. I mean, you have to survive.
Sure, chef. Chef, as I have told you that like we are bounded with the time over here, so any few words for our students so that we can conclude.
Okay, I just want to say all the best. The hotel industry is reviving. The good news is people are getting confidence, and the vaccination has arrived, and you guys are doing tremendous job. Today's new chef, the breed is excellent. You are the entire kitchen is in your hand, in your mobile. I mean, you are much far ahead than us. So we can see a better chef in our future. I mean, I just want to wish all the best, and it's a good line.
Thank you very much, Chef. Thanks for your inspirational words for our students as well as us. And thank you very much for joining us. It was a great pleasure to be having a word with you.
Thanks a lot.
So, guys, very good evening once again from IIHM Hyderabad, and we have been done with the sessions with Chef Aksharaj Yoda, and I hope that you guys have enjoy it and taking every bit of the experience of these fine gentlemen have, and taking as an inspirations to be coming forward to be getting yourself as stand as possible. So I'm liking to be give a hand over to our global studio where my senior colleagues are waiting to be taking it forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, TG. Very good afternoon, everybody, and big thank you to Chef Joda. How are you doing, Chef?
All good, thank you. I mean, every time I am on with you people, I'm at home.
Absolutely, Chef. You have always been a great support to us, and we love the way, with all energy and definitely with all commitment to talk to all the young chefs here, and definitely to all of us as well. So today's session was definitely very promising, and you being here, a part of Vicio definitely gives us a lot of encouragement as well. So myself and Rupinder, we were basically wanting to know from you, Chef. You have been with ITC for a long stint, being the executive chef with the Windsor, such a beautiful property at Bangalore. With ITC is all about sustainability, and definitely there's a lot of you can say encouragement it gives to the young people who are right now getting into the sustainability mode. They want to learn and know a lot of it as well. So we would like to hear from you, Chef, as to how would you advise the younger generation and definitely the audience today who is watching you across 50 countries, and tell them about the importance of sustainability in their lives.
See, we grew up in an Indian culture where most of as far as the eating habits are concerned, we use each and every part of the fruit or the vegetable. We use each and everything of that. So sustainability. I mean, we as an ITC. We make sure that our if you see our brands also we it's more of towards Indian. We have very promising Indian brands. We have Bukhara, we have Dampuk, we have Royal Vega, we have Dakshin. So our focus was always towards a local cuisine. We made sure that we were one of the first company to make sure that most of our ingredients are 0 kilometer or within the vicinity. We made sure that as an ITC we have something called e-Chopal, where we make sure we work with the farmers in the fields where they grow their produce and give it directly to the to the ITC. So there's something called e-Chopal. If you go that, so we are always connected to the roots. We are always connected to the farmers. We are always connected to the source. So that is our motto. And as like I said, Indian culture, we make sure that and that was a part of my talk also. We don't waste much in the food. So each and every part of the vegetable or the fruit to be used and maximize the yield. So don't throw anything. I mean, use it and make sure that whatever you take, make sure your carbon footprints are less. Whatever you buy, you encourage local farmers and the vendors. You pick up I believe in regional cuisine. So whichever place you belong to, make sure that you use those ingredients only. I mean, make your menus according to that. So so my message would be utilize what is around you rather than going for a stuff which is not there in your hand or which will take long time for you to come. So so that is where one has to address.
Well, I think it was quite interesting discussion today and very important topic. And I would like to Chef, thank you so much for taking time out and being a part of this discussion today. And I would definitely make it a point whenever I'm in Bangalore, I'll ask Sanchari to take me to meet you, because it was so interesting to hear you today.
Please come over sometime, anytime, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Chef, and thank you so much for supporting us in Visio. You have been a part of it, for a very long time. Definitely this year, as you're able to see right now, Chef, 50 countries have connected together on virtual mode, and we are having this competition so beautifully across. So thank you very much, Chef, for your encouragement.
Thank you for having me here. Thank you.
Thank you,
so
Chef.
much, Chef.
Thank you very much. All right. So, to the audience, I would like to basically say, Rupinder, that you have been an amazing audience. Today is day 5 of the competition. And today, in fact, is very critical again, because both the groups, which is a plate trophy as well as a grand final, the 5 countries of each group, which was left to be cooking, would be cooking today. In the next few hours, couple of hours, we'll be starting to see them, all there in the kitchens and starting the storm there. So before that, we would like to, of course, go ahead and have our next person. And this expert is going to be Mr. Melville John, who is the GM of Doubletree by Hilton Goa. And of course, he's going to be talking on globalization of hospitality. Joining him is a moderator, of course, our colleague from Kolkata itself, which happens to be Ms. Malavika Banerjee. Over to you, Malavika, for the session.
Thank you, Ms. Sanchari. Very good afternoon to everyone. I'm Malavika Banerjee, joining live from Kolkata studio. Today, we have a session with Mr. Melvin John. He's a Gen Manager of Doubletree by Hilton Padma Plateau, Goa. The session will be on globalization of hospitality. Over to the studio lab, please.
Namaskar, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Young Chef Olympiad Studios. This is the 7th Young Chef Olympiad that is being organized, and we are lucky, absolutely lucky, to have with us Mr. Melville John, General Manager, DoubleTree by Hilton, Kadamba Plateau from Goa. Mr. John has had experience of over 22 years in the hospitality industry, and his experience is not just spread in India, it is spread all over the world, with experiences from properties such as the Leelas, JW Marriott, Conrad, Four Seasons, and not like I said, so he has been working all over the place, all over the globe, to be very candid. Right, so we have with us Mr. John. Welcome, sir. Welcome to the Young Chef Olympiad Studios of Iihm Goa. And today we are going to talk about a very interesting topic and something that every student has in his heart the moment they start thinking about hospitality. And that is the global nature of hospitality, the international stature of hospitality, the global nature of the career prospects that hospitality has. So welcome, sir. Welcome to the studios.
Samir, thank you so much for this warm welcome. It's been overwhelming for me, I think. Yes, I was very excited when you said about this Young Chef Olympiad, and I said, what a fantastic event. I was never aware of it, and I said, this is something that has really come out so well. And, how can we support it, and how can we be a part of it as a hotel? You have participants from so many countries coming in. So I said, this is absolutely stunning. I look back 22 years back, and this opportunity never existed. So I would wholly support anything in that direction. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. So let me put forward the first question, which everybody has in his mind, his or her mind. Hospitality has, for a very long time, been considered as a global gateway. Most of the students in India, at least, try to go for hospitality so that they can go international. They can explore international opportunities. How should a student prepare for the vastness of this field, international vastness of this field? How should we prepare for global requirements of global career prospects?
Great, Samir, this is so important. When I was doing my college and wanting to graduate and, coming up to my third year, I was absolutely keen on having international exposure, right? Hospitality, I always look at it this way. Hospitality is so very closely linked with tourism, and they go hand in hand, right? Every country is focusing on robust tourism at this point, right? And leisure industries, hospitality provides that perfect venue for this exposure, right? It exposes all our tourists, to a wide range of facilities within the industry and outside of hospitality, right? So when you talk of globalization as a gateway, I think the hospitality sector is the perfect venue for a launch for this. And the industry needs to gear up for this post-COVID. We are all looking at, a resurgence. We are all fighting back. We are all clawing back, looking at the green shoots. But this is really the time where we need to refocus and say, what? Hospitality has been, will continue to be the strongest gateway, right, for global tourism as a bigger picture. That's how I would look at it, Samir.
Certainly, sir. That makes a lot of sense. We will, a question that props up quite often, not amongst most of the people, but at least I have this question a lot of times, is internationalization of hospitality has also created a form of a standardization of an international hospitality platform, where every brand internationally has started to focus on similar service standards. Don't you think that affects the indigenous cultural hospitality of individual countries?
Samir, very good question. And, I think I'm in a position to answer this question best because I've traveled around 6 countries, right? And you will realize that every brand has its own, so to say, mantras and DNA, right? But as you go from country to country, you realize that each one is very unique. and we have to look at the bigger picture of things. We definitely need to maintain our DNA, right? And this globalization is never going to bring an end to cultural hospitality. A country like India, countries like Egypt, Thailand, these are amazing countries where they have progressed so much, yet they have been able to maintain their cultural identity in every aspect of hospitality, of tourism. They have done an amazing job over there, and I think that that globalization is definitely not going to kill the indigenous culture that is so present in hospitality in with various brands and various countries. Yeah.
So, sir, I remember when I was there with you in the hotel. Your hotel is an epitome of uh, showcasing Indian culture in one fashion, and also because it's such a serene spot and it's got ultra modern technology that is assisting with the kind of service that you provide. So, can you give us a few examples from the hotels where you have actually brought this international? Let me put it easily: the international technology has helped you support the Indian hospitality in Goa.
Okay, now I'll take our hotel for example. We are Goa. Goa has has had a lot of Portuguese influence. Obviously, a Portuguese colony liberated as late as 1961. Right from the architecture of the hotel, we have everything that's Goan, the laterite stones, the finish, the various aspects of the hotel, from the landscaping, everything has a Goan touch to it, right? We have also included cultural experiences which expose the guest to a Goan experience. And that, for example, I could give you is we have started something last year, which is called the typical island experience. We take every guest to the island of Diwar. We give them an option to go to the island of Diwar. Is a very, very unique experience. It's unique from what the rest of the properties in Goa actually do. A lot of the beaches are private, but our property being on the Mandovi River provides an experience that is very close to the hotel, and the island trip to Diwar is absolutely stunning. The guests actually get to experience a ferry ride. They go across in a car, but they are in a ferry, and then they go across. They are able to experience the 300-year-old church on the island. They're able to interact with people. They're able to see the greenery on the island, which is still amazing and intact. So I think that that is very important, maintaining that for a property, and that goes in any country. I think it's very important that you're able to maintain that that uniqueness.
So, generally, when it comes to globalization, I mean, in tourism, like you mentioned, is one of those industries, hospitality and tourism, which is truly global in nature. Now, with that, you get a lot of guests who come from various backgrounds. I'm sorry, I'm coming back to the cultural aspect of it.
Right.
So, a lot of guests come from these different backgrounds. A lot of employees come from very different backgrounds. How should one prepare oneself for handling both? Because both are into people, and both are people management skills are required, but they're so varied and their requirements are so varied. So how do you balance that?
Samir, this is a very interesting question, and it's also so important for leaders in the hospitality industry. And I'll give you the classic example was, going back to Maldives in 2000 when I was working there. And, we had a team of 21 nationalities. We had dive instructors. We had, our English teacher coming from London. We had an Australian boat captain. we had Maldivian staff, we had Indian managers over there, we had a Swiss general manager, multifaceted, different nationalities, everybody. So a total of 21 different countries from Nepal, all different nationalities, Egypt, people working there. So that was one aspect of it. And then you had on the other side the guest. So on the island, we had a lot of Japanese guests coming to us. So they spoke very little of English, and none of us knew Japanese. So we actually got in a couple of Japanese speakers to be on the island and be a part of our team. And we went through culture classes. So, how would you greet a Japanese guest? You wouldn't just say hi, but you would actually bow down from your waist down. And, we had lessons, we were learning, all the basic phraseology in Japanese to make them feel welcome. We were not learning through trial and error. We had menus printed in Japanese. Our entire activities were Japanese. Why? Because we had a huge market segment from Japan coming in during those days. So we actually had to adapt very quickly to making sure that our guests felt most comfortable. And to the extent, we even had Japanese weddings on the island. And we as managers were actually the island priest who were solemnizing those weddings. And I still have some pictures going back. So we made sure that they were absolutely comfortable. And it is us learning very quickly without the trial and error. I think that was a very, very important aspect. So that's the guest aspect of it. And now to answer your second question, coming to the multicultural team member force that you had, I think as leaders, we learn to appreciate and understand the uniqueness of each team member. We realized that each one had its strength. Somebody may not be the best in English, speaking English, or another aspect. But we realized that, as a team, we came together very solid with each one's qualities and the capabilities they inherited as coming in from different countries. And we took that as our strength, to mold and develop the team for a united goal. So everybody felt very important being on part of that team and felt that they were contributing something to, the benefits of the organization.
So, one of the very interesting things that you told us just now is that you were a part of the, you as the managers, you were the solemnizing priests for weddings.
Correct.
That's
correct.
That's very interesting. But
yes.
I'm sorry, there's one more question, sir, and that is the idea of multi-skilling. Not to this extent, of course, but the idea of multi-skilling, which I believe has caused, for a long time, hospitality had reached a stage where super specialization was important. You had kitchen staff who were specialists in a specific cuisine. You had food and beverage staff who were very specifically focusing on beverages or specifically focusing on certain styles of service. Today, however, unfortunately, due to the incidents that have happened last year, we are in a stage where employees are pretty much being asked to focus on whatever they can. So do you think multi-skilling is just here during COVID times, or multi-skilling is here to stay and it will continue to become an important part or integral part of hospitality in the future?
Samir, it's a very good question, and my answer to that is it's here to stay, right? And I'll explain that. COVID has helped that progress by a couple of years, definitely. But, gone are the days when you would have a plumber, a carpenter, and a polisher coming together to finish a particular job, right? In today's world, it's called a handyman, and he does everything.
Right.
So I have also worked in Canada, and, it's interesting how the West looks at the work specifications and how Asia looks at it so differently. Labor being a little bit more cheaper in the Asian countries, that gives us a little bit of freedom to have a couple of more hands. But with COVID coming on board, everybody realized that we got to right size, and I use the word right size. It's not downsize; it is right size. People have started looking at labor. I use the word labor just to identify the specific of payroll cost. So we have all realized that with COVID coming in, people had started multitasking. And for example, I give you an example. In the good days, we always had a telephone operator. That luxury today is non-existent. Today, those calls would go to the front desk. The front desk would handle the calls and multitask, right? So that's one example where COVID has brought us a few years ahead of time. And sometimes we have the luxury of having a carpenter, a plumber, a painter, etc. in our engineering departments, and that is eventually going to go, right? I remember my days in food and beverage when I had a title of a beverage manager. I was a beverage manager for a couple of years, and today that title is no longer existent. It is you are a manager and you will multitask and do every aspects of food and beverage, right? Yes, kitchen is a specialized culinary is a specialized skill, and that will continue to be. And mind you, in culinary as well, gone are the days when you would have somebody specifically just doing the garde manger, or somebody specifically doing the pastry, or you would somebody specifically doing the butchery aspect of culinary. So today, in today's world, even in the kitchen and the culinary section, you have people who are multi-skilled to do everything. Unless you have somebody who is specifically an Asian chef or an Arabic chef, that is different. But otherwise, yes, we are today in that world where multi-skilling, is here to stay. Yeah.
So at this point, sir, the one thing that we generally do at IIHM and organize events like Young Chef Olympiad is because we want our students to get that exposure in not just the core hospitality areas of front office, housekeeping, F&B service, and food production, but also to understand the reasons behind a good communication between these four. So, for example, creation of logistics between the different departments, or how to manage an event such as the Young Chef Olympiad. All of our students actually do things like this. So, do you think that organization of Young Chef Olympiad or any such event in this form of an exposure actually helps the student gain a bit of benefit when it comes to international career prospects?
Samir, it's very, very important, and I agree that this is a fantastic podium to expose our young budding chefs to greater things. A lot of people have not had the opportunity to have international exposure, and when you actually have that exposure, it does expose you to different cultures, different styles of work. The European style of work, the American style of work. And it's so important because, we were always told that Asia is a place where you would learn cultural hospitality. Europe is where you'd learn all the techniques of service and food and beverage. And America was the place where you learned all about unions and how to handle legal matters when it came to hospitality, right? And an event like this, the Young Chef Olympiad, my word, when you told me that you had young budding chefs joining in from so many countries, I was absolutely amazed because there's a lot of logistics to it. This gives the young chefs a great exposure to the modern world. A lot of things that they would have not seen being in India, and making them, bringing them on a platform where they feel very confident that we are as good as anybody else in any country. So to answer your question, yeah, I think these kind of events comes up to it, and I'd love to see more of these events which actually get our young chefs to have exposure, not only to the culinary world, but it also gives them a broader perspective of the world and what the opportunities are. It gives them a tremendous sense of confidence when they have been exposed to something internationally versus just being in India. So to sum up that, yes, I think this international exposure just broadens your perspective to a huge extent. Also gives you that experience, also gives you that confidence. It also helps you grow professionally.
Thank you so much, sir. I think that means a lot, and it brings us a lot of motivation to do what we do over and over again. So, unfortunately, this time YCO is virtual. We do hope we get back to our physical stature of YCO, where we get to meet everybody face to face.
Absolutely.
Then we'll invite you to the campus to judge one of these competitions. So it will be a fantastic session, I'm sure.
I'll be honored. It'll be my pleasure. And Samir, what you're doing there at the campus, virtual or otherwise, is amazing. Keep up the great job. And I'm sure you're going a long way in motivating people and keeping them energized, even if it's a virtual interaction.
Touch wood, sir. I'm sure I do hope that I'm able to get that result. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Mr. Melvin John, General Manager, DoubleTree by Hilton, Kadamba Plateau here in Goa, and his experience about the internationalization or the globalization of hospitality industry as a whole. We have benefited a lot from Mr. John's words, and I'm sure we'll continue to pester him slowly and steadily as we get along. So thank you so much, sir. Thank you for taking the time out and being with us today. It was
Samir signing off, and thank you so much. Thank you, much appreciated for this opportunity. And I'm glad that I was able to share my experience and my, the time that I have been able to spend with the industry. So great.
Thank you so much, sir. Thanks a lot. Signing off from Goa Studios. This is Samir Mehta. Namaskar.
Thank you.
এই অপূর্ব এদিকে এসো Yeah, that was a lovely session we had with the GM of Mr. Melvin John, sorry. The question we have now, the career on hospitality are the only impact in hotels? Right. No, not only in hotels. The career in hospitality, we have like a lot of options are there. Of course, in hotels is also there, aviation, cruise line, MNC, banking, service sectors, So that's all and many more. The sectors which is dealing with the service sectors, hospitals, retail, we can get a lot of job opportunities, not only into hotels. The next question. The hotels have affected in this pandemic. Sorry. This hospitality has been affected in this pandemic. Yes, initially it was a lot of hitch, but now we are all coming up and we are trying to come back and bounce back. Everything is coming normal. Not here. Thank you so much. And now we are going live to the studio for the next session. Over to Ms. Sanchari.
Malavika, ladies and gentlemen, we were basically listening to Mr. Melvin John, who's the general manager of the DoubleTree by Hilton. Malavika, I suppose the session ended, and we would like to basically, you being the admissions head of Iihm, it is lovely to basically have you with us today, and we would, of course, want to interact a little bit before you leave.
Thank you so much. Yes, tell me, Sanjay.
Very welcome to you. And Malvika, in the last 1 year, definitely, there has been a lot of enhancement and change in our entire, approach towards education. We would like to know about, the entire enhancement that we have done from IHM's end as to how we went ahead and basically, had the education for all students. And definitely, what do you think is the future forward?
Right. The lockdown had started in the month of March, maybe on the 22nd to 23rd. From the 25th March, all the IHM campus are, we were having regular classes, online classes with all the students. Okay, so in this, within 2 to 3 days, all the teachers, we have a lovely, all the department, IT department, and they have come to, everything being taught in the classes on the virtual platform, right? Hello.
Okay, all right. So, Ms. Malavika, we have the next session right now. And ladies and gentlemen, this session again is going to be by somebody who is an expert in education. And just like I was discussing with Ms. Malavika regarding the new enhancement in education, this is going to be about the use of technology in education. And for that, we have Ms. Bratiti Bhattacharya, who is the Secretary General and CEO of Shikshayatan Foundation. A big welcome to her, and over to you, Malavika, for taking the session ahead with her.
Very good afternoon once again. We have a session with Ms. Bratiti. She is the Secretary General and the CEO of Sri Shikshayatan School. And the session is on technology in education. And over to the studio lab now.
We have the CEO and the Secretary General of one of the oldest schools of Kolkata, nearly 100-year-old school. We have Ms. Bratiti Bhattacharya, who's from the Sri Shikshayatan group of educational institutions. Under the umbrella of Shikshayatan, we have a couple of colleges as well as schools here. And yes, a very well-known education institution. Thank you so much for being here with us today, Ms. Bhattacharya.
Good evening, and thank you so much for inviting me.
It's always a pleasure to have you here with us. And we thought you'd be the right person really to have a little discussion with us, because we've seen so many changes in education that have come around. And I think pandemic has really forced us to rethink, restructure, and innovate. And we've seen technology play a very large role in this, because I don't think any of the students have really sat back and suffered, but we quickly adapted ourselves, brought in technology to ensure that students do not lose out on any time. How did you go around? How did you adapt yourself? What are the changes that you have brought around?
You see, going back to March 2020, I think this is a month everybody would be remembering. But, we probably started working from the end of February, because we knew that something was coming. And we immediately made arrangements, with cameras and other stuff, so that, not a single day classes are missed by the students, especially the board-going students. Because we have the 9s and the 11s, and we really do not like to miss out classes for them. And the new session would be starting in the month of April. So immediately, teachers were called that things are not in the right way it is going. So but what happened was that though we made these planning, we realized that I think it was 20th of March, if I rightly recall, that the lockdown started. And though we were told that the lockdown would be for just 7 days, but the lockdown did not end there. So we went back home, and everything what we did was, communication. So if I may say, ICT, information, communication, technology. So, the communication had to remain, and, that is what kept us in. So we had to be informed what was there, and, the technology and the communication between teacher, student, teacher, management, students, vendors, and many other people, parents. So the ICT journey, which had started many, many years back, it was quite challenging for people to accept it. But I think pandemic has pushed everybody worldwide that this was the way out. So the journey started, and we were ready on 23rd of March to start off with our classes, and 2nd April to start off with our new session. And not a single day has been missed out. In fact, we were we could finish off, we could complete the syllabus also much before on time. The practical classes also, especially for the higher classes, those were all done virtually. We were one of the schools in Kolkata since 2006 been having smart classes. So it's not that this thing has been a very new thing. Yes, that was within school, but here we had to connect from home and school, and other institutes, like we have a college and also a business school. All of these have been doing online classes since then.
Right, absolutely. And I think the move was really fast to ensure this. And we know about Shiksha Yatan in specific, that how students did not really lose out on any time. Do you think with this technology coming in, with online classes, as you said, even online practical sessions, is technology going to replace teaching face-to-face, or is it going to be supplementing face-to-face? What is the importance of technology now, let's say, in education?
Yes, I think this fear was always there even earlier. The computers are going to replace human beings. I say no. Because computer is a tool. It works with a human brain. So whatever I put in the computer, the computer basically gives me those things back. So how can the human element be out? Because yes, what we need to do is that a lot of training needs to be done, because many of the schools or many of the colleges, what they've done is that they have used it as a substitute model. It cannot be used as a substitute model. The model itself has its own characteristics. Now one has to be introduced to this kind of a characteristic. Like, how does online classes work? It is not that every time it has to be like how we are talking, it's a live session. This is one of the way, but there are discussion modes. One has to be engaged in online classes, and here the method is learner centric. What happens in a class is that a teacher gets a specific time, like maybe for school it is a 40-minute, maybe in business schools or colleges it is maybe 1 hour or maybe 1.5 hours. Now here it is, people are coming and they are talking, but online what happens is that partly you are doing a lot of research work, then you are getting into a discussion mode. You have made groups, small groups are made where you are exchanging your things, and then coming up. So, and you learn as you pick up things. So it is learner centric. And the method which is behind this is a theory of constructivism, that a learner constructs little bit and moves ahead. So nobody, as I keep saying, nobody is a last bencher. Everybody is a first bencher, because you are right there in front of the screen. And definitely, as I said, that there are a lot of people who are involved in it. It is not only a student and a faculty. It is student and a faculty. You need a platform. So people meet on Google Meet or maybe Zoom or Cisco. So there are platforms, and these platforms again have different characteristics. So whichever platform any educational institute is picking up, they need to be informed to parents, informed to all the people who are using that platform. So a knowledge is needed for transacting on the online mode. So as we say, is a digital pedagogy which people need to be introduced to.
Right. And do you think this is here to stay as things change? And now, at least in India, everything is opening up and things are better now. Things are improving, the situation's improving, and even in many states, schools have opened up, and even in our city also, even in our state also, schools would be opening up, that is in West Bengal. Do you think this is here to stay, Or do you think it's going to be a hybrid model? What are we looking at as we move ahead?
Okay, you see, if I, there are, if you go back to the, the Rajak state, that time everybody had, they had everything well equipped. So, a king could definitely hire a educationist to come home and, teach the children. But what happened at that point of time? Everybody was going to a Gurukul, because, you also need a unified system of learning. So definitely, online will stay, but face to face will also stay. But yes, it may happen that, educational institutes may not have 5 days a week, where students are going to come. Maybe 2 days they will stay back at home, and 3 days they would be coming. And those who are coming, and those who are staying back, all of them, will be getting an access. And so there will be monitoring as to whether you are accessing online mode or not when there is face-to-face classes happening with students. This has also has actually given a very positive setup that, today I'm staying, say, somewhere very far off. Like in our system, we try to see where students are staying, and they need to be within a 10-kilometer zone, because otherwise what happens, students spend a lot of time traveling. Now here, many of the students who are staying very far and want to study in Shikshayat and cannot have an access. Now, for those students, I would say it's very good, because if today I would like to study in Shikshayat or any other school, I can opt for an online mode, and I can start, learning through this. And maybe during the summer vacation, or, I can have, I can come down to the institute and, have a residential system. So things will be very different, very, very different.
So we see a lot of innovation. Do we see a lot of summer classes perhaps coming in, as you said? Do we see a lot of changes in that aspect also, therefore, coming in to education?
Definitely. You see, earlier what was happening, student was not well, they were not able to come. But today, even if the student is not well, can join the classes staying at home. Plus, small children, especially, when the parents were going out, they had to also drag the children. And here, even if they drag the children, doesn't matter, they don't miss out on any classes. So this is something which is very, very interesting. And I think what has happened is a very, very positive setup which has come up with pandemic.
Right, exactly. It's pandemic is not only the negative, but yes, there are these certain positive aspects wherein it has actually pushed us. I think it was always, the thought was always there. Computers were there, but I don't think we actually used these platforms as much. And this really pushed us to implement things almost overnight, and thereafter develop it as we moved along.
Absolutely. So the biggest challenge which is there is the internet, because people were not using to this extent. So I think we need to reimagine, rethink, reconstruct, and maybe, with the help of the government, we have to have a system where when students get material online, they can download it at a, lower, even if they have a low speed. So there are certain infrastructure which needs to be developed, not only within the campus, but also outside the campus, where, we need a lot of support from the authorities, from the government. Otherwise, it would be very, very challenging. And definitely, I think, if you talk about economy, I feel there are a lot of people, who would be engaged in this kind of a business. And definitely, we are not going to replace any of the teachers. Teachers have to change their way of disseminating, their classes. That is what they have to adopt. But they will not be replaced.
Right, absolutely. That's so true. And we actually look forward to a very exciting year ahead, even in education, to really see where we are headed and what there is. What would your advice be? We have a lot of youngsters here with us today, and a lot of youngsters would be watching this. School students to college students. What would your advice be to them for this year ahead in education?
Well, this year, initially we thought, that we would all be coming back, but things have not been the way we were thinking. But, I always look at things in a very, very positive way, that what best we can get from the situation. And definitely we have learned a lot of things, and I'm sure the youngsters need not worry. They should look at things in a very, very different way. Like, today, I would, if you say the youngsters, which age group, like if today I am maybe a college going student, then if I have to do internship, I can do internship in my local area. I don't have to travel, find out an issue which is there. Because if it is management or whatever it is, it may be engineering, whatever internship I do, I have to take on learning or an issue which is a local issue and see how I can solve it. So that is how I need to rethink in my new journey. And one thing I would like to state, that many of the institutes are having an issue with related to examination. They feel that a lot of proctoring is needed, and students cheat. For me, what will the students cheat? They're going to cheat because there's nothing to cheat. And even if they are referring, even if they are looking at books, I would say that, well, they're at least opening their books. See, even if I have to write an answer, I need to know how I'm going to write an answer. So if this way, children look at a lot of books and they are referring, let them do it. Because in life, there is nothing as cheating. You have to prove yourself. So I would also tell all the educationists, all other, people, my colleagues, everyone, that do not worry about these things. Because in life, there are many exams that a student needs to give. And all of us, have to give a lot of examination. So one small reference or referring, should be absolutely, put aside. And let's think ahead. Let's see how we can take up, all the good things from this new situation and move ahead in life.
Right, some very pertinent. I think you're absolutely correct, and I love your thought process on this and for the youngsters. And I think your advice and your thought process will definitely help these youngsters as they go ahead. Thank you so much for being here with us. Any closing message? Any closing message?
Any closing message is that, we all have survived. So we should be happy that we have survived, Let's see how we can thrive with innovation, investing in oneself. Let's see, what is our developmental needs, and let's see how we can fulfill it. And do not compare with anybody, compare with your own self. What you have done, how much you have gone ahead. I think that is something which keeps you moving. Not comparing with anyone else, compare with your own self.
Absolutely, you're so true. Everyone has their own strengths, and I think we just need to work on that and focus on that in order to succeed in life.
Yes,
thank
you.
Very good advice, and thank you so much for being here with us today.
Thank you, Jolly. It was very nice, Ritu, to speak to you.
Likewise,
and I thank IIHM for inviting me. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, and thank you for being a part of ICO here with us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, there's a question coming up. As things are coming into normal, do you think that we are going to carry on with this virtual classes? Well, as we have learned a lot, like on the online classes, as all the schools are going to get open in Kolkata by 12th of February. So at the moment, we'll be having classes, senior classes. So online classes will be there, and also the real classes will be there. Now we move on to the studio lab for a commercial break.
Greetings to everyone across the world, whichever time zone you are in. Greetings from India. We may be separated by distance, but we are united by YCO 2021. It's always inspirational to hear Professor David Foskett, his positivity, and he is somebody who can drive not just students, not just colleges, not just chefs like me, not just institutes. He can move the whole hospitality industry. So thank you, Professor David Foskett, for this kind of leadership that you have always shown and you have guided us all with. We have been so lucky that YCO has had such a tremendous power in you, who has shown us the path, and you have, I'm hopeful that you'll continue to do that for the whole industry all across the globe. So thank you very much for that, and thank you again for that inspirational talk. And Dr. Bose, thank you for making sure that people do not lose hope. I think many people, especially in hospitality industry, all across the globe, were wondering, were thinking that what would happen, what next, what would, but by arranging YCO 2021 in a way, I think it's a first, a global first for anybody in any category. I've been witnessing many different competitions, many different things in different, I would say, not just culinary, but in different parts, whether it's films, whether it is other things, there is nothing as comparable as this. So thank you very much for believing that this is possible and then actually doing it. It's one thing to be mad. It's one thing to practice madness. I think there is so much learning that all of us can take from you, that nothing is impossible. Nothing is, you never say no to anything, with that lovely smile of yours, the belief that you have had all along, and to show this hope that, yes, YCO is a competition that will go on. There is nothing that can stop this. And with this kind of arrangement, with this technology, by putting everyone together and just listening to you in last few weeks, that what arrangements are being made, how from one room to the other, how things, I think I just, I'm awestruck by the scale of this competition, the overall, and to maintain the sanctity, to maintain that caliber. And I have always said, each year, I think to myself, oh my God, this is so big. What next? What would be next year? Would it fall flat? These are my concerns. I think like this, how do you make this bigger? But you break all the barriers. IIHM takes the lead with a leader and the team that is so ably assisting you. I think kudos to the entire team. And I would say that the support of the judges from all across the world, judges who have been part of YCO for all these years, new judges that have come on board this year's, and as you have always said, this is not a competition. This is friendship. So as we move forward, there are more friends that we make. And I am so happy to see so many friends that I've made all these years, and there are new friends that I would make this year. So thank you for creating such a fraternity of friendship, which will last forever. So thank you for that. All the judges, the job, I know this year is not easy. Fortunately, we are in a category of food, which all five senses are at play. And we know that if one sense is taken away, two senses are taken away, how difficult the job is. So I know that job at hand is difficult, but with this illustrious galaxy of judges that are there, nothing is impossible. So thank you very much for being part of this biggest culinary extravaganza that's been created by IIHM. Thank you to all the judges. Thank you to all the participating countries, all the countries who are participating this year. I know that to arrange it's one thing, but to be in it, that also is, I think, equally difficult in such times. Because how do you practice? How do you make sure that you show your best? How do you plan everything? Everything is challenging. But then I think that's what hospitality leaders are made of. People, just by participating, just by being in, I think they have made sure that they have created a win for themselves. So I would say congratulations to all the participating teams for coming in, practicing hard, and for next 6 days, I would like to wish them all the very best. Make sure that you win not just the competition, but you win the hearts. You win the hearts of your co-team members. You win the hearts of other participating countries. You create a fellowship, you create friendship, and you become part of fraternity, which has been started a friendship, fraternity of friendship by IHM India, IHM YCO 21 is something which, in my opinion, would be the, it is a landmark event in history of hospitality. And I'm
That was a lovely session from the Padma Shri chef Sanjeev Kapoor. Thank you. Over to the studio.
So Malavika ma'am, I think we've had a wonderful evening where we had, quite a few experts coming in today, and there are a lot of takeaways from these sessions. So what do you have to say about that, Malavika ma'am?
Well, we had a lot of sessions from the morning. All the students have gained a lot of knowledges, have come to know, and all the school principals have joined, and it was a wonderful session. They have all have wished us, like it was a wonderful show, that Young Chef Olympiad with 50 countries connected with this 7th edition for 2021. No one can do it. It's just because we are connected with all these 8 campuses in IHM. We have Kolkata, Delhi, Bangalore, Pune, Jaipur, Ahmedabad, Hyderabad. It was really a team effort. Of course, the vision was our chairman, but the work the team effort has done and pulled it off. And of course, we're going to do it in near future also. Thank
Absolutely,
you so much.
I agree with you, Malavika ma'am. But what do you think are the key takeaways from these sessions?
The key takers, of course, the knowledge, what they have got from the different speakers, like, even the school principal, what they have spoken, it was really helpful to the students.
Right. So we had, school principals joining us from across India, in fact. So, can you talk about, where all we had principal joining in from?
Right. We have principal joining in from all the pan India. Right now, I'm going live from the Kolkata studio. So, like in Kolkata, we have the topmost schools, like Principal Miss Lamartine for girls, Shukata Sarkar was there. Of course, Sri Shiksha, then Brotati ma'am was the Brotati Bhattacharya, the Birla High School for boys, lovely Saigal. So all the different principals was there, and they all had a different session, and all the school students have all joined, and they have really enjoyed it. And
so we enjoy a very close association with these schools, and all these principals, have been to our campuses and been a part of a lot of our events. So would you like to please talk about the association?
of course, they really wait for us, like for the Young Chef Olympiad, when we have this other events like International Food and Drink Festival. So we all expect the principals, we invite the coordinators, they all come and they really look for it to join for this, like to be a part of this family. And so tomorrow is tomorrow is the closing ceremony. So there are a lot of principals will be coming first time we'll be meeting them personally. That's the thing. They're all waiting for it for the closing ceremony tomorrow.
So in fact, this year, a lot of school principals had come in and joined in as a special observers, all right, during the competition. So what has been the feedback from their side?
Right. They said, they was very much honored and pleased, they got this opportunity, the principal, to be a judge in this Young Chef Olympiad in the 7th edition. And it was a wonderful show, on the virtual platform where could they meet all these 50 countries, which they could not imagine. So once when they came back and they gave the feedback, thanks to the management and entire the team members, to say that it's a hats off to the team members and of course to our chairman, Dr. Shubhana Bose, event like this mega event, the largest event that all the 50 more than countries that they could meet and be judged. They were the observer and they were very happy and honored for that.
So as you know, Malvika ma'am, lot of people who are watching this particular Zoom and the live session that we are having, a lot of them are aspiring to join hospitality. All right. So what would be your message to them, all those people who are aspiring to join hospitality as a career?
Right. Earlier, right now, hospitality as a career will be taken as a first preference. Even if in earlier years, the parents used to think my child is going to become a engineer or doctor or a government service. But now the hospitality as the job prospects are much more wider, starting with the hotels, aviation, cruise line, MNC, banking, service sectors. So the hospitality is the only one, after completing your graduation, in hospitality. So you'll be getting a job. The job opportunities are much more wider and much easier rather.
Would you like to talk about IIHM's presence across India and internationally as well?
Yes, we are present. IIHM is present in Kolkata, Delhi, Bangalore, Pune, Jaipur, Ahmedabad, Hyderabad. And also we're having an international campus in Bangkok, and we have an office also in London.
So what is the selection procedure? If somebody wants to join International Institute of Hotel Management, so how does he or she go about it? Right. And what is the eligibility for this?
So the thing is that first of all, they have to apply. They have to go online in our website, iihm.ac.in. Log into our website, and there's an application form online. They need to fill it up and register by paying 600 rupees and have to follow which are the dates the entrance exams are going on. At the moment, we are having the pre-book exams. The next upcoming exam, we have it on 13th of February. And after the online exam will be on the same day, it will be followed by a WhatsApp video call or interview, right? So after that, the selection will be declaring the result, and we'll be giving a 2 weeks time to take admission. Have to book their seat by putting a certain amount of money, which will be mentioned in the selection letter.
Right. So before we log off, Malavika ma'am, would you like to, we'd like to hear from you. You've been seeing the competition for many years, like the Young Chef Olympiad is what I'm talking about. From year one onwards, you've been involved and you've seen it grow from, just about 15 countries to more than 50 countries. So would you like to talk about that?
Yeah, we started, in fact, from the first year. This is the 7th edition. In the first year, we had with 15 countries. And last year, it was more than 60 countries. So this time, we were just not sure whether we were going to have this Young Chef Olympiad. But all of a sudden, when the decision came that we are going to have it in the virtual platform and got connected with more than 50 countries, it was nothing like it.
So Sanchari ma'am, any questions?
Yes, Malavika, thank you so much. I think, you have very beautifully spoken about, the IIHM ethos, and definitely, what are we looking for, in the students, aspirants, in fact, who's listening to you from across the world. In fact, we are live right now, and we have about, 50 odd countries. People are listening, and I'm sure, and I'm certain that everybody who's interested in hospitality management or want to know about how to go ahead and be a part of it would definitely be hearing to what our admissions head from Kolkata, Ms. Malvika Banerjee, has spoken about. And I think that was really nice. Thank you so much for joining us, Malvika. And all the very best for the competition ahead in the next couple of, in fact, not even couple of hours, ladies and gentlemen, it's just about, a less than an hour's time. We shall be starting with the second slot, that is the plate trophy and the grand final top 10.
Right. So which are the countries which are right now going to be competing today?
That's right. So to talk about, well, I'll be starting first with the plate trophy, competition content, countries, and that's going to be Iceland, Switzerland, Italy, Tunisia, and Barbados. These are the countries which was basically the part of the top 10, out of which 5 countries have already gone ahead and contested last evening. Today happens to be these countries which will be going ahead and doing that. The next round, of course, is the grand final, the top 10. And the grand final top 10, the 5 countries which are going to be contesting tonight would be, of course, UAE, Iran, Equatorial Guinea, Canada, and definitely Namibia. We are very, very excited here at the studio. We really cannot wait because we're just looking at the clock, and when it ticks 5:30, we know this is going to be going ahead and becoming live.
Absolutely. In fact, like last 5 days have just, flown by. We were waiting for this competition to kick off on 31st of January, and today we're sitting on the 5th of February, and and the last day of the competition, where the final 5 countries who have made it into the grand finals and the plate finals will be competing. So it's been an amazing, amazing last 5 days where we have seen some of the best talents from across the world coming together and taking part in this wonderful culinary adventure.
Exactly.
All right, the culinary adventure which brings together the young talent from across the world.
Absolutely, Rupinder. And whether it was a competition, whether it was the expert opinions, the symposiums that we have, or the United World of Young Chefs, I think everything was being done with so much of passion, commitment from each country and with each mentor. So I think it was amazing. And just like Dr. Bose always says, this year, this is the Hope Olympiad. And the Hope Olympiad has binded all of us together. And we really cannot thank enough everybody who has been such a big support system to the YCO 2021. So let's now go ahead and wait for those moments to come in. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go ahead and log off from this particular channel. Thank you so much for watching us right now. And let's go ahead and wait for that hour to come. So do not go anywhere. You just have to go ahead and log in to either the YouTube channel where IIHM would be there, or else you can go to Facebook, type in as IIHM, International Institute of Hotel Management. Remember, that's a blue ticked, and you just have to go and like it, and you'll be able to see the competition live on your screen.
Right.
We
so
cannot really
so that's it from this side. So signing off from this channel is Rupinder.
And this is Sanchari. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Sanchari. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.